Chapter 272. Gu Jingze was stunned and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che felt a little regretful for bringing up Whirlwind at this time. However, Gu Jingze thought about it seriously and said to Lin Che, "Actually, when I was with Whirlwind, I never thought about doing anything with her. I even felt weird when I held her hand. The closest we could get to each other was a kiss, and I could count the number of times we kissed. She was the one who initiated most of the time, but every time, I would have a bad episode." Gu Jingze said strangely, "I don't think I had any feelings for her, nor did I want to do anything with her. When I was with her, I always thought that even if I didn't touch her for the rest of my life, it would be fine, and I wouldn't want to have her." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, "You mean, you don't have that kind of feeling for her?" "That's right. I'm also very strange, but I just don't have that kind of feeling." Lin Che thought about how he and Whirlwind had been together for so many years, but the closest they could get to each other was holding hands and kissing. He felt much better. Gu Jingze said, "But I don't know why, every time I see you, I want to strip you naked as soon as possible. I don't want to waste any time. I just want you." Lin Che said, "Hey, that's your own problem. Who told you to be so perverted? One is marked by the company one keeps. I've never been like this before, but after I got together with you, I became so perverted, so it's all your fault." As Gu Jingze said this, he looked at Lin Che hugging the blanket. His neck was obviously crooked, and there were still some marks on her body from last night. Gu Jingze immediately felt something again. He hugged her and pressed her down again. Lin Che hurriedly begged, No, Gu Jingze, what are you doing? Let go of me. I still have work to do. You're the one who stirred up the fire, so you should be the one to extinguish it. I really can't, Gu Jingze. It's so early in the morning. You've done it so many times at night. Haven't you had enough?" Gu Jingze thought it was strange, but he couldn't help himself when he saw her, as if his body was no longer under his control. How many years had it been since he had done it? Was there something wrong with him? How could he be so impulsive? Not enough. I don't think I can. Little thing, I think that one day, I'll die because of you. One day, I'll be squeezed dry, and it'll definitely be because of you," he said fiercely. He thought strangely in his heart, she's obviously the annoying type. Why did she find trouble for me again and again? Just like that, I was tempted by this little thing. Lin Che was instantly pressed down by him. Although the man was very handsome, he really had something to do. Lin Che hurriedly said, "Ouch, ouch. You're hurting me." Gu Jingze looked at her suspiciously. He knew that he didn't use any strength, but when he heard her scream in pain, he stopped. "Let me see. Where does it hurt? Sorry, I'll be more careful next time." Seeing this, Lin Che hurriedly escaped from the bed. "I still have work to do. I can't explain myself if I get up so late." Humph. It was still that dark room. Yu Minmin was locked up here for a whole night. Only then did he feel the door open. She was half asleep. When she heard the sound, she hurriedly stood up. Gu Jingming walked in and saw Yu Minmin standing up. Yu Minmin's clothes were wrinkled, but he was still looking at him cautiously. He walked in. He didn't expect that after a night, she still looked so stubborn. "Tell me, what's your motive?" he said. After a night of confinement, Yu Minmin felt very weak. Naturally, she was also very angry. Looking at Gu Jingming, she thought that others would probably think that it was a great honor to be able to meet the dignified Mr. President face to face. Now, she only felt that this was the most unlucky thing that she had ever encountered in her life. Her good life was constantly disturbed by him like this, and she was always treated as a spy and had bad intentions. She really wished that she had never met this man who was high above her. Yu Minmin bit her lower lip and raised her head to look at Gu Jingming. "That's enough, Mr. President. That's right. I approached you with bad intentions. All right, I have an ulterior motive. I want to shake the high and mighty Mr. President's position. That's why I approached you and sacrificed my first time to let myself fall into such a situation. I'm just here to give you something, but I have to be locked up here for a whole night and be humiliated by you." Gu Jingming's expression changed. Yu Minmin glared at Gu Jingming. "That's right. We are all insignificant people. Our safety is not as important as Mr. President's. I was born in the slums. I have a gambling father, a weak mother, and a younger brother who needs to be taken care of. I can't compare to them. I'm respected by thousands of people. Every move I make can affect the progress of the whole country. I'm not that important, but I'm still a human being. You casually suspect me and lock me up without any evidence. Yu Minmin looked at the closed door and knew that there were people outside. She looked at Gu Jingming and said, "Let me out." Gu Jingming's thin lips were tightly shut. He stood there in silence. Yu Minmin glared at him and walked out without a care for anything else. Although she was insignificant, she was also a person with a temper. Although she was insignificant, she could not be bullied like this. Gu Jingming frowned and turned around to grab Yu Minmin's hand. Yu Minmin was infuriated. He raised his hand and slapped Gu Jingming's face. Slap. Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin stood there in shock. Yu Minmin was stunned. She looked at Gu Jingming and found it hard to imagine what she had just done. She had slapped the president of Country C, the beloved president of Country C. There was a line of red marks on Gu Jingming's pale face. This woman, Gu Jingming grabbed Yu Minmin by the arm. Yu Minmin's collar was pulled up and she stood on her toes. "Let go of me. You." At this moment, the people outside seemed to have heard some movement. A row of the president's bodyguards with guns pushed open the door and rushed in. Yu Minmin was shocked. She looked at the black holes of real bullets and thought to herself, she had slapped the president. Even if these people had shot her now, they must have had a reason to do so. But Gu Jingming's cold face turned around. His expression changed slightly, and he shouted angrily at the people in front of him, "Who let you in?" The people who came in looked at Yu Minmin and the president in a daze. What was the president doing? He was personally holding a woman. What did he mean? In the president's face. Chapter 273. Mr. President, Mr. President, get lost. Gu Jingming let go of Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin fell to the ground and looked at Gu Jingming. She regretted what she did just now, especially when she saw the red mark on Gu Jingming's face. But she was really angry, so she didn't care. "I'm sorry, Mr. President. I won't appear in front of you again. I hope we can mind our own business." Then, she looked at Gu Jingming with fear. She turned around and walked out under the guard's surprised gaze. Gu Jingming's eyes moved, and he came back to his senses. Linda was leaning towards one side. "Sir, this matter." Gu Jingming turned around and said, "Get someone to watch her and report to me if anything happens." "Yes, sir." Linda saw the red mark on Gu Jingming's face and quickly left. That woman just now. She was really bold. If she was really a spy, then she was really betting her life on this game. Otherwise, if the president charged her with the crime of attacking the head of state, she would be thrown into prison. Lin Che went straight to the company from the Gu mansion. Yu Minmin had taken a day off and didn't come. Lin Che quickly called Yu Minmin and told her that she didn't go to the Gu mansion's banquet yesterday and didn't come today either. Yu Minmin said that she was fine and that she had something to do at home. She also said that she was sorry for what happened yesterday. Lin Che knew that she had a lot of things to do at home, so he left her alone to deal with it. Then, Lin Che went to see his grandmother, so he brought Yang Lingxin to the villa. However, when he arrived at the villa, he found that his grandmother was not there. Lin Che pulled the servant and asked, "Where is my grandmother?" I don't know." Old Madam suddenly said that she wanted to go to the Lin mansion to ask about her daughter, so the Lin mansion. Lin Che felt very uneasy. He quickly called a car and rushed to the Lin mansion. The car quickly arrived at the Lin mansion. He saw Han Kaiying yelling at her grandmother at the door, "Your daughter is a vixen. How dare you come to my house to seek justice? Let me tell you, I've already done my best by giving birth to her daughter. Whether she dies or not has nothing to do with us. Yet, you still dare to come to me. I want to ask what kind of daughter you raised, to actually want to be someone else's mistress." Lin Yukai pulled Han Kaiying away and looked at his grandmother. He frowned and said, "All right, she is already dead. Don't talk about this anymore." Grandma was still standing there in disbelief. "No, my daughter wouldn't do that. I know my own daughter. She must have a reason. She must have been deceived by you. Now, I want to know how my daughter disappeared. You can't not give me an explanation. You can't." "You." Lin Che ran to her. "You." When they turned around and saw that Lin Che had come over, they were all stunned. Lin Che quickly shielded his grandma behind him and looked at the people in front of him fiercely. Han Kaiing, Lin Li, Lin Yukai, and Lin Yu were behind them. It was rare to see all of them here. What are you doing? Is it fun to bully an old lady? Lin Che said sternly. Han Kaiing laughed and said, Lin Che, get this straight. Who's bullying who? She asked for it herself, not us. Moreover, everything I said is the truth. Your mother is a mistress. We raised you, but you're just like your mother. Not only did you not show filial piety to us, you even went against us at every turn. Auntie, my mother is not a mistress. My father knows this better than anyone else. She looked at Lin Yukai. Tell me, my mother is not a mistress. She doesn't know that you have a family. Am I right? Lin Yukai stuttered. He looked at Han Kaiing and didn't dare to say anything. Lin Che, it's been so many years. Don't talk about it anymore. Han Kaiing said, Lin Che, I haven't settled the score with you for being ungrateful. How dare you let your grandmother come to our house? Lin Li and Qin Qing broke off their engagement. She said that this has nothing to do with you. Lin Che looked at Han Kaiing amused. This has nothing to do with me. How can Lin Li blame me for her own love affairs? Ha, you've been in love with Qin Qing for so many years. Do you think no one doesn't know? If it weren't for your schemes, would Qin Qing have left Lin Li? Humph, you're seducing Qin Qing on the one hand and being a mistress on the other. Really, what kind of mother makes a daughter? Lin Che's expression changed. I've never interfered with Qin Qing and Lin Li's relationship. My own love life has nothing to do with you. Han Kaiing sneered and said to her grandmother, You don't know yet. Your granddaughter is just like your daughter. She's a sugar daddy and a mistress. She's willing to do anything to get famous. Grandma raised her head, a little confused. Lin Che said, Grandma, I'll explain to you later. Han Kaiing snorted. Explain? You don't have anything else to explain. Behind them, Yang Lingxin was still following them. She didn't know what was going on and just stared at them blankly. Lin Li had been feeling depressed for a long time. She couldn't help but be robbed of her limelight. She had entered the entertainment industry first, but now, Lin Che was the more popular one. She was still a supporting character while Lin Che was already the main lead. Lin Li said, Lin Che, aren't you qualified to play the leading role now? That's enough. Just forget it. Don't hook up with Gu Jingze anymore. He'll marry a woman who matches his family background sooner or later. What's the point of doing that? You're a disgrace to our Lin family. Lin Che looked at Lin Li. What does that have to do with you? Lin Li snorted. What? Are you afraid that you can't continue to be popular without Gu Jingze? Then you should rely on your own ability. What's the point of relying on a man? Lin Li didn't think she could become popular on her own. Without Gu Jingze, how could she become so popular? Impossible. Humph. She was just a follower in the past, and now she dared to participate in the Panda TV festival. Thinking about it, Lin Li was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? Jingze is Lin Che's husband. Grandma said angrily. She couldn't stand people slandering Lin Che. The Lin family looked at each other and burst into laughter. That's enough. Who do you think Gu Jingze is? Old thing, Lin Che was lying to you. How could you believe him? Humph. Grandma still said firmly, I believe my granddaughter, and I also believe my daughter. They're both good people. They wouldn't do such a thing. You're the ones who are rotten to the core. If you can't give my daughter a proper explanation, I won't let you off. The Lin family laughed even louder. Old madam, you're just an old lady from the countryside. How dare you fight with the Lin family? Chapter 274. At this moment, a row of cars suddenly drove into the high-end residential area. The few of them were stunned. Lin Che was standing with his grandmother and Yang Lingxin. On the other side, it was the Lin family and the servants of the Lin family. A car slowly stopped in front of them. Then, the bodyguards of the Gu family got out of the car one by one. Finally, the bodyguard opened the car door. The handsome man appeared beside the car like a moon surrounded by stars. His expression was as cold and arrogant as ever. He was so arrogant that no one could ignore him. Gu Jingze was supposed to be in the company, but why did he suddenly come here? Lin Che's eyes lit up. Seeing Gu Jingze, he walked over. The Lin family's faces changed. Yang Lingxin said hurriedly, "President Gu, you're here." She walked over but was stopped by the bodyguards. Yang Lingxin could only stand outside and say, "Sister Che?" Gu Jingze pursed his lips. Looking at the scene, he walked over to Lin Che. Lin Che looked up and said, "Gu Jingze." Gu Jingze just nodded at her, then looked at the people opposite him. Han Kaiying looked at the bodyguards. Although she knew that the Gu family was powerful, she didn't expect so many bodyguards to be here. She felt a little guilty. Lin Yukai took a step forward and his eyes lit up. Behind him, Lin Li trembled slightly. She looked at Lin Che angrily and jealously. Lin Yu ran away in fear. She didn't dare to look at Gu Jingze anymore. Although Han Kaiying was a little afraid, she couldn't control her anger. "President Gu, why didn't you control Lin Che? She came here to stir up trouble. What's the meaning of this? We didn't offend her." Gu Jingze snorted and looked at the person in front of him. "My woman can do whatever she wants. Why should I control her?" "You." Han Kaiying didn't expect Gu Jingze to be so protective of Lin Che. Lin Yukai said hurriedly, Yes, we didn't control her. But since she's here, she's still my daughter. President Gu, do you want to come in?" Han Kaiying looked at Lin Yotsai's good-for-nothing appearance and felt extremely angry. She lifted her foot and stepped on Lin Yotsai's foot. It was not the time for Gu Jingze to insult Lin Yu. Thinking of that, Han Kaiying felt even angrier. She said directly, "Really? Your woman can do whatever she wants? Do you know that Lin Che is flirting with Qin Qing? Now, he's trying to sow discord between Qin Qing and Lin Li. You don't care about anything else, but you don't care about this?" Lin Che's eyes flickered. "Do you have any basis for your words?" What? Are you afraid that Gu Jingze and I will expose you?" Han Kaiying snorted. Han Kaiying thought that Lin Che was afraid, so she became even more enthusiastic. "President Gu, Lin Che has had feelings for Qin Qing since she was young. She's always been sneaky about it. Don't think that she's as innocent as she appears to be. You've been deceived." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and the look in his eyes changed. The person behind her immediately waved his hand and hit Han Kaiying's face. It was so fast that no one could react in time. It was Gu Jingze's man who hit Han Kaiying, so naturally, it was very ruthless. Han Kaiying's mouth immediately started bleeding. She grimaced in pain and raised her head to look at the people in front of her in disbelief. You hit me." As soon as she finished speaking, the next slap landed on her face. The right side of Han Kaiying's face swelled up quickly. She couldn't believe it and burst into tears. Lin Yotsai's eyes moved. He immediately judged the situation and held Han Kaiying back. Gu Jingze looked at the woman in front of him indifferently. Apologized to Lin Che. Han Kaiying held back her tears. How could she be willing to do that? "Why should I apologize? You've slandered Lin Che. If you don't apologize, do you think you can walk out of here safely?" Han Kaiying was flustered and exasperated. "Gu Jingze, don't go overboard. Even if you're rich and powerful, I don't believe that no one can control you. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you for hitting me." Lin Yukai hurriedly held her back. But Han Kaiying was not someone who could be held back. Gu Jingze's lips twitched and he sneered. "There's really no one here who can control me. Apologize. Otherwise, the Lin family will leave Country C. You can make your choice now." Lin Yukai was so frightened that he quickly pulled Han Kaiying back. Mr. Gu, please be magnanimous. She's just a woman. She doesn't know anything and only knows how to spout nonsense." Han Kaiying was so angry that she had lost her mind. She had been hit, but Lin Yukai did not stand up for her. Instead, he was being so submissive. "You, Lin Yukai, why are you so cowardly?" Lin Yukai really wanted to strangle this woman to death. "Shut up." He lowered his voice and whispered into Han Kaiying's ear. "Who do you think Gu Jingze is? He's the most powerful man in Country C. Do you really think there's anything he doesn't dare to do or can't do? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." You, Lin Yukai, can you still live? You should just stay by that little bitch's Lin Che. How could you treat me like this?" Han Kaiying's face was swollen, and she started crying loudly. Lin Yukai glanced at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze only raised his head slightly. His eyes were slightly narrowed, but the coldness in his eyes was enough to freeze one's heart. He gritted his teeth and said angrily to Han Kaiying, "You bitch! You've always been creating trouble for the family, and you treat Lin Che so badly. You don't have the slightest bit of virtue that a woman should have. Lin Che is my daughter after all. You don't have the slightest bit of sympathy for her, and you even make things difficult for her." Hearing Lin Yukai say that about her, Han Kaiying was in disbelief. Did he treat her like this because Gu Jingze was here? Was Gu Jingze really that scary? That scary? Han Kaiying stood there and still couldn't believe it. However, Lin Yotsai's eyes moved. He glanced at Gu Jingze and then looked at Han Kaiying. Finally, he said, "Today, you'd better pack up and get out of the Lin family. I want to divorce you. I want to divorce you. From now on, you're no longer a member of the Lin family, and you're no longer my wife." Lin Yukai didn't want to make it so big. However, looking at Gu Jingze, he absolutely didn't dare to be implicated by Han Kaiying and let the Lin family burn down. Han Kaiying was stunned. Lin Che didn't expect this either. Looking at Lin Yukai in front of him, he was a little surprised. Linli, on the other hand, couldn't accept it. She stood up angrily and said, "Dad, what are you doing?" Lin Yukai pushed Linli away. "What? Do you want to get out of the Lin family with your mother?" Linli trembled in fear. She looked up and saw Gu Jingze's cold eyes. She felt a chill down her spine. Chapter 275. Gu Jingze just glanced at them and didn't even bother to look at them. Lin Che didn't expect his father to be so decisive. Linli looked at Han Kaiying and thought that her father was just trying to scare her. However, Lin Che was still unhappy that Lin Yukai was so humble in front of Lin Che. He retreated to the side and looked at Han Kaiying's shocked face. Then, he looked at Lin Yukai and said angrily, You, I don't want a divorce. I've worked for your family for so many years, and now you want to get rid of me? I don't want a divorce." Lin Yukai was also in a dilemma. He looked at Han Kaiying and said to the servants behind him, "What are you looking at? Go and pack up this bitch's things and throw them away." The servants were so scared that they went in to pack up. Han Kaiying was really scared this time. She rushed over and begged. Lin Yukai pushed Han Kaiying away and said to Linli, "What are you looking at? Take your mother away and pack up." Linli didn't dare to hesitate. She quickly helped Han Kaiying up and pulled her away. Han Kaiying looked back with every step, but still didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Yukai hurriedly said to Gu Jingze after they left, "President Gu, please don't mind her. That woman's mouth is too dirty. I didn't mean it that way. Lin Che is my daughter. I'll treat her well no matter what. I've tolerated her because she's my wife after all. This time, she's gone too far. I definitely won't let her off." Gu Jingze didn't care about what he said. He just looked in front of him expressionlessly. "I don't want to interfere in your family affairs. Even if she comes back to your family in a few days, it's no big deal to me." Although he said that, he didn't dare to say anything when he heard Gu Jingze's cold tone. He said hurriedly, "Impossible, impossible. I said I'll kick her out and I'll kick her out. From now on, this bitch has nothing to do with the Lin family." Gu Jingze ignored him and said to Lin Che and his grandmother, "What do you want?" Lin Yukai heard that and quickly answered, "Oh yeah, I want to know the cause of Lin Che's mother's death. I still have the information about her hospitalization." Lin Yukai hurriedly asked someone to find the materials. Soon, a servant brought out a box. Grandma looked at it and took it with trembling hands. She quickly opened the box. Lin Yukai sighed and said, "Lin Che's mother is gentle and virtuous, courageous and virtuous. She's a good woman. It's just that the heavens are jealous of her beauty. When she gave birth to Lin Che, her body was already broken. After that, she struggled to hold on for more than 10 years. In the end, she couldn't hold on any longer." Indeed, Lin Che still remembered that his mother had been in poor health all those years ago. Coupled with the fact that she had been ostracized by the Lin family, it was even more impossible for her to recuperate well. Although it was too late to investigate what had happened back then, it was still a comfort to be able to get this information and know the cause of her death. Gu Jingze took one last look at Lin Yukai. Lin Yukai bowed and sent him off with Lin Che and his grandmother. Yang Lingxin watched from behind and hurriedly followed them. Seeing that Gu Jingze had brought a row of bodyguards who were all dressed in black, she was amazed by their professionalism. She looked at them for a while and hurriedly followed them. But of course, she couldn't get into Gu Jingze's car. She got into another car and left with them. Seeing that the group of people had left, Lin Yukai finally let out a sigh of relief. When they entered the house, Han Kaiying was still throwing a tantrum. "I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Lin Yukai, I've been with you for so many years. You can't treat me like this just because you're afraid. Who is Gu Jingze? He's just rich. Why are you so afraid of him?" Lin Li also looked at Lin Yukai and said, "Dad, isn't it too much to chase Mom away? Why did you let Lin Che be so proud of himself?" "Humph." Lin Yukai looked at the mother and daughter. He pointed at them and said, "How dare you say that? I've told you to grow some brains in the past, but you just didn't listen. How can our family be compared to Gu Jingze?" Lin Yukai looked at the mother and daughter. Han Kaiying said, "That little bitch Lin Che is just a mistress of Gu Jingze's. Sooner or later, she'll get tired of him. Why are you so afraid? Sooner or later, Gu Jingze will marry a woman of equal status. No matter what happens in the future, right now, Gu Jingze is her backer. Don't all of you know how ruthless Gu Jingze is? Do you really think he's a good person? How dare you say that? I don't believe that no one can deal with him. With his influence, no one can deal with him." Then Han Kaiying looked at Lin Yukai and said, Lin Yukai said, "Since you said you want a divorce, sign the divorce agreement." He didn't dare to lie to Gu Jingze. "What? Why? I won't sign it. I won't sign it even if I die." Lin Yukai snorted. "You won't sign it? If you don't sign it, do you want to sleep on the streets when the Lin family has nothing? You're Lin Li's mother now, so you can live with money. When the Lin family is gone, you'll be a beggar who picks up trash." Han Kaiying sat there dejectedly, sobbing. In her heart, she really hated Lin Che to death. Gu Jingze brought Lin Che and Grandma back to Grandma's villa. Grandma heard from Lin Che about the illness and the documents and knew that her mother's health was indeed too poor. In addition, the medical standards at that time weren't good, so she couldn't drag it on any longer. Grandma nodded and sighed. "It's her fate. Forget it. Luckily, she's relieved to see that you're living a good life now." Grandma said that they had stayed here long enough and was ready to go back. Naturally, Lin Che couldn't bear to leave. Grandma said that when she had time, she would go and play there. Although it wasn't a big city with everything, it was beautiful and fresh. Lin Che remembered that Gu Jingze had said that he would find someone to take care of his grandmother. Besides, his grandmother didn't know anyone here except for him. No matter how good B City was, she would definitely feel bored. So, he agreed and arranged a plane for her. Gu Jingze sent people to take care of these things while Yang Lingxin stayed by his side to take care of Grandma. Yang Lingxin looked at Lin Che and said, "President Gu is so handsome today." When he went over, those people became listless. Lin Che said, "Yeah, I didn't expect my dad to want a divorce. I don't know why he's so afraid of Gu Jingze. President Gu treats Sister Che well, so of course you're not afraid of him. Everyone else is afraid of him." Lin Che thought that she wasn't afraid of him when he wasn't good to her in the past. Thinking about it, he was bold enough. Chapter 276. Perhaps others were too afraid of him, which was why they thought he was scary. But they didn't know that Gu Jingze was actually a very principled and considerate person. Regardless of what others thought of Gu Jingze, Lin Che felt that Gu Jingze wasn't that scary. He was such an upright person. How could he be a bad person? Yang Lingxin said obediently, "I'll go and see if Grandma needs anything." Lin Che was pleased that Yang Lingxin was so hardworking. Actually, he wasn't afraid of being poor. As long as he was willing to work hard, he would be rewarded. Yang Lingxin went to collect her grandmother's clothes and make soup, but she was still thinking about what had happened at the Lins yesterday. It turned out that Lin Che's family wasn't that good after all. It turned out that her mother was a mistress and she was an illegitimate daughter. It turned out that her family was also so troublesome. Moreover, her identity was so complicated, her family was so bad, and her family wasn't cleaned up. Gu Jingze was done. When he came back, he saw Lin Che watching TV. Grandma was old and went to bed early. Yang Lingxin was watching TV with Lin Che. Seeing Gu Jingze come back, Yang Lingxin stood up first. Gu Jingze walked over and looked at Lin Che. He smiled and patted her shoulder. Lin Che looked up. How is it? Have you booked the plane tickets? I've arranged for our family's plane to go over. It's better for an old lady like her not to take the crowded plane. Lin Che thanked him for his consideration and said, Thank you for specially arranging for the Gu family's private plane to send my grandmother. Silly, your grandmother is my grandmother too. But I still have to trouble you. I really feel grateful. Behave yourself when you're around me. He pinched her nose. Lin Che wrinkled his nose. How am I dishonest? You're not obedient anywhere. You only become more obedient when you're in bed. Go to hell. Lin Che reached out to pinch his flesh. Gu Jingze hissed in pain. How dare you hit me and say that you're honest? I haven't hit you for 3 days and you're already tearing the roof tiles? Who told you to act like a hooligan every day? Ha, this means that I'm full of energy. When the day comes that I don't have the energy to act like a hooligan with you, you won't even be able to find a place to cry. Lin Che thought, who knows if that day will come. When that time comes, maybe he'll already be tired of her body, and his illness will be cured, and he'll directly divorce her. Lin Che wanted to pinch him again, but Gu Jingze had already wrapped his arms around her body. Then, he realized that someone was watching them. Lin Che looked up and saw Yang Lingxin still standing there. She quickly pushed Gu Jingze away, signaling him to behave. Gu Jingze looked back and stood up in disappointment. He said to Lin Che, Let Grandma rest. Let's go home. All right, Lin Che said. Seeing that Yang Lingxin was still behind, Lin Che said, it's getting late. Let's send you back. Yang Lingxin said, You guys go back first. I think there's still a subway. Forget it. It's not safe for a girl to take the subway so late at night. We'll send you back. It's not far anyway. Lin Che said. Hearing this, Yang Lingxin looked at Gu Jingze awkwardly. Gu Jingze nodded. Then let's go together. Yang Lingxin smiled. Thank you, President Gu. Thank you, Sister Che. Lin Che and Gu Jingze sat in the back while Yang Lingxin sat in the front. Soon, the two of them sent Yang Lingxin back to a very old neighborhood. Yang Lingxin said, This is my home. It's too old and run down. Don't let President Gu's car in. I'll go in myself. I'll damage the car if I go in. Lin Che saw that it was a little small inside. If the car went in, it would be difficult to get out, so he nodded. All right then. Yang Lingxin said goodbye to the two of them, jumped out of the car, and skipped into the neighborhood. Watching her leave, Gu Jingze said, Is she your assistant now? Lin Che nodded. Yeah, she's very agile. Sister, you said that although she's young, she's much more agile than the other assistants. She can handle many things on her own. She's someone worth nurturing. Gu Jingze just looked inside and nodded. Why isn't Yu Minmin with you today? She has something to attend to at home, so she took the day off. Yeah, it's better to spend more time with Yu Minmin. Don't get too close to other people. Okay, Lin Che thought. Is there something wrong with other people? But it was true that she didn't interact much with other people. She only told some things to Yu Minmin. She trusted Yu Minmin quite a bit. Lin Che said, Do you think my dad will really divorce Andy? What's wrong with divorce? Nothing. I just don't think it's possible. Don't worry, he won't dare to not divorce her. Why? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. It's hard to understand with your IQ. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Lin Che just couldn't understand why they were so afraid of him. Gu Jingze knew that Lin Che didn't know what the name Gu Jingze meant in the eyes of outsiders in Country C. He didn't want her to know either. That way, he would only be Gu Jingze in front of her. The only problem he had with her was that he had a bad temper, was a germaphobe, and was a man who had a lot of things to do. Perhaps it was also because he had always been Gu Jingze in front of her, so she would never know what kind of person he was in other people's eyes, or what kind of terrifying things he had done in the outside world. Gu Jingze said, All right, let's talk when we get home. Okay, let's go home. The news that Lin Che and Gu Jingyu were going to shoot a movie together spread quickly. Gu Jingyu's movie was about to start shooting, so naturally, there was a press conference. Gu Jingyu attended it personally, and the list of actors was announced on the spot. This fantasy movie was called Celestial Captors. The main actors were Gu Jingyu, Lin Che, Xian Xiaoyuan, and the little fresh meat Li Junyi. Some of the other actors were also very famous. Lin Che didn't expect Xian Xiaoyuan to be in the movie too. Although she had been popular for many years, she wasn't as famous as Mu Firen, but she was still very popular and had countless fans. Lin Che was acting with her, and he was even going to be the female lead. Lin Che was still a little afraid. He was worried that Xian Xiaoyuan would be unhappy and cause trouble. Yu Minmin comforted Lin Che and said, "Don't worry. The reason why you are the first female lead is because the director thinks that your temperament is more suitable." The company asked her to audition for the role of the second female lead right from the start. She's going to play the role of an older sister with Li Junyi, and you're going to play the role of an older sister with Gu Jingyu. The roles of the two of you are different. What can she say? If she's angry, tell her to look for the director. In order to promote the movie, the producer of the movie recommended a few of the main actors to participate in a reality show together. Gu Jingyu naturally wouldn't participate in a reality show. He didn't need to participate in a reality show to maintain his popularity. Wherever Gu Jingza was, there was no need for publicity. Therefore, it was the other main actors who would participate in the reality show. The reality show was called I Want to Go to School. The main actors would go deep into a high school in B City to experience student life. They would be staying and studying in this high school. The show would be filmed for a week, which meant that they would be living in the school for a week. Chapter 277. The last time Lin Che participated in a reality show, she was only a guest. This was her first time participating in the recording of a reality show. At the Gu residence, Lin Che's suitcase had been packed and placed in the living room. Gu Jingza looked at Lin Che and said, "Be careful. If anything happens, remember to call me." Lin Che nodded. She was a little nervous when she thought about how she was going to stay there for a week, especially since she was going to film a show with so many people. She was afraid that she wouldn't perform well. After all, she was still inexperienced when it came to filming. "Have you packed everything?" he asked as he looked at the suitcase. "Yeah, the servants helped me prepare it. With the staff taking care of me, there shouldn't be a problem," Lin Che said. Gu Jingza caressed her palm and looked at her little face. "Be obedient in school and don't get too close to men. Remember, you have a husband." "What? I'm a woman. I've promised you that I won't have another man when I'm with you. I won't have another man." She still remembered that their agreement was very clear. During their marriage, she wouldn't do anything to embarrass him, and she definitely wouldn't have any contact with other men. Moreover, after being by Gu Jingza's side for so long, there really wasn't any man who could make her heart flutter. When she looked at them, she felt that every man looked very childish and ugly. They weren't as pleasing to the eye as Gu Jingza. Hearing Lin Che say that she wouldn't have any contact with other men when they were together, Gu Jingza's eyebrows moved slightly. Lin Che said, "Okay, I'm leaving. We're still in B City anyway. Don't worry. Nothing will happen." Gu Jingza said, "Who knows if a troublemaker like you will really be fine?" As long as she left his sight, he would feel that something was going to happen to her. He also felt that he was being a little wishy-washy, but he couldn't help but worry about her safety. Who asked this little woman to get into trouble so easily? She was careless and careless. If he hadn't asked people to keep an eye on her, who knew how many things would have happened to her? She turned her head and thought about how she couldn't see him for a week. She felt a little sad. She gazed deeply at Gu Jingza's tall and handsome face. She stared hard at him and waved her hand reluctantly. At this moment, her hand was suddenly grabbed by Gu Jingza. She sat on his lap, and before she could react, his lips had already landed on hers. Prying open her lips, he pushed his way in, biting her lips passionately and licking them forcefully. Lin Che sat on top of him, her body moving restlessly. However, as she rubbed against him, she felt the texture of his thighs, and her cheeks turned even redder. It was hard for them to part, but they had no choice but to part. He let go of her lips and pinched her cheeks as he looked at her delicate face. "Without me by your side, you'd better behave yourself. If you can't help it, I'll make it up to you when I come back. But you're not allowed to flirt with other men." Who couldn't hold it in? Lin Che pushed his chest. "Do you think everyone is as perverted as you?" Gu Jingza smiled and said, "I've fed you every day. If you sleep alone for the next few days, you might miss me badly." Get lost. I have my own principles, okay? That's because you haven't experienced it before. Now that I've developed it, do you think you won't miss me? You're the one who wants to. Anyway, call me when you miss me. Lin Che blushed. She stood up, grabbed her suitcase and walked out. Who's missing you? I won't miss you. Gu Jingze stood there and shook his head helplessly as he watched Lin Che's fleeing figure. This little girl made him worry. He still couldn't stop worrying when he thought about how there were a few other actors in the crew who were going to stay with them. This woman, she didn't know how attractive she was. She was like a magnet, slowly attracting men's gazes. Even Gu Jingyu, who had been ascetic for many years, admired her. It was obvious how attractive she was. Gu Jingze took a deep breath and became more and more worried. It was the best high school in B City. The school was famous for its freedom and was famous overseas. The school was big and the scenery was beautiful. It was also a place that people always praised. It was school time and the school was bustling with people. The filming crew was already waiting outside. When Lin Che came in with his suitcase, the camera behind him had already followed. As soon as he entered the school gate, he felt a group of students surrounding him. They shouted, "Lin Che, Lin Che. Lin Che, I like you so much. Lin Che, I've watched all your TV shows. Lin Che, I'm your fan." The staff quickly pushed them away. Lin Che smiled at them embarrassedly and said, "Don't worry, students. We're going to be classmates for the next few days. We can talk about our admiration later." Everyone laughed and watched as Lin Che went in to register. "Hello, I'm Lin Che." "Oh, Lin Che, go to the second year, class 3. Lin Che carried the suitcase and went through the procedures. Other than the reality show producers, there were also staff from Lin Che's own company following behind him. To avoid trouble, they must be watching the whole filming process from behind. A group of people followed Lin Che inside. Their imposing manner caused people to raise their eyebrows. Some students exclaimed from behind, "Wow, is that Lin Che? Yeah, he's a big star. He's so awesome. There are so many people following him. I want to be a star too." "You? Forget it. There are so many people who want to be stars, but there are only a few who become famous. Don't you see how good-looking Lin Che is?" Just then, someone exclaimed, "Wow, look, Xi Xiaoyuan is here too." Compared to Lin Che, Xi Xiaoyuan's presence was much bigger. There were probably more than a dozen people following behind her. Together, they entered the school in a grandiose manner. She looked straight ahead, ignoring the shouts of the fans and students beside her. She just walked into the school wearing sunglasses. In the dormitory, Yang Lingxin was arranged to help Lin Che pack his things. Yang Lingxin said, "Seriously, why do we have to film a reality show first when we're filming a movie?" Lin Che said, "This is also a publicity method. There's a lot of publicity in the early, middle, and later stages. We should cooperate as much as we can." "Oh right, that Xi and Xiaoyuan just now, she brought a lot of people. Sister Yu even said to let me do it myself. I arrived early, so we'll let little Tao and the others come along to help Sister Che pack up." Lin Che said, "I can actually do it myself. It's just that Sister Yu is worried. It's not like I've never stayed in school before." Chapter 278. Isn't that so? Sister Che is a celebrity now. Of course it's different from the past. Look at how imposing Xi and Xiaoyuan is. Hearing Yang Lingxin's words, Lin Che raised his head and said to her, "Little Xian, celebrities aren't special people. They don't care about their aura. I didn't become a celebrity for the sake of my aura either. I just want to stand out and earn my own living. I also want to be admired and liked by others. However, whether or not I have an aura isn't important. These auras are all for others to see. I just need to act cool once in a while to make others envious. Being followed by so many people every day is also very annoying." Hearing Lin Che say this, Yang Lingxin looked at him with wide eyes and smiled. "I know, Sister Che. I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought that way. There's nothing wrong about it. I'm not reprimanding you. I'm just telling you that this is what I think. I know. I just can't stand to see Xi and Xiaoyuan being followed by so many people." At this moment, they heard a commotion outside. Not long after, they saw Xi and Xiaoyuan coming in. A group of people followed her in. The small dormitory suddenly became crowded. It was especially annoying. Lin Che pulled Yang Lingxin to sit down first. After Xi and Xiao Yuan tidied up the place, some of her assistants left. There was finally some space. Xi and Xiao Yuan raised her head and saw Lin Che's seat. She paused for a moment, then stood up and looked in Lin Che's direction. "I want this bed," she said to the director. The director was stunned. He looked at Lin Che inside and said to Xi and Xiao Yuan, "Xiao Yuan, this bed has already been booked. It's not good for you to suddenly change it." Xi and Xiao Yuan said, "The sunlight is good there. I want it there." The director looked at the two of them awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Xi and Xiao Yuan saw that the director was still looking at the two of them with fear and hesitation. She sneered, "Director, do you know how many years I've been in this industry? This is the first time I've participated in this kind of program. The production team promised to take good care of me. I only participated in this kind of program because of Director Fan. But what do you mean now? You won't even change your seat for me?" Xi and Xiao Yuan was a person who was not easy to please. She was also well known in the circle, but because of her status, no one dared to say anything about her. Xi and Xiao Yuan looked at Lin Che. Lin Che moved and looked at Xi and Xiao Yuan. How could he not know that she was deliberately going against him? Ever since the two of them became enemies during the last annual staff ceremony, she had always been going against him. However, they had never met face to face. But this time, they were filming a show together. So, naturally, she would not let him off the hook. Xi and Xiao Yuan raised her eyes. Without Gu Jingyu to support her, Xi and Xiao Yuan wanted to see what else Lin Che wanted to do. Lin Che raised his head and looked at Xi and Xiao Yuan. "Sister Xiao Yuan, the cameras have already filmed our beds. Won't the audience find it strange that you suddenly changed positions?" Xi and Xiao Yuan laughed and said, "Do you have any common sense? This can be reduced later on. They can do it again. There are many ways." Lin Che still sat there and did not move. "It's very hard for the staff to film. It's not good to trouble them." "Ha, Lin Che, don't pretend that you're understanding and I'm not. I'm the one being filmed. Of course, my mood is important. If I'm in a bad mood, the effect of the filming will be bad. Can you bear that?" "Humph, I've been in this circle for many years. I know a lot more than you, who just came out a few days ago. You don't have to show off your ignorance in front of me." Lin Che narrowed his eyes and looked at Xi and Xiao Yuan. "Since Sister Xiao Yuan said so, then as the person being filmed, my mood is also very important. If the position was changed, my mood would be bad too. You. Isn't this what Sister Xiao Yuan just taught me? I've learned a lot," Lin Che said as he raised his eyebrows. "Lin Che, who do you think you are? How dare you talk back to me here? Your mood? Do you really think that your mood is very important? Humph. Just because you're able to participate in the filming of Capturing Fairy, you think that your status is on the same level as mine? Ha! Relying on your relationship with Gu Jingyu to enter the crew, you still dare to put on airs in front of me." When the director saw that the two of them had just arrived, they actually started arguing. He was so depressed that he did not know what to do. Both of you, calm down. Lin Che, otherwise you. Director, although I'm still a newcomer and it's a traditional virtue to respect the elderly, I don't want to change this position. She had just arrived and she was already being bullied by Xi and Xiao Yuan. If she took a step back today, who knew how far she would be bullied in the future? Hence, Lin Che knew that he definitely could not give in today. Otherwise, there would be no filming for the next 7 days. The director did not expect Lin Che to be so bold. He dared to argue with Xi and Xiao Yuan and even insulted her. He did not know what to do for a moment. "You. Lin Che, how dare you?" Lin Che raised his head. "What's wrong? What does Sister Xiao Yuan want? Is it just a moment of anger, and you can't take it anymore and want to quit the reality show?" Xi and Xiao Yuan choked. She was able to join the film because she had auditioned. It was not easy to get into Gu Jingyu's movie. If it wasn't for her suitable image, acting skills, and audience, she would not have been chosen. Among the other competitors, there were other suitable candidates. It was just that she arrived first and caught the director's eye first. How could she give up the role that she had worked so hard to get? The reality show was to build momentum for the movie. If she did not participate in the reality show, how could she film the movie? She glared at Lin Che and stood up angrily. The expression on her face was distorted, and she snorted at Lin Che. "Fine, just you wait, Lin Che." With that, she opened the door and walked out. Yang Lingxin looked at this scene, then looked at Lin Che. "Sister Che." Lin Che took a deep breath and said to Yang Lingxin, "It's okay. She can't bear to quit. You go first. I'm going to start filming." Yang Lingxin said, "Is it bad to offend her? She has such a strong aura. I'm afraid that she will make things difficult for Sister Che. She looks very powerful." Lin Che said, "Forget it. We'll deal with it as it comes." Yang Lingxin said, puzzled, "Sister Che, President Gu is actually so rich and spoils you so much. You might as well not do this and get bullied." Lin Che said, "Spoils me? How do you think he spoils me? Although we are very close now, it's not what you think. Of course, President Gu is so good to you. Yes, he is very good to me, but a woman still has to have her own career. Who knows what will happen in the future, right? You can't put all your hopes on a man, understand?" Chapter 279. Yang Lingxin said, "Sister Che, you're amazing. If I had such a good husband like Gu Jingze, I wouldn't think about anything else." "Silly girl, when you really have such a husband, you'll think even more." The reality show soon began. Li Junyi and a few other boys who didn't participate in the movie were already waiting outside. Compared to them, the boys' side was much more harmonious. Everyone was smiling happily, looking at the girls around them and discussing something. After a while, Xi and Xiaoyuan walked out. The reality show required everyone to wear school uniforms. The autumn and winter school uniforms were larger. Country C's school uniforms had always been said to be ugly, but when worn by these super good-looking celebrities, they didn't feel ugly at all. Instead, they felt like they had some star aura. Xi and Xiaoyuan's blue school uniform with a row of white horizontal stripes looked very beautiful, causing the little girls and boys outside to exclaim in unison. Li Junyi and the others also looked at her and hurriedly complimented her politely. Their voices of appreciation made Xi and Xiaoyuan feel elated, and she couldn't hide the happiness on her face. Xi and Xiaoyuan had deliberately made 2 braids, which made her look a lot younger. She touched her face, which had no wrinkles at all. She had just secretly gone abroad to get some medicine and spent a lot of money. At this time, her face was not inferior to that of the high school students around her. It was good to have money. Eternal youth was something that needed to be pasted with money. At this moment, Li Junyi called out from behind, "Lin Che is here." The few of them also raised their heads. They saw that Lin Che was wearing the same school uniform as Xi and Xiaoyuan. His thin body, wearing this loose school uniform, made him look even younger. His ponytail swayed back and forth, like a ball of sunshine, full of youthfulness. Compared to Xi and Xiaoyuan's thick foundation, she only applied a little sunscreen makeup on her face. Her face was like a peeled egg, full of collagen. Her bright smile revealed 2 rows of white teeth. Her red lips and white teeth were even more pleasing to the eye. She really didn't put on any makeup at all. In comparison, Xi and Xiaoyuan was very scheming to put on makeup. It looked light on the outside, but in fact, it took a lot of effort to make it look extremely natural. Lin Che smiled as he walked over. His beautiful big eyes, when he squinted, they were clear and somewhat enchanting. His small face and slender neck seemed even more slender in his baggy clothes. His entire person was so beautiful that one couldn't take their eyes off him. He was so refined. Several boys looked at her. Their eyes have revealed their thoughts in an instant, one by one. They all think she is really beautiful. Even in this colorful entertainment circle, she is absolutely unique beauty. Xi and Xiaoyuan's face instantly darkened. She looked back at the few people, but their eyes were no longer on her. Even though there was another actor who was not very famous, they did not look at him at all. They just kept staring at Lin Che. She cursed in her heart, "Damn it. She's really a little vixen. She's really scheming." Usually, everyone dressed differently, so it was hard to distinguish one person's beauty. Now, everyone was wearing the same school uniform, and under the same clothes, different faces, which highlighted Lin Che's difference. On the same day, the media that followed to report this show revealed the shooting information of that day. In the shooting, the school gate was full of fans that day, and the school also seemed very excited because of the participation of several stars. In the shooting, the school uniforms of Lin Che and several female stars were exposed, and there was immediately a lot of praise on the internet. They all said that Lin Che's clothes really looked like that of a high school student, and it was definitely a pure school uniform that could instantly beat any beauty, tofu, or milk tea girl. Such a beauty in high school must be the school belle. However, in fact, only Lin Che knew that in high school, she was not the school belle, because after all, she was poor and didn't have time to tidy herself up. Compared with those rich young ladies who were escorted by nannies every day, such as Linley, she could be said to be extremely unknown. Therefore, when Linley saw the news, she was so angry that she wanted to smash something, thinking that what school belle? More like a joke. Seeing that Lin Che was still so active on the TV, while the family was in a mess, Han Kaiying was forced to move back to her mother's house, and the neighbors outside were pointing at their family. She felt very indignant. The shooting in the school was very lively, and it was extremely noisy. Finally, it was lunchtime. Lin Che, Li Junyi, and another little girl went inside, and the students immediately surrounded them, shouting outside, "Lin Che, give us an autograph. Lin Che, do you have a seat here? Lin Che, what do you want to eat? We can help you get food." Seeing Lin Che sitting next to her, someone quickly said excitedly, "Lin Che, wow, wow, wow. I finally see you in real life. Lin Che, you look so good in real life. Me, 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 me. Can I take a picture with you?" Lin Che laughed and said, "Sure, sure. Let me see if my hair is messed up first. I haven't touched up my makeup for a day." Seeing that Lin Che was taking a picture with someone, the other students behind him suddenly went crazy and immediately surrounded him. However, Xian Xiaoyuan walked in from the other side. She looked at them with disdain, but she still pretended to be friendly. In fact, there were a few assistants behind the camera, not allowing these students to get too close. Seeing that Lin Che was here, she directly walked over and took Lin Che's seat to sit down. Lin Che raised his head and looked at Xian Xiaoyuan. She took advantage of the crowd and sat down with her own cutlery to eat. She even snorted and said to the assistant in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "There are so many people everywhere. Really, it's a good thing that we're used to it. It's not like some small-time celebrities who finally see people like them and can't stop jumping around." The assistant said, "That's right, Sister Xiaoyuan. Hurry up and eat. These are all food from Zhuang's restaurant that we brought in from outside. It's much better than the dirty food in the cafeteria." Lin Che gritted his teeth and ignored her. Xian Xiaoyuan snorted and looked in Lin Che's direction. She said, "How can such a small-minded person achieve anything? Isn't he just relying on his relationship with Gu Jingyu? In my eyes, I don't care about this kind of person at all." Humph. After a day of filming, Lin Che was extremely tired. At night, he lay down in the dormitory. Another small-time actress came over and tried to get close to him. She had just filmed some supporting roles and was still young. She had been trying to get close to Xian Xiaoyuan for a long time. This time, she didn't forget Lin Che. She also came over and talked for a long time, constantly praising Lin Che's good skin. Xian Xiaoyuan came in and snorted. She put the water basin on the table rudely and said, "Yeah, your face is also quite beautiful. Where did you get it done?" Lin Che glared at her. Just then, his phone rang. She looked at it and saw that it was Gu Jingza. She, who had been tired for the whole day, immediately jumped up and ran out to pick up the phone. Xian Xiaoyuan snorted and said rudely, "Who wants to listen to your call? You even ran out to pick it up. You're being so mysterious." Chapter 280. Seeing that he had gone out, the girl said, "Did he call Gu Jingyu? Didn't they always say that they are together?" Xian Xiaoyuan laughed. "Forget it. Gu Jingyu is such an important person. Why would he find an actress? Why do you think Gu Jingyu has never had a scandal for so many years? Do you think it's because he doesn't want to? People say it's because Gu Jingyu's surname is Gu. What kind of family is the Gu family? They have all kinds of young ladies. Why would Gu Jingyu be with Gu Jingyu? Just listen to these rumors. It's already good enough for her to find a rich man to live with after she becomes famous." Xian Xiaoyuan didn't believe that she really had anything to do with Gu Jingyu. She was just bluffing. But she was really curious. She didn't know what call Lin Che had received, so she quickly went out. Outside, Lin Che was holding the phone when he heard Gu Jingza asking, "Did everything go well today?" "Yeah, it was fine. What are you doing?" Lin Che asked, leaning against the wall. "I'm working." "Oh, you still have to work so late?" "Yeah, waiting for a video conference abroad." He could hear that it was very empty on the other side. His voice was muffled. It seemed that he was in his office. Lin Che could imagine that he was in his office, holding his phone in one hand and typing on the keyboard with the other. He looked focused and lazy. He had seen that look countless times before. But now, it was clearly in front of him through the phone line. It was so handsome. Lin Che said to the phone, "Aren't you very busy? Don't call me. Do your work and go to bed early tonight. Don't stay up too late." Gu Jingza said, "It's okay. I won't be busy in a while. Are you tired today?" "It's okay." "Is the reality show fun?" "Yeah, it's quite interesting. The school is nice too." But it was really tiring. She coughed as she spoke. Her throat was itchy. The wind in the corridor was a little strong. She thought she might have been blown by the wind. He immediately heard the sound of coughing on the other end of the phone. "Why are you coughing?" "It's okay. I'm in the corridor. It might be a little windy. I'll go in first." "Okay, go in." "Okay. Go to bed early too." Lin Che said, "Don't stay up too late. Just take care of yourself. You don't know anything outside." "I'm not a silly kid. Of course I know how to take care of myself." "All right. I'm hanging up." Lin Che immediately hung up the phone and coughed. He was about to get some water to moisten his throat. He had been screaming the whole day, and his throat was very uncomfortable. At night, Xi and Xiao Yuan had been tossing and turning in bed, constantly complaining that the bed was too hard and the dormitory smelled too bad. She called her assistant and complained for a long time, saying that she had a villa at home, a Simmons, and everything else. Why did she have to suffer here? Lin Che thought that he had caught a cold, so he quickly called Sister Yu. In order not to affect the filming, Sister Yu asked Yang Lingxin to send him some cold medicine. Yang Lingxin soon arrived. In the corridor, she handed the medicine to Lin Che. Before he could take it, Lin Che's phone rang again. She picked up the phone, looked at it, and her eyes lit up again. It was still Gu Jingza who called. She quickly picked up the phone. "Gu Jingza, you haven't slept yet. Come out." "What?" "I told you to come out of the dormitory. Otherwise, do you want me to come up?" "Ah, you're at school?" Lin Che didn't expect him to actually come. He quickly said, "Okay, I'll go out now." "But how did you come in?" Gu Jingza only said mildly, "Just come out. Hurry up, don't dawdle." Lin Che hurriedly said a few OS and hung up. At the side, Yang Lingxin looked at Lin Che in surprise. "Sister Che, who was that?" Lin Che smiled and said, "I think Gu Jingza is here. I'll go out and take a look." Lin Che couldn't hide the joy on his face. Although he didn't know why he was here and why he suddenly came, he couldn't help but smile at the thought of him actually coming to school in the middle of the night. Yang Lingxin's eyes froze. She stood there and looked at Lin Che's happy face. She glanced at Yang Lingxin and ran out. Yang Lingxin's mouth moved, and her gaze also looked outside. Why could she be so happy? Just because she met Gu Jingza, she was held in the palm of Gu Jingza's hand and doted on. Lin Che ran out and went downstairs. He saw Gu Jingza's car parked outside. Lin Che quickly jumped down the stairs. Gu Jingza opened the car door and stepped out. He raised his head and looked at Lin Che. "Slow down. Why are you running so fast?" He frowned. Lin Che looked at the car behind him. "The school doesn't allow people to drive." "Why are you?" "This is the girls' dormitory area. People aren't allowed in." "You." Gu Jingza held Lin Che and placed a hand on her forehead. "You don't have a fever." Lin Che blinked her big eyes and looked at him. "Of course, I don't have a fever, but I'm still coughing. Here's some medicine. Take it first." "Ah." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingza speechlessly. "How did you know I had a cold?" Gu Jingza passed her a glass of water. "Open your mouth." Lin Che opened her mouth and swallowed the medicine. She looked at Gu Jingza and asked, "Are you here to give me medicine?" Lin Che looked at him. Although he remained silent and only placed the cup of water to the side, Lin Che still felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Gu Jingze looked at her and quickly took off his jacket. He reached out, opened the jacket, and put it on her. Lin Shay looked to the side carefully and realized that there was no one around. Only his people were standing in a row at the back. Lin Shay said, "How did you get in with so many people?" Gu Jingze said, "Drive." Lin Shay thought that he was right. He was Gu Jingze. If he wanted to come in, who would dare to stop him? Gu Jingze looked to the side and asked his people to leave first. He looked at Lin Shay's thin body, grabbed her shoulders, and brought her into his arms. Her body was so cold. He frowned and said, "Why didn't you put on your clothes before coming out?" Lin Shay remembered that they were in front of the dormitory building, so she quickly pushed his chest. Let go of me. What are you doing?" Gu Jingze's body didn't move at all. No matter how hard she pushed, it didn't work. Lin Shay was anxious. She frowned and looked up at his face. Looking at her little head, he said, "Don't move." "No, I really can't do it here, Gu Jingze." Gu Jingze frowned and looked at her unhappily. It seemed that he didn't have much patience. "I told you not to move." But, without waiting for her to say anything, he lowered his lips and kissed her. Lin Shay's mouth was engulfed by him. She felt him prying open her lips bit by bit. It seemed like he was nibbling and teasing her lips. What a disobedient woman. Why did she have to resist when he asked her to? Who else would he punish if not her? Gu Jingze's kiss was heavy and urgent, attacking Lin Shay's soul again and again. Her taste was really too sweet. Unknowingly, his lips became even more forceful, as if he wanted to suck her entire body into his. Even though he had tried countless times, he still couldn't resist her body. Chapter 281. It was too sweet. It was so sweet that his heart was trembling for her. How could he resist it? He only felt that his body was already opening up for her. He couldn't help but want her, want her, want her, want her. Lin Shay really liked the feeling of being kissed by him like this. Her initial resistance had long since collapsed under his intense embrace and kiss. She happily parted her lips and welcomed his passionate lips. She couldn't help but lick every single wrinkle on his lips. After a while, he let go of her. Looking at her lips that were red from being bitten, he smiled slightly. Lin Shay placed her head on his chest and listened to his powerful heartbeat. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This man was really too strong, too handsome, and too sexy. She had clearly rejected him, but why did she forget herself after being kissed by him? Gu Jingze looked at her teasingly and said with a smile, "All right, didn't you just say that there are people here? Why aren't you leaving now?" Lin Shay was stunned. She then remembered that she was still lying on his body like an octopus. She quickly jumped down, raised her head, and said to Gu Jingze fiercely, "Get lost. You, this is a school. Can't you be more pure?" Gu Jingze stroked her earlobe with one hand and looked at her beautiful neck with a burning gaze. "If I wasn't pure, I wouldn't have let you go just now." Lin Shay blushed and slapped his hand away. Gu Jingze stared at her red and delicate face in surprise. He sighed that his body would become haggard because of her sooner or later. He didn't know if she had really cast a spell on him. Why was it that whenever he saw her, he felt an urge to do it? He turned his eyes away and looked at the surrounding scenery to divert his attention. As he looked, he said, "This school is quite nice." Lin Shay said, "Yeah, there's a shopping area behind the school. Why don't we go for a walk? The people who live with us are so annoying. I want to walk before going back." Thinking that she still had to see Xi and Xiaoyuan's angry face when she went back, she suggested going out for a walk to change her mood. Gu Jingze nodded and walked out with her. Inside, Xi and Xiaoyuan had already seen that there seemed to be someone outside. She looked down from above, but couldn't see who it was. She only said to another small-time celebrity, "Did you see someone with Lin Shay down there just now?" "Is that so? I didn't see anything. I just saw a few people. Could it be Lin Shay already has a man?" Xi and Xiaoyuan thought about it carefully. Maybe it was true. She couldn't help thinking that she had told Gu Jingyu that there wouldn't be anything between her and Gu Jingyu. Now that Gu Jingyu was attending the fashion week abroad and she was in the country, how could it be Gu Jingyu? Xi and Xiaoyuan quickly called her assistant. "Bring my phone camera over now." "Lin Shay, you're good. On one hand, you're involved in a scandal with Gu Jingyu, and on the other hand, you have a man behind your back. This time, I'll expose you. Let's see how you can pretend to be pure in the future. On the student street outside, because it was already night, there were not as many people as before. However, there were still people sitting everywhere in the food stalls. Lin Che was wearing a school uniform and a cap, so no one paid attention to her. Gu Jingza glanced at him and said, "By the way, Jingyan wants to invite you to eat together in a few days." Jingyan? Why? Lin Che asked doubtfully. Gu Jingza said, "Jingyan thinks that she likes you very much, so she wants to get to know you better." Likes me? Really? Lin Che said in surprise. I thought we didn't have much contact. Besides, she doesn't look like someone with my personality. She won't like me. Jingyan's personality is cold and tough, but why doesn't she like you? She thinks that you're very good. Gu Jingza also felt strange. He didn't know why everyone around him thought that she was very good. But what was so good about her? She was just silly, stupid, clumsy, and didn't know anything. However, he also thought that she was indeed very good, although he had never thought that she had any commendable merits. Lin Che asked, "Wow, if we eat together, should I pay attention to something?" "Oh, I feel a little worried. What if she thinks that I'm not good, that I'm uncultured, that I'm stupid?" Lin Che grabbed Gu Jingza and asked, "Your sister has such a high education level and is good at studying. Is she good at her job now?" Jing Yin has been a top student since she was young. Not only that, but all her friends are also top students. If you put it this way, it's really. She doesn't seem to know anyone who is bad at studying. Oh, she's so good. Although she has always been in school, she has been helping out with some of the Gu Corporation's overseas work. She is in charge of some foreign trade negotiations. In the Gu Corporation, she has always been a deputy manager. That's so good. Lin Che felt even more worried. Gu Jingza nodded. So, her friends are also competing for scholarships in the university, including her good-for-nothing boyfriend. Back then, he was always defeated by Jing Yin. No matter how hard he competed, he couldn't win against Jing Yin. He always came in second place. Buffed. Second place means good for nothing. Lin Che said speechlessly, "Then what kind of class do you think I, who came in second to last, am? You are a mentally disabled child. You should be pitied. You are different from those who are born with superior intelligence. Get lost." Lin Che stomped his foot again. He would bully her. Lin Che said, "That's terrible. I don't know anything. Your sister must think that I'm so stupid." "Fine. She won't dislike you just because you're stupid." Lin Che glared at him and said, "Why is your family so smart? What about Gu Jingyu? Is he also a straight-A student?" Gu Jingza thought for a moment and said, before he quarreled with his family, he was admitted to the University of Chicago, but he didn't go. Lin Che looked at him in admiration. "Your family is so smart. Are the people around you also straight-A students like Jing Yin?" "More or less," he said. "I mostly come into contact with the senior management of the company. Those who are not senior management usually don't come into contact with me directly. As for the senior management of the Gu Corporation, they naturally have higher academic qualifications." Lin Che thought for a moment and suddenly said, Then is Miss Imo also?" Gu Jingza paused for a moment and said, "Wheeling is different." Lin Che nodded in understanding. Of course she was different. His lover was different from the other people around him. It seemed that he really liked Imo Wheeling back then. He didn't care about her academic qualifications or anything else. As long as it was her, it was enough. Lin Che's heart sank. After all, he had given his true feelings to Imo Wheeling. He was afraid that no one would be able to shake his feelings from now on. After all, no one would be with him for as long as Imo Wheeling. Chapter 282. Even herself thought she wouldn't stay with him for so long. Lin Che's heart sank at the thought of the possibility of being separated from him in the future. She felt that she was becoming more and more dependent on Gu Jingza. She couldn't imagine how she would continue her life without him. She shook her head and stopped thinking about it. After all, he was still by her side now, wasn't he? Gu Jingza also thought of Imo Wheeling when he mentioned her. Actually, Imo Wheeling wasn't that smart. She got her education from her family and had never worked before. She just didn't fight and was very obedient. She was so obedient that she didn't seem to exist. Gu Jingze couldn't think of what he had done for her. However, he didn't have to worry about her at all. She was not like the little girl in front of him, who always caused trouble for him or made him angry. However, how could he be possessed by such a terrible girl? If this wasn't self-abuse, then what was? He didn't know what love was. He used to think that it was love with Mo Huiling, but now that he thought about it, it wasn't. Since then, he really didn't think that he understood what love was. But he just wanted to be nice to her now, to protect her naivety and not let her get hurt again. No matter what she had been hurt in the past, he didn't want her to go through it again in the future. Lin Che looked to the side and smelled the stinky tofu. She quickly pulled Gu Jingze and said, "Hee, there's stinky tofu over there. Do you want to try it?" Gu Jingze frowned. He had smelled enough of the smell. "I don't want to eat such a smelly thing." He pulled Lin Che. "You're not allowed to eat it either. Although it smells bad, it's delicious." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che in disgust. Lin Che curled his lips. "It's fine if you don't want to eat it." However, looking at Gu Jingze, Lin Che was really looking forward to seeing his down-to-earth appearance. She couldn't imagine if the serious Gu Jingze could still maintain his perfect, gentlemanly demeanor when eating something like stinky tofu and continue to act so classy. But Gu Jingze didn't fall for it. She thought that she had never seen Gu Jingze in such a sorry state, probably only when he had an attack. However, at that time, although he was weak, his face was still so handsome that it made people feel indignant. His appearance was still so elegant that it made people feel that he didn't look like a patient at all. He didn't look ugly at all. Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che forward. He didn't even want to look at the ugly, stinky tofu. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a flash behind him. Before Lin Che could react, Gu Jingze's hand had already reached out. The girl at the back looked thin and weak. She seemed to be a high school student. Gu Jingze made a handsome hook. When he spun around, he was as graceful as a butterfly. His movements were smooth and neat. He looked as perfect as a first-rate action movie. The phone in the girl's hand fell into his hand. The girl screamed. She raised her head and saw Gu Jingze's dark eyes. She immediately shut her mouth and stared at him blankly. When Gu Jingze looked at someone, half of his eyes were dark, making people feel extremely cold and gloomy for a moment. He held his phone. "What are you doing?" The girl hurriedly said, "I was just taking a photo. What's wrong?" Gu Jingze said coldly, "Delete the photo." The girl originally thought that it was fine to delete the photo, but she felt embarrassed when he ordered her to do so. She looked at him angrily and said, "I took a photo of myself. Why should I delete it?" "I'm asking you again. Are you going to delete it or not?" "No, I won't delete it. I didn't take a photo of you." "How do you know that I took a photo of you?" "Humph." Gu Jingze looked at the girl indifferently and threw the phone on the ground. The girl was shocked. She immediately screamed, "My phone?" However, the phone had already fallen to the ground. The next moment, Gu Jingze stepped on it with his leather shoes, and the phone screen shattered into pieces. The girl gritted her teeth angrily. "You, pay for my phone. Who are you? How dare you do this to me? I'm going to call the police." Gu Jingze looked at her coldly and gave a look to the person behind him. "Then," he said calmly, "take her to buy a new phone. Get rid of this phone." "Yes, sir," the bodyguard said and hurried over to deal with the scene. The girl had never seen such a person before. She just stared blankly at him. She was chased far away by the bodyguard, but she still looked back. Lin Che watched from the side and was amazed by Gu Jingze's sensitivity. "How did you notice this?" "I noticed it when the phone flashed." As he said that, he looked around and said, "Let's go. It's late. Why don't you go home with me today?" "No, we'll start shooting tomorrow morning," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze lowered his head and looked at her deeply. He touched her cheek with his fingers and nodded. "Okay then, let's go back to school." "Okay." The two of them walked back to the school. Seeing that the girl had been discovered after taking a photo, the person behind them was a little afraid. He didn't dare to take a photo up close and could only take a photo from afar. He picked up the photo and couldn't see the man's face clearly. But at least he had done something, so he quickly walked back. When they returned to school, Lin Che said, "Oh no, it's so late. Don't tell me the school gate is already closed. However, they saw that the people inside had already come to open the gate for Gu Jingze. They nodded and bowed to Gu Jingze to let the two of them in. They even looked at the people behind them fearfully. Lin Che looked up and saw Gu Jingze's nonchalant expression. Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che into the school. Lin Che was still puzzled. Are you going to send me in? It's okay. I can go in myself. While Lin Che was still talking, Gu Jingze grabbed her little hand and lifted her up in his arms. What are you doing? What are you? Let's go. It's so late. We won't go back. What? You want to stay here? Don't you play by the rules? This is a school. I know. This is such a pure place. I'll definitely be pure. Don't worry. I don't believe you. I promise I won't touch you. But if you can't take it and pounce on me, I'll satisfy you. I won't. However, before she could finish her sentence, he hugged her with both hands and his lips were already on hers. Lin Che didn't have any time to think. She felt that this man seemed to be born for kissing. His lips seemed to have a natural attraction. It was such a lingering feeling. How could she reject him with his skills and feelings at the same time? Chapter 283. Xian Xiaoyuan's assistant took the photos and quickly sent them to Xian Xiaoyuan. She looked at the photos and said to her assistant gloomily, "What kind of messy photos are you taking? I can't see the person at all." Inside, she could see a tall man holding her hand intimately. It looked like they were going to stick together. Even so, they were not a couple. How could it be? Xian Xiaoyuan snorted and said, "I don't know where you got your lover from. This time, I'll let you keep pretending. I'll let the whole world know about this news. You can be proud of yourself. You won't have a good ending if you go against me." Lin Che did not return to the room for the whole night. Another small-time actor was still puzzled. Does she really have a boyfriend? But she's too bold. She actually didn't come back for the whole night. Xian Xiaoyuan snorted and said, "Do you think I don't know this kind of inexperienced girl? She's too complacent. She really thinks that just because she's famous, she has a firm foothold in this industry. She doesn't know how to cherish it at all. In this industry, I've been famous for more than 10 years, but I still don't dare to say that I have a firm foothold. She's so bold." Xian Xiaoyuan brought a designer and a stylist, who were busy tidying up for her. It took more than an hour for the makeup to be done. The little actors on the side were envious of her lineup. Xian Xiaoyuan also felt proud, especially that Lin Che, who was too careless. She deserved it for being careless. She was so careless that she gave her a chance, and she deserved it. When she went out, Xian Xiaoyuan saw a few men dressed very seriously in the corridor. They even had pagers hanging from their ears. They looked expressionless as they stood there. Xian Xiaoyuan walked over in a few steps, but she was directly stopped by someone. Only then did she notice that the entire building above had been sealed off. She couldn't help but feel strange. Who was inside? Why was this place sealed off? Moreover, these people all looked like they were not to be trifled with. Below, there was a row of luxury cars outside the school. Needless to say, it had already caused the students to talk about it. But thinking that there were a few big stars living here, and thinking that it might have something to do with them, they only talked about it for a while. And upstairs, when Lin Che woke up and realized that it was already time to gather, he was scared out of his wits. In the evening, they directly stayed upstairs. Gu Jingze always had a lot of ideas. They didn't know when they had cleaned up the place. Except for the shabbiness, everything else was good. Lin Che glared at him resentfully. Gu Jingze pulled her. "What's the hurry? There's still time. Let's get dressed." Lin Che said, "It's all your fault." Gu Jingze smiled and said, "I told you. You were the one who wouldn't let go." "Humph. You still dare to speak? I'm not going to bother with you anymore. Didn't you hug me last night?" Gu Jingze said. Seeing that Lin Che was in a hurry to go downstairs, Gu Jingze stopped her again. "Why are you running so fast? What if you fall down the stairs? You're so clumsy." He frowned and said to her sternly. Lin Che curled his lips. "You only know how to be fierce to me." "Humph." Gu Jingze pressed his lips against her ear and kissed it lightly. "Sometimes, don't you also like it when I'm fiercer and harder on you?" Lin Che's face was red. She pushed Gu Jingze away and quickly ran downstairs. This Gu Jingze was really shameless when it came to acting like a hooligan. Seeing that Lin Che had completely left, Gu Jingze asked the people to prepare and left on his own. The people outside had already prepared the car and people. Gu Jingze looked around and felt that he had been too indulgent recently. In order to spend the night with Lin Che, he actually stayed here for a night. He was originally a very strict person with himself, but he had been indulging himself again and again because of Lin Che. It really shouldn't be. This Lin Che was simply a little demon. Shaking his head, he packed up and quickly left the place. Lin Che jumped down the stairs and finally arrived at the filming location on time. Xi and Xiaoyuan looked at her sideways and snorted. "You didn't come back for a night. Where did you go?" Lin Che said, "Thank you for your concern, Sister Xiaoyuan. I just had some things to do and wasn't here." Xi and Xiaoyuan looked at Lin Che, who seemed to have come out from inside. Her eyes turned and she was stunned. She suddenly thought, could it be that the people who sealed off the building were because of Lin Che? That couldn't be that those people looked very powerful. To be able to enter this school and easily seal off an entire floor, it could be seen that they were not people to be trifled with. How could a little girl like Lin Che know such a person? She had been around for so long, but she had never seen this kind of people. This was the first time she had seen such a big lineup. Shaking her head, she didn't think about it anymore. She just glared at Lin Che again. When she found a chance, she would spread the news about Lin Che. Thought the filming only ended after a week. These days, Gu Jingze finally went to work and didn't bother Lin Che again. At the end of the day, the film crew set up an event. It was a school party. The students and a few celebrities came to the party. Yang Lingxin and Yu Minmin brought other employees to help Lin Che prepare. From afar, they saw Xi and Xiaoyuan's huge lineup. Yang Lingxin said, "Xi and Xiaoyuan brought a lot of people." Yu Minmin said, "She is a celebrity after all. Of course she has a big lineup. Her status in the entertainment industry is second only to Mu Firen and the other super A-listers, so this is normal." Yang Lingxin heard this and nodded in understanding. She looked over there with a little envy. Xi and Xiaoyuan was served in the middle. She didn't have to do anything, and the assistant did everything for her. Just then, the assistant ran in hurriedly and said to Xi and Xiaoyuan, "I heard that the gown the company brought for Lin Che seems to be red." Xi and Xiaoyuan snorted and said to the assistant, "Then, I want that red gown." The assistant said in surprise, "Then what if it clashes with Lin Che's color?" Xi and Xiaoyuan narrowed her eyes and said to the assistant, "Do you know where his gown is?" "About this, I know. They were all transported by the company's car. Go over there now and get the gown." After Lin Che was fully prepared, he saw Xi and Xiaoyuan, dressed in bright red, walking into the venue with great momentum. Lin Che couldn't help but be stunned. He turned around and said to Yu Minmin, "I think my gown is also red, right?" Yu Minmin was stunned. She looked inside and frowned. Is this Xi and Xiaoyuan doing this on purpose? However, just then, they heard Yang Lingxin run out from inside, shouting, Sister Che, bad news, our gown." Chapter 284. In front, the director was already rushing them. "Lin Che is already on stage. Why haven't you changed yet?" "Oh, director, I'll be right back," Lin Che replied. He looked down at the gown that Yang Lingxin had brought. It had been cut open and was in tatters. Yu Minmin grabbed the gown. "How did it end up like this?" Yang Lingxin said, "I don't know. I saw it when I got there. When I got it, the box was still closed and I didn't look inside. When I opened it, I realized that it was damaged." Yu Minmin gritted her teeth. "Someone must have done something behind the scenes. I'll get someone to bring us new gowns." Lin Che listened. The music had already started. It looked like there was no time to get new gowns. Lin Che said, "There's no time. It's about to start." Yang Lingxin was speechless. "Then what should we do, Sister Che? I used to think that things like clothes being destroyed in the entertainment industry were fake. I didn't expect." Yu Minmin said, "Yeah, what should we do now?" Lin Che looked at the gown. After a while, he said, "Forget it. I'll see if I can change it." "Change it? How?" Lin Che tore open the gown and put it on. Seeing this, Yu Minmin hurried over to help her pull up her clothes. She saw that there were holes everywhere, and only a few pieces were still connected. After Lin Che put it on, a large area of her back was exposed, and her underwear was exposed. Lin Che asked for 2 pins in the exposed part of the front and directly pinned it up. After a few tries, she could finally wear it. Yang Lingxin looked at him in a daze. Then, she heard the director call out, "Lin Che, what are you doing? Hurry up, we're just waiting for you." "I'm coming, director." Lin Che walked towards them. The director saw a flash of red and was stunned for a moment. "Lin Che, your gown." "It's okay, I changed it." With that, Lin Che walked in his high heels. At the front desk, Xi and Xiaoyuan stood tall. When she saw that there was no one around her, she snorted coldly. A smug smile slowly appeared on her face. Li Junyi said, "What's going on? Why isn't Lin Che here yet? If she doesn't want to come, then so be it. Could it be that we still need her on this stage?" Xi and Xiaoyuan smiled and looked at the reporter. When she was being interviewed, her attitude was much better. "Sister Xiaoyuan, why isn't Lin Che here? I don't know about this. Maybe he's a young man. He often lazes in bed or something. Maybe he didn't pay attention to the time," Xi and Xiaoyuan said. The reporter quickly asked, "Was Lin Che often late for the previous shows?" "Yeah, she's just used to being lazy," Xi and Xiaoyuan said. The reporter asked again, "There have been rumors these days that the two of them are filming the same movie and are from the same company, but they didn't communicate on set. Could it be that they don't get along?" "Haha, whether we get along or not depends on whether we have something in common. To be honest, I've been in this circle for so long, but I only have a few friends. I don't really like to socialize with other people. We haven't reached the point where we don't get along, we just don't talk much." Xi and Xiaoyuan said haughtily, looking like a big shot. Her meaning was very obvious. She was a big shot. Why would she talk to these newcomers? Her social circle in the circle only had a few friends of equal status. The reporter was about to speak, but he heard someone exclaim from behind, "Lin Che has come in." The reporters turned their heads one after another. They only saw Lin Che's red gown. There were many holes on it, and the white and tender skin inside was faintly discernible. The short skirt matched her long legs, making her look very enchanting. When she turned around, a large area of her back was exposed, making her look even more alluring. The clothes didn't look right. However, when worn on her body, it looked extremely fitting. Her good figure was directly revealed, making people feel that she was very special. The lights and camera shot over at the same time. Lin Che raised her head and smiled at the person. Her wild outfit, coupled with the purity in her eyes, made her look even more unique. Xi and Xiaoyuan, who was also wearing a red gown, suddenly looked dull. Although she was dressed exquisitely, other than that, there was no other good point about her. At most, she could be said to be experienced and remarkable, but there was nothing special about her. Xi and Xiaoyuan gritted her teeth and stared in Lin Che's direction. Looking at her alluring appearance, she could only curse in her heart. Shameless little bitch. How dare she wear this kind of clothes outside? Then, she glared at her own assistant. How did she cut clothes? Or did she go to do fashion design? How could she still look so good after finishing it? The assistant felt very innocent. She didn't want to. At that time, it was already a pile of tattered clothes. Who knew that when Lin Che wore it, it would still look so good? It could only be said that good-looking people looked good in anything. Those who weren't good-looking looked bad in anything. Lin Che stood there and glanced at Xi and Xiaoyuan. She walked over slowly and turned to Xi and Xiaoyuan and said, "Thank you, Sister Xiaoyuan, for waiting for me. What's wrong? Continue the interview." Xi and Xiaoyuan glared at her. Actually, she wasn't in the mood to interview her. However, at this moment, she could only grit her teeth and smile. "You're welcome. As a senior, it's only right for me to wait for a newcomer." Today was the last day of the reality show. Everyone had finished filming the last part of the show and were finally leaving. Lin Che had a good relationship with the staff. After greeting them one by one, he went back. The next day, the news of Lin Che and Xi and Xiaoyuan not getting along was the headline of the news. And the reporter also focused on the clothes that Lin Che wore to participate in the event that night. They were beautiful, fashionable, and very designed. However, the reporter also pointed out that the clothes seemed to be damaged. It looked like the edges were not neatly trimmed. Immediately, the reporter guessed. Could it be that the clothes had been damaged by someone? Who was it? Looking at the two of them who didn't get along, the reporter only said a little, and the netizens immediately thought of a big show. Lin Che's clothes were damaged by Xian Xiaoyuan. Lin Che had no choice but to change his clothes and go on stage. This was also why Lin Che went on stage so late. The netizens immediately rushed to Xian Xiaoyuan's Weibo and started scolding her. They said that Xian Xiaoyuan was shameless and that Xian Xiaoyuan was not a good person. She deliberately suppressed the younger generation and had no tolerance at all. At the same time, the netizens praised Lin Che's impromptu clothes. They praised Lin Che to the heavens. Lin Che didn't expect that his anger at that time would cause such a big uproar on the internet. Yu Minmin looked at the report and said to Lin Che with a smile, "The netizens are not fake. They can guess so many things. It can be seen that the netizens are not easily fooled." Xian Xiaoyuan was furious. She threw the newspaper and gritted her teeth. "This Lin Che, I was wondering why she was wearing that clothes. She must have dressed like that on purpose so that the netizens could see it and scold me together. This Lin Che is too scheming. I have underestimated her." Chapter 285. Lin Che scanned through the comments online. He didn't expect the commotion to continue for a few days. Yu Minmin smiled and said, "This time, your movie is popular again." Lin Che said, "I didn't expect them to argue to this extent and even attack Exenthun. She caused it herself. Who told her to do these things that hurt others without benefiting herself?" Lin Che said, "She won't think that I did it on purpose and want to take revenge on me, right? Even so, you can't do anything about it, can you? Anyway, she hates you. No matter what you do, right or wrong, she will hate you and make trouble for you. So, why do you care whether she takes revenge or not?" Guning said. Lin Che thought about it and agreed. "That's true. I'm just worried that I'll become a burden and always cause trouble." "How can that be? You're already good enough. It's just that the more you stand at the top, the easier it is for you to become a target. Sometimes, even if you don't cause trouble, things will cause trouble for you. There's nothing you can do about it." "All right then," Lin Che said. "I just didn't expect that because of the disagreement, I would have a few more headlines. Yeah, the recent headlines are all about you." After Xian Xiaoyuan's Weibo was scolded badly, she was still unrepentant and kept posting on Weibo. She said that she was innocent and that Lin Che was a junior. She didn't have the mood to argue with a junior newcomer. She even said that Lin Che was clearly trying to create hype and dragged her along. In comparison, Lin Che's side was much cleaner. He only occasionally posted what he was doing, eating, or playing. It made many people feel that Lin Che was so quiet, but the other side was like a tigress, clinging onto Lin Che and refusing to let him go. She even had the nerve to say that Lin Che was trying to create hype when she was the one who wanted to create hype. Yu Minmin looked at the report and shook her head. "I'm afraid that Xian Xiaoyuan is the one who can't take it anymore. Her team must be furious to see her post these." Yang Lingxin said, "She deserves to be scolded. It's disgusting to treat Sister Che like that." Yu Minmin said, "This industry is like this. You'll know when you see it more. There are all kinds of people. It's very messy." Yang Lingxin said, "I'm not as pretty as Sister Che to be an actress. It's impossible for me to enter this industry. I can only watch you guys fight every day." Hearing Yang Lingxin's words, Lin Che raised his head and smiled. "Little Xian, you're actually quite good-looking. You're not any worse than an average actor when you dress up." She smiled as she tidied up Yang Lingxin's hair and said to Yu Minmin, "Right, Sister Minmin? Look, isn't she pretty?" Yes, it's beautiful." Yu Minmin knew that Lin Che was just saying it. How could he really ask Yang Lingxin to be an actress? Although Yang Lingxin wasn't ugly, entering the entertainment industry wasn't determined by one's looks. Talent was also required. Some people looked like celebrities, while others didn't. There was nothing that could be done about it. Yang Lingxin was pretty, but she looked like a passerby. Yu Minmin had been a manager for a long time, so he could tell right away. Hearing this, Yang Lingxin smiled shyly and said, "Don't make fun of me." Just then, Gu Jingze suddenly called. He said that he had an appointment with Gu Jingyan to have dinner together. Lin Che jumped up in shock. No way. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Should I go over now? Yeah, I've already made an appointment. Come over in a while. Lin Che was speechless. He quickly hung up, feeling extremely nervous. Lin Che grabbed Yang Lingxin and asked, "What do you think I should wear? I can't wear something too serious, or I can't wear something too ordinary, or I'll look too lazy." Yang Lingxin said, "Sister Che, you look good in anything. Don't be so conflicted." Lin Che smiled at her. "You're such a sweet talker." She asked Yu Minmin and Yang Lingxin to go back to the Gu family to choose. Yang Lingxin had never been to the Gu family's house before. She was surprised when she reached the entrance. Looking at the security guards at the entrance, she gaped and couldn't close her mouth for a long time. "I thought the Gu family's house would be like the villa that Gu Jingza gave to Grandma, but..." She widened her eyes as she looked around and said in disbelief, "The Gu family's house is so big." Yu Minmin said, "Don't be too surprised. I thought the same when I first came, but when I went in, I realized. What's surprising is the inside. Gu Jingza is indeed Gu Jingza. You can't think of anything, but there's nothing he can't do." Lin Che said, "It's because Gu Jingza is really busy and needs a lot of people. That's why he made it so big." Yang Lingxin looked around. Indeed, she hadn't expected Gu Jingza's house to be so big. She said, "Sister Che, do you usually stay here?" "Yeah." Yang Lingxin looked around. Her gaze swept past the luxurious decorations in the room and the servants walking by. The servants were bowing their heads to Lin Che and saying respectfully, "Madam, you're back?" "Hello, madam." "Madam, you brought your friends over as guests?" Lin Che asked the servants to prepare water for Yang Lingxin and Yu Minmin. Yang Lingxin was still looking around. Looking at Lin Che's back, she secretly bit her lip. Some people could only be servants, while others could live in a big house and be addressed respectfully as madam. There was no fairness in this world. It all depended on who was lucky. Lin Che opened the wardrobe door after entering. When he turned around, he saw Yang Lingxin looking up at the clothes in the wardrobe with sparkling eyes. Girls always had a natural liking for things like clothes and jewelry. Once they saw it, they couldn't help liking it. Which girl didn't want to be beautiful? Some people might say that they didn't like it, but that was because they couldn't afford to. Yang Lingxin looked at the clothes and said, "Sister Che, you have so many clothes." Lin Che said, "They bought all these. I usually only wear a few sets, but I'm going to eat with Jing Yan today, so it's better to choose something more formal." Lin Che couldn't help but think of what Mo Huiling had said. As Mrs. Gu, her dressing was also for Gu Jingza's sake. She didn't want Gu Jingza to be laughed at because of her. Gu Jingza was such a perfect person. The biggest flaw in his perfect life was probably her. Come to think of it, Gu Jingza had never cared about such things. She was really grateful that Gu Jingza was such a good person. Seeing that Yang Lingxin kept looking at him, Lin Che looked down at her clothes. Actually, she was very clean, but her clothes were a little old. Lin Che said, "If you see something you like later, I'll give it to you. Okay?" Hearing this, Yang Lingxin quickly came back to her senses. No, Sister Che, I'm just looking. How can I wear such expensive clothes? These clothes look very expensive." Lin Che said, "I don't know if they're expensive, but I don't usually wear many clothes. These should be new. You can take them and help me wear them." Yang Lingxin said embarrassedly, "How can I do that?" Lin Che said, "Anyway, if you see something that suits you, you can try it on. It's useless to leave it here." Chapter 286. Yang Lingxin's gaze swept across the room. Behind her, Yu Minmin pulled out a light yellow gown and said, "I think this looks good. It's very elegant and not too eye-catching. It should be a good choice for going out to meet family." Lin Che looked at it and thought it looked good too. He quickly pulled it out and tried it on. She put on the light yellow dress and looked a lot brighter. Yu Minmin smiled from behind and said, "Actually, you look good in anything, especially with your fair skin." Yang Lingxin also smiled and looked at her. "That's right, Sister Che. You're really pretty. No wonder President Gu dotes on you so much." Yu Minmin said, "President Gu dotes on Lin Che because they are husband and wife. Moreover, President Gu really likes her. What does it have to do with her beauty?" Yang Lingxin hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Sister Che. I didn't mean it that way. Lin Che smiled. Don't be so serious. I was just joking. After choosing their clothes, it was almost time. The three of them left together. When they were outside, Lin Che asked someone to send the two of them back first. He had to take a car to the place they had agreed on. Yang Lingxin and Yu Minmin left in the bodyguard's car. She turned back and looked at the house that was getting further and further away. After a long while, she finally looked away. In the restaurant, Gu Jingze arrived first and saw that Gu Jingyan was already sitting there. However, there was someone else beside her. It wasn't her boyfriend, Liu Beichen, but a girl who looked a little familiar. Gu Jingze glanced at the girl and called out, Chen. Gu Jingyan stood up and said, Second brother, you're early? Where's sister-in-law? Not yet. Gu Jingze was a man of few words. He just sat down and replied. The girl beside Gu Jingyan stared at Gu Jingze for a while before saying, Ah, Jingze, don't you recognize me? You didn't even greet me when you saw me. Gu Jingze raised his head and looked at her. You are. The girl said unhappily, You really forgot about me. I used to go to your house to play when I was young. Gu Jingyan smiled and said, Second brother, she's Lu Chuxia, Beichen's sister. Have you forgotten? Gu Jingze suddenly remembered. It's you. Yeah, I thought you really forgot about me. Lu Chuxia smiled at Gu Jingze, her eyes sparkling. Knowing that it was her, Gu Jingze was no longer as cold as he looked at her. He smiled and said, How could I forget you? After all, you're my savior. Hearing this, she laughed. It's good that you know. Gu Jingyan suddenly remembered something. Oh yeah, I remember when we went to the Arctic Ocean together. We were ambushed by other countries. It was really dangerous. It was Chuxia who pushed you into the water. That's why you weren't killed. Gu Jingze smiled and nodded. That's right, Gu Jingyan said. After that, the security measures were much tighter. You didn't have as much freedom as before, but it was really dangerous. It's better for you to take more people with you. Gu Jingze said, Thank you, but I was still young then. Now that you've grown up, I didn't recognize you. I'm really sorry. Yeah, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Not only have I changed, but you've changed too. I was just talking to Jingyan about you. Now, I didn't expect you to marry someone other than Imo Huiling. Her gaze lingered on his face, and she looked at him deeply. Gu Jingze said, The world is unpredictable, but I also heard from Jingyan that you were forced to get married by your families. Gu Jingze calmly picked up his tea and took a sip. He glanced at Gu Jingyan. Jingyan quickly said, She's my future sister-in-law. I have to please her. Lu Chuxia smiled and said, Yeah, we'll be a family in the future. Gu Jingze stood up. I'll go and see if Lin Che is here. The two watched Gu Jingze leave. Lu Chuxia said, It seems like your second brother doesn't want to see me. Gu Jingyan said, How can that be? My second brother has always been like this. It's not like you don't know. I know, but your sister-in-law seems to be an actress? She looked at Gu Jingyan and asked. Gu Jingyan said, Yeah, she's an actress. What's wrong? Lu Chuxia said, Nothing. I just didn't expect your family to agree to their marriage. My family doesn't care about that. Plus, it's a special case for Gu. Sister-in-law is also a nice person. We all like her. After she came, the house became much livelier. Gu Jingyan really liked Lin Che, so she didn't hold back on her praises. What's more, it's a special case for Gu. I only remember that Gu Jingze was only with Imo Huiling before. I thought that he was such a loyal person that he would never let go of Imo Huiling. I didn't expect him to marry someone else. It seems like he doesn't really love Imo Huiling that much. What are you trying to say? Gu Jingyan looked at her and asked. Lu Chuxia said, What if I say that I want to pursue your second brother? Pfft, forget it. Gu Jingyan almost spat. My second brother is so old-fashioned. You want to pursue him? Are you crazy? Besides, he's already married. They don't really love each other. They might get divorced one day. Love is free. I've liked your second brother for a long time, but I always thought that I wouldn't have a chance. Now that he has broken up with Imo Huiling, why wouldn't he choose me? After all, we're a good match. Plus, we know each other. It's better than a stranger that we haven't known for long. Don't you think so? Gu Jingyan shook her head. Whatever you say, but I don't think you can get him. How would you know? You and my brother never thought that you could get together. But now, you're getting married. Gu Jingyan paused. Her expression was stiff. She didn't smile for a long time. Lu Chuxia said, All right, my future sister-in-law. You're getting married soon. My brother's previous girlfriend is in the past. Don't worry about it anymore. Gu Jingyan raised her head and looked at Lu Chuxia. Some people will never be in the past. Maybe you don't understand this now, but maybe you will understand in the future. Lu Chuxia said, Where there's a will, there's a way. Moreover, I'm competing fairly. She looked at the time. It's getting late. I'll leave first. I won't keep you from eating. Gu Jingyan looked at Lu Chuxia. Actually, she could understand that people like her were overconfident. Perhaps it was because she had never lost anything since she was young, but being too confident and stubborn wasn't a good thing. However, her advice to Lu Chuxia was probably useless. As someone who had been through it, she understood that Lu Chuxia always thought she was invincible if she had never hit a wall. She said, If you want to pursue my second brother, don't you want to look at my little sister-in-law first? It's okay. What happens to her has nothing to do with me. I care about your second brother, not her. With that, she picked up her bag and turned to leave. Chapter 287. Lu Chuxia naturally liked Gu Jingze. She also felt that there was nothing that Gu Jingze didn't like about her. Her thoughts were very simple. She liked him and wanted to pursue him. She had never tried before because of Immerse Huiling. However, if he could even like Immerse Huiling, why couldn't he like her? Actually, what was so hard to understand about liking him? Who wouldn't like Gu Jingze? It was just that some people didn't dare to like him. Lin Che was dressed in light yellow and soon arrived. When she got out of the car, she saw that it was a high-class clubhouse that was already guarded. The car stopped and the people inside saw that it was Gu Jingze's people, so they naturally let them in respectfully. The people around just looked at this scene and knew that it wasn't a place that ordinary people could enter. They saw a bunch of security guards outside talking to each other through walkie-talkies. Ordinary people weren't allowed to get close, so they also knew that it wasn't a place that ordinary people could enter. Gu Jingze came to pick Lin Che up. Seeing that Lin Che was so solemn, Gu Jingze said, Jingyan isn't that scary, right? Lin Che said, She's not scary, but she should show that she takes it seriously. But this place looks so expensive. It's too grand to eat here. Gu Jingze looked at her. This is Jingyan's property, da. The corner of Lin Che's mouth twitched. Oh, Gu Jingyan got along quite well with her. Although Gu Jingyan seemed to be a difficult person to get along with, it was probably because of Lin Che's first impression. Actually, Gu Jingyan was a very reasonable person who liked to laugh. After the three of them finished eating, Gu Jingyan smiled as she sent her off. Sister-in-law, come and play with me when you're bored. This time, I might not leave for a while after coming back. Really? Oh, right. You're going to prepare for the wedding, right? That's right. Gu Jingyan smiled and didn't say anything else. Gu Jingze held Lin Che's hand and led her away from this place. In the car, Lin Che asked Gu Jingze curiously, Why do I feel like she's not too happy about getting married? How can that be? I don't think so, Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said, Of course not. What kind of brother are you? You don't even know if she's angry or happy. Do you think everyone is like you, with so much time to care about other people's business? Gu Jingze didn't care much about Gu Jingyan's life. Actually, Gu Jingze was a careless person who didn't like to care about other people's affairs. Lin Che said, You've always been a busybody. Gu Jingze paused. He felt strange. He couldn't let go of her at all. He couldn't ignore her, and he couldn't ignore her no matter what. Didn't I say that because you're retarded, I have to care more about you, he said, rubbing her head. Get lost. Lin Che glared at him. But Jingyan really doesn't seem to like getting married. Could it be that she and her boyfriend were forced to get married like us? Of course not, Gu Jingze said. They've known each other since high school, but I remember that they weren't a couple at that time. What's that? Back then, Jingyan was the most popular girl in the school, and he was the second. They were rivals, but they were also friends. Their brotherhood was more important than anything else. Most importantly, Jing Yan's best friend was dating Liu Beichen. Then how did they end up together? How would I know? Maybe something happened abroad. Lin Che nodded, confused. Gu Jingzi said, "You should care more about yourself. Don't bother about other people." Lin Che said, "People are curious. It's enough for you to be curious about me." Gu Jingzi felt that she didn't pay enough attention to him. She was so nice to others, but she was careless with him. Lin Che said, "How am I curious about you? Like how I am curious about Jingyu. Gu Jingyu is different. He's an A-lister in the industry. Of course I'm curious about him." Gu Jingzi's face tensed up. But Lin Che said, "Besides, you're my husband. Why should I be curious about you? Which part of your body haven't I seen?" Hearing this, Gu Jingzi's momentary gloom disappeared in an instant. Because of what she said, he was a little excited. He put his arm around her shoulder and looked at the little woman with a faint smile. Lin Che looked up and saw his perfect smile. She was infatuated again. Her husband was the type that she could never get tired of looking at. This man was hers every time she saw him. She would feel an inexplicable sense of pride. She really didn't know what kind of virtue she had accumulated in her life to be able to be by Gu Jingzi's side and become his wife. The next day, Lin Che rushed to shoot the new film with Gu Jingyu. As soon as he arrived at the set, the director and the other actors came to greet him. From the outside, they could see that there were many fans surrounding the set, calling out Gu Jingyu's name. Even though they knew that they wouldn't be able to see him, they still waited outside. Yang Lingxin followed behind Lin Che. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but ask, "Sister Che, why is Gu Jingyu so popular?" "Because he's handsome," she said. "But, for such a handsome person to have such a good relationship with you, Sister Che, it means that you're a good person. Don't listen to the gossip outside. Our relationship isn't that unimaginable." "How can that be?" "They all say that Gu Jingyu doesn't like to keep in touch with others. Every time he sees you, he'll talk to you, and he's especially supportive of you." At this moment, people around the set came to greet them. News about Lin Che had been everywhere recently. He was in the headlines every day. Whenever there was news, it would be spread. It could be said to be a hot topic. So, when everyone saw Lin Che, they naturally came to greet him. Their gazes fell on her face, probing, curious, and jealous. The director and the others were also very polite to her. They invited her in to rest and do her makeup. As expected, Gu Jingyu came the moment Lin Che went in. He came in and asked where Lin Che was. The director said that she was inside, so he went in without saying a word. Inside, Lin Che's assistants heard the noise and quickly cleaned themselves up. "Gu Jingyu is here. God, where's my lipstick?" "It's too late. Gu Jingyu came in long ago." Yang Lingxin looked at them and said, "That's enough. Gu Jingyu is here to see Sister Che. Why is she looking at you guys?" Little Tao said, "Aren't we basking in Gu Jingyu's light and getting close to her? Look, who isn't envious of us? How is it possible for them to be so close to Gu Jingyu? Moreover, Gu Jingyu is so handsome. Although we know it's impossible, it's fine to look forward to it." Chapter 288. Gu Jingyu came in and pulled out a chair. He looked at Lin Che and said, "Wow, you've put on weight recently. Are you living a good life?" Lin Che felt a little fearful of Gu Jingyu's gaze when he came in. She really wanted him to stay away from her, lest he kept sizing her up. Gu Jingyu said, "Great, let's go for dinner tonight." Lin Che was speechless. "No way. You promised me so many times that you would treat me to dinner, but you never did." "Lin Che, why? Is it so hard to treat me to dinner?" Okay. Let's eat together." "I didn't say I wouldn't eat. Let's just eat," Lin Che said helplessly. Gu Jingyu snapped his fingers and said to her, "I'll look for you after filming. Do your makeup first. Today's your first day. Remember to work hard." "Got it, Senior Jinu. If you know I'm your senior, then be more respectful to me. Don't look at me with disdain, okay?" As he said that, he reached out to pinch her cheek. Lin Che was speechless. These men from the Gu family. Why did they love to touch her face every day just because they were tall and strong? After Gu Jingyu said that, he left in a hurry. Little Tao was infatuated. "Wow, Gu Jingyu is too handsome. I can't even see his pores at such a close distance. How does he maintain his face? It's probably inherited from the Gu family. Look at Mr. President. He's always so handsome. Yang Lingxin looked at little Tao and the others and said, "All right, I told you guys to put on makeup." Gu Jingyu didn't even look at you guys. He came in only to look for Sister Che. Little Tao immediately held Lin Che's hand and said, "Sister Che, you're too enviable. I also want to eat with Senior Jingyu." But little Xiao said, "All right, Senior Jingyu won't eat with you. He only eats with our Sister Che. Do you think you're Sister Che?" Lin Che had goosebumps all over his body from what they were saying. "All right, stop talking nonsense. If the reporters hear it, there will be another scandal. I want to be an actress, not a topic queen, okay?" Recently, the newspapers had started to say that she was the queen of topics. Ever since she started the scandal with Gu Jingyu, every time there was a topic, it would be on the front page. This time, it was the same with Xi and Xiaoyuan. The shooting went very smoothly in the morning. As Gu Jingyu and Gu Jingyu were old acquaintances, the two of them had a tacit understanding of each other. As soon as they got on stage, they had to act together, but there were still a lot of NGs. The director praised them and said, "Everyone benefits from working with such a good actor. Thank you for your hard work." Gu Jingyu also looked at Lin Che and said, "You've improved a lot recently. Is that so?" "Thank you for your praise, Senior Jingyu. Don't say such nice words. Let's go eat." "Oh, okay." The two of them packed up and walked out in a grandiose manner. Following Gu Jingyu, there was a large group of staff behind them. Wherever they went, they attracted the attention of the people around them. Behind them, little Tao and little Xiao were shouting excitedly, as if they were about to lose control of their bodies. "Look, they're all looking at us." "Of course. Look at how close Sister Che is to Jingyu. They're inseparable. Who wouldn't be envious?" Yang Lingxin looked at them from behind and secretly pursed her lips. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Che and Gu Jingyu's eye-catching silhouettes, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. In the office, Gu Jingza sat on the big office chair, his gaze indifferently looking at the pile of documents in front of him. Qin Hao knocked on the door and came in. He reported to Gu Jingza, "Sir, Miss Liu is here to visit." Gu Jingza looked up and paused for a moment. "Lu Chuxia?" "That's right." After a moment of silence, Gu Jingza nodded and said, "Please come in." When Lu Chuxia entered the door, she said with a smile, "Your Gu Corporation is really strict. There are a few checkpoints to enter." Gu Jingza looked at Lu Chuxia and said, "What's the matter? I'll treat you to a meal." She smiled as she looked at Gu Jingza's outfit. He was sitting at the back and had a strong aura. She couldn't help but smile and say, President Gu can treat me to a meal. You haven't said when you're going to repay me for saving your life." Gu Jingza smiled and patted the table. "Sure, I'll treat you to a meal." The place Gu Jingza chose to treat Lu Chuxia was naturally more grand. During the meal, Lu Chuxia kept talking, and Gu Jingza only casually replied. Lu Chuxia said, "I didn't expect you to break up with Mo Huiling." Gu Jingza said, "Yeah, I didn't expect it either." Then, "Gu Jingza, do you think I have a chance to replace Mo Huiling and continue with you?" Lu Chuxia looked at him confidently. Gu Jingza looked at her. "Is it really okay for you to talk about this with a married man?" Lu Chuxia said, "So what if he's married? What kind of society is this? If you don't like someone, you can break up. Love is everything." Gu Jingza said, "What if I say I don't have a chance?" "Ah." Lu Chuxia said, "Isn't it a little too hasty to reject me so quickly? I can give you some time to think about it." Gu Jingza picked up a napkin from the side and wiped the corner of his mouth. Then, he threw it aside and said, "No, thank you for your kindness, but I appreciate it. I'm not suitable for you." He got up and said to her, "I'm still busy at the company. You can do whatever you want. I'll leave first." Lu Chuxia looked at him unwillingly. She bit her lip and said to his back, "I'll ask you again next time. Jingza, we're very suitable for you. You can totally consider it." Lu Chuxia thought that her current wife was just an actress. Other than being good at acting, she probably didn't have any other strengths. A servant came over and looked at Lu Chuxia. "Miss, it's time to go back." She harumphed. "Do you know that Lin Che?" "Ah, Lin Che. I know him, the servant said. He's a very popular actor recently. Miss, do you want to see him? Very popular? But no matter how popular he is, he's just an actress. She harumphed and said, there's no need. I don't like actors and have no interest in them. They all look the same, so I don't want to see him. But if you want to develop a relationship with Mr. Gu, can't you at least know yourself and the enemy? There's no need for me to follow him, she said as she stood up calmly. The servant at the side smiled and said, that's true. Miss, how could Lin Che compare to your status? Anyone with a discerning eye would know which one they should choose when they see the two of them standing together. Chapter 289. Gu Jingze didn't care about Lu Chuxia's words. He got into the car before leaving. He thought about Lu Chuxia's performance just now. Even though he had always been the target of infatuated gazes, he hadn't received many confessions. It was probably because many people were still afraid of his status, or like Lu Chuxia, they wanted to maintain their poise. There was probably only one person who didn't give him a chance to refuse when they came close to him. That person was Lin Che. If she hadn't shamelessly drugged him back then, perhaps she wouldn't have been able to get close to him at all. There was probably no one in this world who was more shameless than Lin Che. To her, elegance and whatnot didn't exist at all. She didn't care about such things at all. When she arrived at the Gu family, she had even thrown herself at him. It was almost as if she was sticking to him, making it impossible for him to resist. Thinking about Lin Che, Gu Jingze shook his head helplessly. Lin Che was eating with Gu Jingyu. The place that Gu Jingyu had chosen was a quiet and secluded place. There was no noise from the fans, and there were no staff accompanying him carefully. Lin Che ate his food in a relaxed manner. Gu Jingyu looked at him from the side and said, eat slowly. No one's fighting with you over your food. Why is everyone in the Gu family so troublesome? It's my habit to eat fast, but you guys are the ones who take your time eating. You're too slow. Lin Che remembered that when Gu Jingze ate, he was just as leisurely. His movements were elegant, and his manners were generous. Gu Jingyu looked at her strangely. What Gu family? How many Gu family members have you seen besides me? No, Mr. President? Who doesn't know him? I saw him eat at the state banquet. He's so slow. Gu Jingyu said, Ha, how dare you talk bad about my brother in front of me? What's wrong? Although he's the president, I'm still a citizen. The president serves the people, right? Gu Jingyu felt that this girl's words were really interesting. He pinched her cheeks even harder. Hey, Gu Jingyu, if you touch me again, I won't go easy on you. Gu Jingyu laughed. Then, his phone rang. He picked it up and didn't care that Lin Che was still on the other side. He picked up the phone. Chuxia, why do you have time to call me? The person who called Gu Jingyu was Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia said, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask, did your second brother really end things with Immerse Wheeling? My second brother? Right? He's already married, so it's definitely over. When Lin Che heard the words second brother, the chopsticks in his hand paused. He couldn't help but raise his head. Lu Chuxia said, if that's the case, do you think it's possible for your second brother and I to be together? No way. How could you fall for an antique like him? A man like him naturally has something that attracts women. Of course, you wouldn't understand. I really don't understand why so many people like him. A gloomy man who spends all his time playing with swords and knives in the shopping mall and coming up with conspiracies and schemes when he has nothing better to do, Yizichin said. Just tell me if it's possible. It's possible. You're a socialite. Who doesn't know your name? Who doesn't know you? How many men have fallen for you? You should work harder. I'm also looking forward to the blossoming of the stone tree. Let me see if he can be completely conquered by any woman. Really? Don't lie to me. But isn't my second brother already married? Why are you getting involved? What do you know? He doesn't even love that woman. You've been out for too long and don't care about what's going on at home. I'm confident. I'll hang up now. Gu Jingyu put down the phone and saw Lin Che's strange expression. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu. Who is that? Why is it your second brother? Gu Jingyu said, Oh, Lu Chuxia. I don't know if you've heard of this person, but since you're so dumb, you probably haven't heard of her. She's the daughter of the Lu family, a socialite. She's very famous in the circle, and she's a good friend of my younger sister. She just told me that she wants to pursue my brother and asked me if it's possible. Unknowingly, Lin Che felt the chopsticks in his hand tighten bit by bit. His hand hurt a little. Isn't your second brother already married? I heard that my second brother doesn't like that woman at all. I think he was forced to get married by my family. She's also someone who doesn't match their social status. Don't worry about it. My family doesn't care about it. But I feel that if she's a commoner, she shouldn't have anything in common with an old-fashioned person like my second brother. Gu Jingyu only felt that Lin Che's gaze was getting dimmer. Gu Jingyu said, "Hey, don't think that I'm old-fashioned. It's just that I know my second brother. He's extremely old-fashioned. He's different from a free and modern person like me. Plus, he has a lot of problems. If you live with him for a few months, you'll know how good I am." "So, they're suited to be together?" Lin Che asked. Gu Jingyu said, "They're well-matched in social status and their personalities are basically suitable. Although the Gu family doesn't need a woman to help them, the Liu family should be of some help to the Gu family's profits. Also, the MO wheeling that my brother liked in the past is somewhat similar to this Liu Chuxia. I think they should be similar." As Gu Jingyu said this, he felt that something was wrong. He looked at Lin Che and asked, "Why are you so interested in my second brother's matters?" "Oh, nothing. I'm just curious." Lin Che smiled. Of course the people of Country C are very interested in hearing about the Gu family. After all, they're so mysterious. Really? I don't think they're any different from ordinary people. For some reason, Lin Che ate less after that. After eating for a short while, he felt full. They had to continue filming the next day, so the two of them could only go home, saying that they would see each other tomorrow. On the way, Yang Lingxin saw that Lin Che was looking outside with a dazed expression, as if he was absent-minded. She asked, "Sister Che, what's wrong? Are you not happy eating?" Lin Che came back to his senses. "No, I'm very happy." "Then why do you look so absent-minded?" Yang Lingxin said, "Just now, I saw that everyone was very envious that Sister Che could eat with Gu Jingyu. Is that so? Don't we all eat together? What's there to be envious about?" Lin Che leaned against the wall lazily. He felt that he didn't want to move at all. It was as if his body had suddenly lost all of its energy. Although Gu Jingza and Mo Huiling had separated, it was undeniable that he must have loved Mo Huiling. The type he liked was definitely a lady from a wealthy family like Mo Huiling, and not a small fry like Lin Che who only knew how to cause trouble. Lin Che suddenly realized that actually, the distance between her and Gu Jingza was not just because of Mo Huiling. It was because their worlds were completely different. Chapter 290. Soon, they arrived at the Gu residence. Gu Jingza was already waiting for her at the door. When he heard that she was back, he walked out immediately. Seeing Lin Che's lazy look, he walked over and said, "What's wrong? Are you tired from your first day of filming?" Lin Che watched as Gu Jingza strode over. He was wearing home clothes and a pair of thin-rimmed glasses for the first time today, which neutralized the sharpness on his face and softened the edges of his face, making him look much gentler. In the past, he was like a dark knight who would always be around to protect her. Today, he was like a proper prince. All of a sudden, it made her sigh, and her heart softened a lot. She looked at Gu Jingza and said, "Why did you come out?" Gu Jingza smiled and said, "I saw you coming back, so I came to see you." It was the first time Yang Lingxin had seen him like this. She couldn't help but be shocked. She didn't expect that Gu Jingza, who was dressed so simply, could look so handsome and charming. Gu Jingza saw that Lin Che looked lazy and seemed to be in a bad mood. He walked over and asked, "Are you really tired?" Lin Che looked at Gu Jingza and didn't tell him what she had heard today. She only said, "A little tired." Gu Jingza looked at Lin Che. He suddenly walked over and carried her in his arms. "Ah!" Lin Che screamed and tugged at Gu Jingza's shirt with both hands. "What are you doing?" Gu Jingza lowered his head and smiled. "I'm tired, but we can't do it here." Her face was red as she looked at the people behind them who were still looking at them. There were people behind them, and he didn't know what to pay attention to. Gu Jingza carried her and walked straight into the house. When the servants and security guards saw this, They all consciously turned their heads away. Lin Che was still patting his chest. Put me down, Gu Jingza. Gu Jingza said, Okay, I'll put you down when we're on the bed. Get lost, I don't want to. Gu Jingza and Lin Che's figures were completely silent by the door. Yang Lingxin then turned her head and said to the servant, Your sir treats Sister Che so well. The servant said, Of course. Are they husband and wife? We've never seen them before. Mr. dotes on one person so much. Yang Lingxin took a look before she left. The bodyguards sent her home. Sitting in the car, Yang Lingxin touched the leather of the car and said to the bodyguards, You guys are so good at being the bodyguards of the Gu family. Even the car you take is so expensive. The bodyguard had escorted her many times, but he had never spoken much to her. Upon hearing her words, he said to Yang Lingxin, Yes, sir is very good to us subordinates. Yang Lingxin said, You have to be able to afford it. After all, the Gu family can't be compared to other families. Gu Jingza put Lin Che on the bed. She covered her eyes to keep him away. Gu Jingza said, What? Are you on your period again? No, I don't want it. Let go of me, Lin Che said, pushing him hard. Gu Jingza looked at Lin Che and said, What's wrong? Are you too tired? Lin Che nodded. Yes, very tired. Gu Jingza looked at her deeply. After a while, he finally let go of her. He pulled up her clothes and said to her, Okay, I'll let you go today. But no matter how tired you are, you still have to take a bath. Let's go. I'll carry you to take a bath first. It's okay. I can do it myself. I'm not that tired, Lin Che said hurriedly. Gu Jingza said, No, I want to use your body too. So you have to take good care of it so that it's enough for me to use, understand? Lin Che was speechless. You, what do you mean by using it? You're so annoying. Gu Jingza smiled and carried her straight to the bathroom. He put Lin Che beside the bathtub. He had never liked servants to come in and serve him in the room. Even though it was the servants who tidied up the house, when he and Lin Che were here, he only hoped that they were the only two people here. It would be best if other people didn't come in and disturb their world. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingza's glasses. Why are you wearing glasses today? Gu Jingza touched his glasses. I'm a little short-sighted. Ah, you're short-sighted. A little, but it's okay if I don't wear them usually. My eyes are not feeling well today, so I want to read. What's wrong? Isn't it good? Gu Jingza asked. Lin Che touched his glasses. How could it not be good? Everything about him was good. No, I think it's very nice. Really? His eyes lit up when he heard that she liked it. Lin Che nodded. You seem to be a lot more refined. You're not as bad as you usually are. How am I bad? You're bad everywhere. Humph, you're the worst to me. Gu Jingza looked at her speechlessly. You really don't know how lucky you are. Am I bad to you? You're the worst, Humph. Gu Jingza thought that this little woman had been spoiled by him. Now she was riding on his head every day and was speaking more and more boldly. However, he was happy in his heart. He didn't feel bad at all. The water was still in the bathtub. He looked at Lin Che and said calmly, Sometimes, you also like it when I'm bad to you. Get lost. Who likes it? You. As Gu Jingza said that, he felt that his body was out of control again. He wanted to be bad to her. But if she didn't want to, then forget it. He said, You'll feel bad when I don't want to be bad to you, idiot. As Gu Jingza said that, his fiery palms were already radiating heat. Lin Che felt that something was wrong. He looked down and saw that his body was obviously burning. You. Lin Che's expression changed. She looked at Gu Jingza and said, Why did you? Gu Jingza said, My body wants to be bad to you. Sometimes I can't control it, so you can't blame me for this. It seemed that he really wanted to. Otherwise, a thin layer of sweat would not have appeared on that firm nose of his. Lin Che looked at him. Since you want to, why did you stop? Gu Jingza looked at her little face. If you don't want to, then forget it. This is something that will only be happy if both of us are happy. If you're tired, we can go to sleep. Don't worry about me. I'll take a bath later. Do you want to take a cold bath again? Lin Che asked hurriedly. Gu Jingza pinched her nose. What do you think? Lin Che looked at his crimson face and suddenly felt reluctant to part with him. Gu Jingza said, Come on, take a bath. Lin Che, however, held Gu Jingza's hand. Gu Jingza was slightly stunned as he looked at Lin Che. Lin Che felt that she couldn't say such words. The words were stuck in her throat, and she couldn't force them out. She could only hold his hand and look at him closely. But he could endure so much pain because of her unwillingness. Lin Che really felt that Gu Jingza was a really good person. He was so good to her. She suddenly felt as if something was swelling in her heart. She pulled him, and her mouth moved for a long time before she finally said in a hoarse voice that, "It's not that I can't be bad." Gu Jingza's eyes lit up. Looking at Lin Che, he felt as if his body was swelling up along with her words. Did she know that this was no different from an invitation? Did she know that such an invitation would be fatal to a man? Chapter 291. Gu Jingza's eyes sparkled as he stared at her. It was like a black hole with a fatal temptation. Just by looking at her, Lin Che felt like she was on fire. The bathtub was ready. Gu Jingza scooped Lin Che up. Lin Che cried out, I haven't showered yet." Gu Jingza smiled and put her into the huge jacuzzi tub. "It's okay, let's shower together, da." Lin Che's face was completely red. He had not taken off his clothes and had already been thrown into the water. His wet clothes were tightly stuck to his skin. His tender flesh appeared even more alluring under such an image, giving off an urge to rub it hard. Gu Jingza followed Lin Che into the water. The desire in his eyes intensified as he watched Lin Che's expression. This tempting little vixen. He really wanted to eat her up and be done with it. Lin Che raised his head and watched as the man slowly covered his face. His entire face was burning up. "Don't worry, I'll wash your body clean. I won't miss a single spot." 2 hours later, in the Gu mansion, Gu Jingza carried Lin Che to the hospital urgently. Lin Che's face was still red. Gu Jingza was wearing home clothes. He hugged Lin Che tightly with a serious expression. The driver looked at the two of them. He was puzzled. He didn't know what had happened. Soon, they arrived at the hospital. Gu Jingza carried Lin Che into the gynecology department. He looked around and said, "Women stay. Men, get out." Lin Che's face turned even redder after hearing Gu Jingza's words. The people inside didn't dare to disobey. The men quickly opened the door and left without taking another look. Only then did Gu Jingza put Lin Che down. The doctor hurriedly walked over. The girl stole a glance at Gu Jingza before hurriedly looking at Lin Che. "Mr. Gu, this lady. My wife, she." Gu Jingza nodded and said, "She's injured." Lin Che lowered her head. She really wanted to bury her head in Gu Jingza's arms. Her face was red and she didn't dare to look at anyone. However, she could only obediently spread her legs for the doctor to see. The doctor looked down and immediately understood. She stole a glance at Gu Jingza and blushed even more. The doctor smiled and said, "Sir, madam, it's all right. It's just a slight tear. Apply some medicine and rest for a few days and it'll be fine. However, you can't have sex for the time being. Even if you do have sex in the future, be careful not to be too intense." Lin Che's face only became redder and redder. Listening to the doctor's words, he felt that he was really going to die here. It was too embarrassing. Gu Jingza's lips twitched. "Go get the medicine." The doctor looked at Lin Che enviously before hurriedly retreating. Gu Jingza took a deep breath and stepped in front of Lin Che. "Let me see how it is." Lin Che was stunned. He hurriedly pulled his legs together and looked at Gu Jingza. "What?" Gu Jingza held her knee with one hand and looked at her with a frown. "Let go of me." Lin Che shook his head violently. "No, it's fine now. You don't have to look. Haven't you seen it before? Why are you shy now? Hurry up and open it for me." "I really can't," Lin Che said. "There. How can you look at it like that?" Gu Jingza stared at Lin Che. His eyes were filled with stubbornness. He pressed down on her knee and forcefully opened it. However, the words that came out of his mouth were coaxing her. "Be good. Open it for me to see how it's done. Be obedient, okay?" "But." "No buts. Open it yourself, or do I force you to open it?" Gu Jingza's domineering voice left Lin Che with no other choice. She could only obediently open her legs, feeling a little embarrassed. Gu Jingza looked at it carefully. With one look, His expression became even more gloomy. He did not expect that there would be such an injury. He did not expect that one day, the thing that he was supposed to be proud of would become a kind of injury to her. He looked at her wound with a little heartache and reached out to wipe it. When Lin Che saw this, she closed her legs together and clamped his hand between them. "No, what are you doing?" Lin Che hurriedly cried out. Gu Jingze raised his head and looked at her. "What are you doing?" "I'm taking a look to see if there's any injury inside." He felt extremely guilty. In his heart, he only wanted to scold himself for being a jerk. He had not been able to control himself for a moment and had done such a cruel thing to her. It was only because he had been a little too presumptuous and agitated in the bathtub today. Lin Che said, "No, no, don't touch it. Don't you think it's dirty?" After all, it was not a place that could be exposed. Even she herself felt that she should not touch it casually. It was dirty. However, Gu Jingze raised his head and looked at her steadily. "What's there to dislike?" "I don't dislike it. I like it." Lin Che was stunned. Her hand froze involuntarily as she looked at Gu Jingze in a daze. He looked into her eyes and said firmly, "I like every part of your body. I like it here too." "Duh." Lin Che blushed. She felt his hand caressing her and felt her body heat up instantly. She tried hard to retract her legs, but it was not easy to do so. At this moment, she heard the door open. The doctor was back. Lin Che hurriedly pushed Gu Jingze away. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and stood up. When he saw the doctor come in with the medicine, he waved his hand and asked the doctor to leave. Then, he lowered his head and picked up the cotton wool to apply the medicine for Lin Che. I can do it myself." "You? How can you see from here?" Gu Jingze raised his head and glared at her. Lin Che said, "How?" "I can feel it. I'll apply it, and you'll feel it. I'll apply it, and you'll feel it." As the medicine rubbed against her skin, she felt a cooling sensation. However, Lin Che's face was still burning hot. "I don't feel anything," Lin Che cried out. After all, that was such a sensitive place. Gu Jingze was really guilty. He raised his head and said, "I'm sorry." Lin Che was stunned. Hearing him apologize, she raised her head and said, "What are you sorry for?" "I couldn't help it." Forget it. Didn't you want it to happen?" Lin Che said. "You didn't do it on purpose. It's okay. Actually, you don't have to come to the hospital. You will get better on your own." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. In the beginning, he knew that the girl had not experienced it before, so he had to be gentle and slow. Otherwise, it would hurt. Slowly, after developing it, she would get better. However, after so much time had passed and he had experienced it many times. Chapter 292. Although it made him feel comfortable, most of the time, he was reluctant to part with her. Because he was afraid that she would be in pain, he always approached her carefully and cautiously. This made him a little unhappy, but he could bear it. Last night, she couldn't help but hurt herself. How could he not feel remorseful? He said, "It won't happen again. I'll be careful." "No, it's okay." Lin Che lowered his head. When it came to matters like this, it would always make people feel embarrassed if they talked about it on the surface. Gu Jingze said, "Remember to tell me when you feel unwell." He held her hand and looked at her seriously. Lin Che said, I'm fine." How could she have had the rationality to think about this at that time? "So, do you feel comfortable?" Hearing her words, Gu Jingze felt as if flowers were blooming in his heart. Lin Che was stunned. He hurriedly said, "No, I didn't." Gu Jingze tightened his grip on her and said, "In the future, I'll hope that you'll feel more comfortable, but it won't hurt as much." Duh. Although Lin Che was very touched that he was so considerate of her, however, she still didn't want him to say such things in such a serious tone. Gu Jingze said, "Seriously, people say that the more you do it, the bigger it will get. Why are you still so narrow?" Lin Che was already speechless. She could only slap his chest coquettishly. "Get lost, you bastard." How would I know? You're so annoying. Looks like I'll have to endure it in the future." Lin Che was stunned. He looked at Gu Jingze and asked a little embarrassedly, Have you been holding back all this time?" Gu Jingze looked at her bitterly and said, "What do you think? Otherwise, do you think my martial arts is only this week? If I really used all my strength, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to get out of bed every day. Do you actually think that's my normal time? You underestimate your husband too much." Duh. If he hadn't said it in such a proud tone, she would have been extremely touched. However, looking at Gu Jingze, she still felt very touched. It turned out that he had always been so considerate of her, and she had never known it. She didn't know what to say. She could only pull him and say, "It's okay. I'm actually fine." He sighed and suddenly thought of something. He said to her, "It's said that after giving birth, that place will become bigger. Why don't we just have a child?" Lin Che almost spat out his saliva again. "Are you kidding me? Give birth? What child? He even had a child for this reason. Was he crazy? Is there something wrong with you?" "I'm not giving birth," Lin Che said to him with his hands on his hips. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Che thoughtfully. She didn't hesitate to say that she didn't want to give birth, which made him feel a little depressed. It seemed that from the beginning, she had never thought about having a child with him. Was she really that resistant to having children with him? Lin Che avoided his gaze, not wanting him to see the bitterness in his heart. Children? They hadn't even figured out their own feelings. So how could they have children? She knew that he was just joking. How could a rational person like him have children so easily? Otherwise, even now, they were still taking precautions. He was so rational that he definitely wouldn't let her have children so easily. But he didn't know that she was stupid or silly. Sometimes, she would take his words seriously. So she had to constantly remind herself that he didn't love her and treat her well, so she shouldn't fall for him so easily. But it was really hard to reject this man. Seeing that she seemed to be fine, Gu Jingze picked her up and said, "Let's go home." Lin Che's face was still red from being hugged by him. She leaned against his chest and sometimes thought that it would be good if he didn't treat her so well. Maybe then she wouldn't fall for him so quickly. But maybe one day, if he really treated her badly, she would be very sad. Women were really contradictory individuals. Outside, the doctor watched as Gu Jingze carried Lin Che away. He shrunk his head in disgust with a red face. "Where's Gu Jingze? His wife is so happy. Did it hurt because it was too intense?" "Yeah, it's too big. It's a little torn. He's so lucky. He's so handsome and rich." For the next few days, in order not to hurt Lin Che, Gu Jingze could only try his best to avoid her. Although he was a little uncomfortable, he still had to wait for Lin Che to recover completely before he dared to touch her again carefully. Hugging a woman that he wanted to touch but couldn't touch her, this feeling, it was really torturous to the bone. But seeing Lin Che slowly recover and continue to be carefree and not care about it, he felt very gratified. That day, Lin Che continued to film and Gu Jingze went back to the Gu family. The Gu family. When Gu Jingze entered the door, Lu Chuxia was already running out. When she saw Gu Jingze, she greeted him. "Jingze, you're back? I was waiting for you." Gu Jingze looked at Lu Chuxia and said, "Chuxia, why are you waiting for me? I've already said what I have to say last time, haven't I?" Lu Chuxia smiled and said, "Yeah, but I've also told you before. It's not my character to give up easily. Besides, I'm giving you time to think about it." Gu Jingze said, "I've already said that I don't have feelings for you. Then do you have feelings for your current wife?" Lu Chuxia pestered him and asked. Gu Jingze's gaze suddenly turned cold. He looked at Lu Chuxia and said, "I'm already married and I won't get a divorce. As for my relationship with my wife, it's none of your business." Lu Chuxia's body trembled. She was a smart person and knew that she had said the wrong thing. Of course, Gu Jingze was high and mighty, so he couldn't be too aggressive. She smiled and said, "All right, I'm not saying that because I like you. Jingze, if it's just for the sake of marriage, wouldn't we be more suitable?" She immediately linked her arms with his. Gu Jingze frowned and wanted to push her away, but Lu Chuxia hugged him unwillingly and said, "Gu Jingze, I'm your savior after all. People say that you're a loyal person. Is this how you treat me?" Gu Jingze froze and looked at Lu Chuxia. Seeing that she had indeed saved his life, he didn't push her away. The next moment, Lu Chuxia's lips met his face and kissed him. "You." Gu Jingze finally couldn't hold it in and pushed her away. Chapter 293. Lu Chusha smiled. Jingza, I like you. Think about it carefully. I'm not as good as your wife, who's an actress. I'm better than her in everything. Think about it rationally and think about who's more suitable for you. You don't have a child yet anyway. Even if you get divorced, it won't affect either of you. Gu Jingza looked at Lu Chuxia. All right, I'll think about it. But if you're not satisfied with the result, I hope you won't be angry. Lu Chuxia said, I know you're smarter than me. How could you not understand something that even I can understand, right? But at this moment, Gu Jingza already felt that something was wrong with him. He couldn't tell anyone about his illness. His family knew, but Lu Chuxia naturally didn't know. He said hastily, Yes, I'll think about it. Then, he said, I still have something to do. I'll talk to my mom. I won't be going in for the time being. With that, he quickly called Chen Yuqing. He was showing signs of relapse. In the studio, Chen Yuqing looked at Gu Jingza gloomily. All right, it's not a rash. It's just a little red. Gu Jingza looked at his own cheeks and sighed faintly. This early summer, Chen Yuqing said, Should we inform Mrs. Gu? Gu Jingza shook his head. No need, Chen Yuqing said, but this lady is quite proactive and open-minded. She knows that you have a family, but she still tries to get close to you. Gu Jingza shook his head. She's been spoiled since she was young. She was also overbearing when she was young. She's used to it. Anyway, it's just for fun. You don't have to take it seriously. Really? Chen Yuqing said. But if Mr. Gu really marries the Lu family, it'll be a good thing for the Gu Corporation? Gu Jingza looked at him coldly. Chen Yuqing quickly said, I'm just kidding. What do you want now, Mr. Gu? Gu Jingza said, I promised her that I'll think about it. All right. Gu Jingza was calculating in his heart. Although logically speaking, she was indeed suitable for the Gu Corporation, and she was also the type that he should have liked. She was a socialite, well-educated, reasonable, confident, and intelligent. However, he didn't have the same feelings for Lin Che. When he thought of Lin Che, he felt an inexplicable urge towards her even though she was clearly not his type. As for Lu Chuxia, he only treated her like a younger sister. He treated her the same way he treated Gu Jingyan. Therefore, the result of his consideration was that he didn't want to leave Lin Che at all. When Lin Che was still on the set, he suddenly received a call from a servant at home, saying that Gu Jingza was sick. Lin Che was stunned. He hurriedly told Gu Jingyu that he had something to attend to and had to leave first. Gu Jingyu was quite confused. Seeing Lin Che's flustered expression, she asked, What's wrong? Did something happen? If you need my help, do let me know. No, it's just that. There's something going on at home, so I'll head back first. Gu Jingyu said, I'll ask someone to send you there. No need. My company has a car. Gu Jingyu had never seen her so flustered before. He thought that she probably had something to do, so he walked her out. Even the director followed them out. Wherever Gu Jingyu went, they would definitely follow. After all, he was Gu Jingyu. However, when they saw that Gu Jingyu only wanted to send Lin Che off, their eyes met and they started to communicate. They didn't expect Gu Jingyu to care so much about this girl. At the studio, Lin Che hurriedly came over and saw that Shin Yuran was actually there. Yuran, you're here. Great. I heard that Gu Jingza is sick. Where is he? Shin Yuran saw Lin Che and said, Hey, what's going on? Gu Jingza just broke up with Imo Huiling. How did he get involved with someone called Lu Chuxia? Lin Che was stunned. Lu Chuxia. So, his illness this time was because of Lu Chuxia? Lu Chuxia. What happened between them for him to cause his illness? Lin Che felt her face stiffen. Her body also became a little weak because of this news. She didn't rush inside again. She froze there, unable to react for a moment. No. Why did she care so much? She didn't need to care so much about who he was related to. Anyway, they had agreed from the start that there were no feelings between them. They were only married. He was her husband, but he wasn't her lover. Yes, he had always been her husband. However, why did this realization suddenly make her heart turn cold? It was as if the coldness had spread from her heart to every cell in her body, and her entire body had turned cold as well. Shin Yuran saw that she didn't look good and quickly pulled her to ask, What's wrong? Who is this Lu Chuxia? Lin Che looked at Shun Yuran and quickly put away the daze on her face. She's a young lady from a family that matches the Gu family. I heard that she's a socialite and very famous in the circle. When Shin Yuran heard this, she remembered that socialites could go online to check how famous they were. I don't believe that she's famous. How can she be as famous as you? Hey, stop checking. That's a different kind of fame, Lin Che said. However, Shun Yuran was already unwilling to give up. She typed that name into her phone, and Lu Chuxia's photo immediately appeared on the browser. It seemed to be a photo of her attending a banquet. She was wearing a very generous wraparound dress and looked beautiful and elegant. It was similar to how Mo Huiling used to look. Sigh, I didn't expect her to be so famous, Shin Yuran said angrily. The second daughter of the Lu family, Lu Beichen's younger sister, a flower in the socialite circle. She's very popular and is the dream lover of many rich young masters. I don't think she's as pretty as you. However, there were also comments below that said that they were different from celebrities. They didn't rely on their looks, but on their temperament. Socialites were socialites after all. Shin Yuran said gloomily, this Gu Jingze, he has a wife. Why would he still mess around with this kind of woman? Shin Yuran saw that Lin Che was standing there and didn't seem to be in a good mood. She quickly said, that's not what I meant. I think she might have accidentally touched something. Touching something to the extent that it could cause a relapse. She must have touched something really deeply. Moreover, she had heard from Chen Yuqing that the relapse would only happen when someone's sweat or saliva came into contact with it. How could it happen if she had accidentally touched it? She probably had intimate contact with it for a while. Lin Che raised his head and looked at Shun Yuran. Didn't I tell you that Gu Jingze and I are different from ordinary married couples? It's okay. I'll go in and take a look first. Chapter 294. After Lin Che entered the room, Chen Yuqing was surprised to see her. Mrs. Gu, why are you here? Lin Che said. Didn't you ask your family to inform me? Oh, really? It's not a big deal. I just bumped into her by accident. This kind of thing happened occasionally in the past, so I didn't ask anyone to inform you. Maybe the servant thought that she would inform you every time she got sick, so she harassed you without permission. Seeing that Chen Yuqing had explained it to her, Lin Che just waved her hand casually. It's okay. It's my duty. At this moment, Gu Jingze probably heard the noise in the room. When he walked out, he could see a patch of red on his face near his lips. Did he get intimate with her? Lin Che was stunned. He walked over with a smile and said, You look fine. The servant said that you got sick, so I came here in a hurry. Gu Jingze frowned. He turned around and said to the people behind him, Go and see who called Mrs. Gu. The people behind him paused. Seeing Gu Jingze's gloomy face, they knew that the person would disappear from Gu Jingze's side from now on. Lin Che naturally didn't know what he meant. She just walked over with a smile and said, It's okay. They were afraid that something would happen to you, but it looks like you're fine. Gu Jingze took a few steps forward and put his arm around Lin Che's shoulder. He gave Chen Yuqing a look, signaling for him to leave first. Then he led Lin Che out. Let's go. It's okay. Why did you come from the filming place? Lin Che smiled. It's okay. Have you eaten? Not yet. Let's go eat first. Okay. Seeing that Lin Che didn't seem to have any reaction, Gu Jingze finally relaxed. He took a deep look at Lin Che before leading her out. Shin Yuran and Chen Yuqing watched him leave before Shin Yuran said, President Gu is quite pitiful. He won't be able to have an affair in the future even if he wants to. Once he has an affair, he will suffer a relapse and be discovered. Sigh. Chen Yuqing looked at Shan Yuran gloomily and frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? How can it be called cheating? Shin Yuran said, Isn't it called cheating? Look, she was kissed. Chen Yuqing said, It's just a kiss. You call that cheating? And that woman is quite pretty. She's a lady from a respectable family. Do you think a lady from a respectable family would kiss a married man for no reason? Seriously, the noble circle is really messy. Chen Yuqing said, That's not what President Gu wants either. Even if you don't think about it on the surface, you must be happy in your heart. It's easy for a woman to chase a man. When a woman stands naked in front of a man, Which man wouldn't be tempted? Oomph. Anyway, no man is good. I used to think that President Gu was a good man, but I didn't expect him to flirt with a woman. As he spoke, Shen Yuran glared forcefully at Chen Yuqing before walking forward. Chen Yuqing shrugged and looked at her. What does this have to do with me? Why are you venting your anger on me? Hey, come back here. President Gu's illness can't be told to outsiders. Don't blame me if you let it slip and get killed. When Shen Yuran heard this, he hurriedly turned around and said, he'll even kill people to silence them. Is it that serious? Chen Yuqing looked at her speechlessly. He thought to himself that this silly girl wouldn't really kill people to silence them. She would just take it seriously after scaring her a little. However, it was better for her to think of it seriously. If she really let it slip, it would only cause trouble. Yeah, do you think that the Gu family is a pushover in Country C? If it gets out, you might lose your life. I'm innocent. Dr. Chun, you have to uphold justice for me. Be a good girl and serve me well. Come and massage my legs first, then I'll consider taking care of you. Shen Yuran looked at him speechlessly. She blinked as she thought to herself that Zhou Yiqin was really a bastard. He only knew how to exploit her every day. February was the first exciting holiday after the New Year. It was none other than Valentine's Day. Along the way, one could see Valentine's Day advertisements all the time. Lin Che sat in the nanny van and soon arrived at the set. Yu Minmin said, "It's Valentine's Day tomorrow. Do you need me to help you apply for leave?" Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin. Why would I apply for leave? To go out with your President Gu, of course. Forget it. Why are we celebrating Valentine's Day? We're husband and wife, understand? We're not lovers. That's enough. Don't act like you're innocent. I've never celebrated Valentine's Day in my life. Just then, Gu Jingze called. What are you doing? He asked. Lin Che said, I'm at the set. Okay, continue with your work. I'm just telling you that I might be going abroad tonight. Okay. I got it. Be careful on the road. Okay, I'll be back soon. Lin Che put down the phone. Yu Minmin asked, What's wrong? Lin Che said, You don't have to apply for leave. He's going abroad tomorrow. I'll celebrate Valentine's Day with everyone. Duh. Yu Minmin said, You guys are so boring. Lin Che said, Didn't I tell you? We won't spend Valentine's Day so bored. She supported her head with her hand and looked out at the streets whizzing past. She felt a little disappointed. She knew that she was being unreasonable. He was not someone who would celebrate Valentine's Day. How could she not know that after being with him for so long? However, she still had some expectations in her heart. Gu Jingze booked a flight that night. Because he was only going to the surrounding area, it would only take 3 hours. When he arrived, it was only early in the morning. However, just as he got off the plane, he saw Lu Chuxia coming out. Jingze, I've been waiting for you for a long time. She smiled as she walked over. Gu Jingze looked at her and walked over. He said calmly, Why are you here? You're here for the summit. I'm here too. Why? Is the Gu family looking down on the Lu family? I know that you're a VIP and everyone welcomes you. I'm just here to join in the fun, but you can't look down on us like that. That's not it. Gu Jingze glanced at her. He didn't say anything and walked inside. Hey, Gu Jingze, can you wait for me? Lu Chuxia hurried over. Gu Jingze said, I've thought about what you said. I'm telling you very seriously that I still choose to be with Lin Che. So, you better stay away from me, lest we waste each other's time. Gu Jingze, you're really heartless. How can you be so cruel to a girl? You don't give me any leeway at all, she said. Gu Jingze said, You asked me to think about it seriously, and I've thought about it seriously. How else can I give you leeway? All right then. Since the first round of wooing failed, I'll start the second round, she said as she smiled at him. Gu Jingze frowned and looked at Lu Chuxia from the corner of his eyes. He shook his head, took a deep breath, and walked forward without looking away. Chapter 295. The next day, Valentine's Day came, and it was hard to resist. Lin Che sat on the chair on the set. Xi and Xiaoyuan had arrived. The two of them didn't have many scenes together, so they rarely met. Perhaps because they kept saying that they didn't get along, The director deliberately put their scenes at the end, so they didn't have much to say when they saw each other. They sat in their own places and didn't disturb each other. Gu Jingyu quickly walked over and looked at Lin Che. Why? Are you spending Valentine's Day alone? I'm spending it with you, Lin Che said. Gu Jingyu said, where's your husband? Can't he be here? Gu Jingyu found it harder and harder to believe that she was already married. I feel that there's something wrong with your marriage, he said. Lin Che looked at him. What's wrong with it? Even if it's a secret marriage, it shouldn't be this secret. Look at you. You always act like you're living alone, and you don't look like you're being nourished by a man. TSK, look at your face. As he said that, he reached out and pinched her face hard. Hey, Lin Che said. We've been husband and wife for a long time. It's not as boring as you think. One look and I can tell that you don't understand the true meaning of marriage. Marriage is like this. Two people just need to get used to each other. Look at that manager of mine. What did she receive on Valentine's Day? She even asked me for leave at night, saying that she wanted to spend some alone time together. Look at you. Get lost. We don't like this kind of formalism. All right, forget it. I think your husband isn't in B City at all. Has he forgotten about your existence? TSK, his staff might have been with him longer than you. What's the point of your marriage? Your home has become a hotel, and you've become a decoration. Tell me. This sentence directly stabbed into Lin Che's heart. Perhaps he had just unintentionally wanted to crack a joke to deliberately attack her. However, when Lin Che heard it, her heart ached again and again. Indeed, he had only wanted to marry her as a decoration when he married her. Working together was a nice way to put it. Actually, his original intention was that she was just a decoration for others to see. However, he treated her so well even though she was just a decoration. It was so good that she vaguely felt as if she had really become his wife. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu hatefully and said, Gu Jingyu, you're a single dog. You don't want others to have an easy time, do you? All right, be a good girl. Don't be so anxious. Since no one is accompanying you, I'll accompany you. Let's go for dinner tonight. I don't think it's a good idea. Lin Che thought that it would be fine if it was any other day, but today was Valentine's Day. If they were to be photographed eating together, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had a mouth. Gu Jingyu seemed to have seen through Lin Che's thoughts. He was speechless as he said, All right. I'll treat all the single people in the crew to a dinner party. You can come too. Don't worry, I won't cheat you. Hearing Gu Jingyu's words, Lin Che raised his head with a twinkle in his eyes. Is that so? You should have said so earlier. All right, then I'll go as well. Gu Jingyu shook his head and looked at her. This silly girl was really afraid of having a scandal with him. When did he become so hateful? At night. When Lin Che and Gu Jingyu arrived at the venue, they realized that it was indeed a big party. Everyone was eating at the gathering place. When they saw Gu Jingyu and Lin Che coming in, they all stood up and said thank you, Almighty Gu, for your hospitality. Lin Che and Gu Jingyu sat together inside. Gu Jingyu asked someone to prepare food for Lin Che. Lin Che said, Don't worry about me. I'm not a disabled child. I can eat by myself. Lin Che, who in this house doesn't want me to serve her personally? Look at you. I'm just making you a dish. What's with your attitude? Lin Che didn't want everyone to misunderstand. He looked around and saw that everyone was still secretly looking at them. Although the two of them would be stared at like this whenever they appeared together in the past few days, Lin Che still couldn't get used to it. Just then, someone shouted, Jingyu, your second brother is on the news. Gu Jingyu glanced over and said, My second brother? Gu Jingza? It's on the news. There's no need to look at it. His photos will all be deleted in the country soon. He doesn't like to be exposed. Let's take a look at it quickly. When Lin Che heard that, he quickly picked up his phone. He opened it and saw that the news was indeed saying that he was going to attend some economic summit. It seemed like it was a national event. Someone said, Gu Jingza is so amazing. He's going to attend an event on behalf of the country. It must be amazing. He's going there for the national cooperation. Didn't you see that? The reception is national etiquette. Hey, why is there a woman beside him? She looked so familiar. A woman? Lin Che hurriedly grabbed his phone and hastily scanned his message. Her eyes fell on the blurry picture. It was obviously taken secretly. Gu Jingze was standing there with his back facing the camera. On the other side, Lu Chuxia was holding his arm. The way they stood together, they looked like a good match. Of course, Lu Chuxia was such a beautiful and elegant woman. She was wearing the same work attire and had the air of an elite woman. Standing beside him, people who didn't know better would think that they were husband and wife. Lin Che's hand that was holding the phone stopped. Her vision seemed to be a little blank. Gu Jingyu seemed to have noticed that she was different. He looked at her and asked, "What's wrong, Lin Che? Are you okay?" "Oh, I'm fine." Lin Che quickly came back to her senses after being touched by him. She smiled and said, "Let's eat." Actually, she was very good at pretending. Since young, she knew how to be calm when she was sad. Because she had been alone since she was young, even if she showed sadness, what could she do? No one would comfort her, and no one would understand her sadness. She had been in love with Qin Qing for so many years, and she had always been watching silently. Even though people said that she was careless, she knew that she was sensitive when it came to relationships. After all, she had felt inferior for so many years, but she had found a man of incomparable nobility. When it came to relationships, there was no such thing as status. There was only love and no love. However, when he didn't love her at all, status became especially important. When the dinner ended, Lin Che stood outside. Gu Jingyu came over and saw that something was wrong. He asked her, "What's wrong? You seem to be in a bad mood all of a sudden." Chapter 296. No. Lin Che looked up and smiled. "I'm leaving." After saying that, he ignored Gu Jingyu and jumped into the car. The nanny car drove to the Gu family. Lin Che jumped out of the car and entered the Gu family, only to feel that it was empty. What was Gu Jingze doing? Was he attending a banquet in another country with the woman who was compatible with him and liked him very much? Oh my, how could she let her imagination run wild? Shaking her head, she remembered to give her grandmother a call and quickly called her. Her grandmother laughed over the phone. "Xiaoche, did you just come back? It's so late." "Yeah. Did I wake you up?" "Why would I? I'm old and I don't sleep much. If you want to call me, just call me. I'm alone. I'm always free." Yes, there was only one person at Grandma's place. Then, "Grandma, I'll go find her and accompany her for a few days, okay?" "Huh, you want to come here?" "Oh, this is a small town. Won't you mind?" "Why would I?" "Grandma, I won't mind." Then, Lin Che called Yu Minmin and told her that she wanted to take a few days off from the production crew to accompany her grandmother. Yu Minmin asked her what was wrong. Lin Che just said that her grandmother was old and needed company. After that, Lin Che called Gu Jingyu to ask for leave to accompany his grandmother. Hearing that, Gu Jingyu quickly agreed and told her not to worry. Anyway, the progress of the movie could still catch up, so there was no hurry. After making the arrangements, Lin Che went to buy plane tickets. It was a 3-hour flight from B City to the southern town and a 2-hour train ride. Lin Che packed her things and said that she didn't need anyone to accompany her. She just wanted to accompany her grandmother. The housekeeper thought it was strange, but she was the wife and they couldn't control her. They could only report to Gu Jingze as soon as possible. Although the two sides were close, there was still a time difference. When the call went through, Gu Jingze was already asleep. The next morning, Lin Che set off. At the same time, at Gu Jingze's side. After waking up, he was having breakfast in his villa. Lu Chuxia immediately ran over. After entering the door, she was stopped by the bodyguards outside. She said at the door, "Jingze, is the security here very tight?" Seeing that it was her, Gu Jingze calmly cut the chicken for breakfast. He didn't get up. He glanced at her and waved his hand to let her in. Lu Chuxia came over, sat down and said, "I haven't eaten either. Can I have one?" Gu Jingze raised his hand and asked the waiter to bring another serving. Lu Chuxia said, "Hey, why don't you just ignore me? It's so boring for your wife to be with you. She's such a jumpy person. How can she stand you?" Gu Jingze looked at her. "How do you know she's a jumper?" Lu Chuxia said, "After all, People of that social class haven't received proper etiquette education, so they're bound to be more jumpy. Plus, your sister said she's a lively person. Her personality is so different from yours, so your life must be terrible. Gu Jingze only smiled. No, we're fine. You're worrying too much. Lin Che was very lively and jumpy, but he liked to listen to her talk. No matter what she said, he felt that it was very interesting. Perhaps it was because she always didn't care about anything and said whatever she wanted to say. Sometimes, there was even no logic between the two sentences, which made him feel that it was quite interesting. Lu Chuxian naturally didn't believe him. She said, "Since you're free today, why don't we go out for a walk? I still have work. Then how about I accompany you to work here? Wouldn't it be less tiring to work with a man and a woman together?" "Sorry, I don't like people beside me when I'm working." Such a direct rejection made Lu Chuxia feel very defeated. She had never met a man who didn't give her face like this. However, he was Gu Jingze. After leaving Gu Jingze's villa, she wanted to see what kind of person Lin Che was. Since he was a celebrity, she thought that she could search for Lin Che's information. However, her hand was already on her phone. Her pride made her retract her hand. He was just an actor. How could he be worthy of being her competitor? Gu Jingze wouldn't ignore any woman because of her. He didn't look at her. He said that he was close to Lin Che because he wanted to reject her. She understood, but she didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, Gu Jingze was Gu Jingze. He wasn't like other men. If he was so tempted by beauty, he wouldn't be worthy of being Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze quickly ended his trip here and set foot on the road back home. The private plane landed quickly. As he came out of the private passage, he saw the news about Gu Jingyu on the screen. On the screen was Gu Jingyu and Lin Che. The scene of the reporter visiting the set was being broadcasted on the news. The host of the entertainment news said, "The two of them are old partners and are also good friends in private, so they have great chemistry. This time, the two of them are playing a couple who go through life and death together. I wonder if they will fall in love with each other." Previously, there were always rumors about them, but they were denied. Now, many fans are looking forward to the two of them being together. Gu Jingze was walking out with the group. When he saw the two of them acting together on the screen, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked up and said to the person behind him, "Why are they broadcasting entertainment news at the airport?" "Duh." The airport staff quickly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. We'll change it right away." She hadn't heard that Gu Jingze had such a bad habit. He didn't like to watch entertainment news. Gu Jingze knew that he had said that he wouldn't interfere with her work. Her work was bound to have scenes with other people. Her work was also bound to be involved in scandals. However, it was fine if he couldn't see it. He really saw it. He felt that the fire in his heart was quickly rising. Not long after, he quickly arrived outside and rushed back to the Gu clan. After entering the house, he threw away his clothes and took off his tie. The servant hurriedly followed behind him. Sir, you're back. Where's Madam?" Gu Jingze's face was gloomy. Anyone could tell that he was angry. Gu Jingze was rarely angry. Even if he had a bad temper, he wouldn't show it on the surface. But at this moment, his face was gloomy. It made people not dare to get close to him. "Sir, don't worry. I wanted to inform you yesterday, but it was too late. You were already asleep and Madam went out of town." "What?" he asked in surprise. "Where did she go? Why didn't anyone tell me that she went with third young master?" "She boarded the plane an hour before you came back. It should have taken off a long time ago." "Where did she go?" "She said she went to visit Grandma." Gu Jingze paused. Chapter 297. Went to visit Grandma? The plane took a train to the border town. Probably because it was far away from the hustle and bustle. Even if she wore a hat and sunglasses, no one would recognize her. Because the people here wouldn't believe that a celebrity would come here for no reason. When she got off the train, Grandma was already there to pick Lin Che up. She even reached out to help Lin Che carry things. Lin Che said hurriedly, "Grandma, it's okay. I can do it myself. I'm young and strong. I don't need you to carry things for me." Grandma smiled and said, "You came from so far away. This place is so small and run down. You must be tired. You've never taken such a rundown train before. It's so bumpy." It's not like the trains in the big cities. Grandma, you're talking about the high-speed rail, right? Is that the newest one? There will be one here in the future. Lin Che hadn't been on such a green train in a long time, but he didn't think much of it. Although this place was small and there were no endless skyscrapers in the distance, and there weren't any exquisite restaurants nearby, the air was so good that it made one feel comfortable. Lin Che followed his grandmother and quickly walked back. On the way, many people saw Lin Che and Qiu Shuyun coming back, and they were all sizing them up from afar. Everyone was curious about the sudden appearance of two strangers in such a small place. Old Madam Qiu, where did such a beautiful girl come from? Qiu Shuyun smiled and said, Is she my granddaughter? Io, your granddaughter is back. You always talk about her, but I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Of course. She looks very much like her mother. Look at her dressing. She's really classy. She must be from the big city. Yeah. She's from B City. Grandma's old neighbors looked very down to earth. They looked at Lin Che and smiled as they greeted him. Lin Che was very embarrassed by the praise. He could only lower his head slightly and follow Grandma into the small, run-down house. It was a one-story house that was about 50 square meters and looked very run-down. Lin Che's eyes were a little sore as he looked at Grandma. Grandma said embarrassedly, It's too small and dirty. You must not be used to living here. How can that be? It's very clean, but a little old. I'm used to it. I'm used to it everywhere. This is my grandma's home, so it's my home. How can I not be used to my own home? Yes, this is your mother's home. Hearing Lin Che's words, Grandma was really happy. She immediately went out to cook for Lin Che. Lin Che didn't want to trouble her grandmother at first, but she came here and her grandmother wanted to make something for her out of love. She didn't want to refuse. After a while, a bowl of noodles was ready. Lin Che ate it and felt that it was very fragrant and sweet. Is it delicious? Grandma looked at her nervously and asked. Lin Che nodded. It's very similar to what Mommy did. Your mother has been spoiled by us since she was young. Although our family is poor, we never let her do anything, so she only knows how to make noodles. Lin Che looked at his grandmother, hugged her, and said, Grandma is the best. Mommy has always missed you too. In the afternoon, Lin Che put on his clothes and walked outside with his grandmother. Although this place was small, the scenery was really good. It was not as bustling as a big city, and it was rare to see people passing by. The people at the side looked at Lin Che and sized her up curiously. Grandma was sitting outside picking vegetables when a neighbor came over to look at Lin Che and said with a smile, This girl has soft skin and tender flesh. You can tell that she doesn't do any work. But people in big cities don't do much work, right? Lin Che smiled and said, How could that be? I do work too. I inherited Grandma's good skin. When Grandma was young, it must have been even more tender than mine. Io, this girl really knows how to talk. As expected of someone from a big city. You have a sweet mouth. Little girl, are you married? Lin Che paused. The smile on his face froze for a moment. She was married, and she had a husband. But Lin Che smiled and nodded. Grandma smiled and said, Our little Che has a very good marriage. She loves little Che very much, and her house is very big. She is very rich, but she is only good to little Che. The neighbor said with some disbelief, Io, It sounds so good. Is there really such a good person in this world? Many people thought that men would turn bad when they got rich. Grandma didn't argue with them. She only said, Yeah, Jingza is such a good person. Little Che is very happy now. Yeah, she should be satisfied. Looking at everyone's envious eyes, she felt that she should be satisfied. Gu Jingza was so good, so rich, so handsome, and so good to her. Most of the marriages of ordinary people ended with a simple marriage. How could there be so many marriages because of love? She was too greedy and unreasonable. Just then, the phone rang. She looked down and saw that Gu Jingza had arrived. Had he returned to the country? Why would he suddenly call her? Holding the phone, she answered. On the phone, Gu Jingza asked a little angrily, Why did you suddenly go to see Grandma? Lin Che grabbed a leaf by the roadside and leaned against the trunk. Nothing. I just miss Grandma. What's wrong? Really? You just miss Grandma? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Weren't you overseas? Weren't you overseas attending a banquet with Lu Chuxia? Thinking of that scene, Lin Che's heart twitched. It was so painful. A two-person marriage should be like this. The two of them worked hard together, worked together, went on business trips together, and discussed together. But she was so stupid that she couldn't even understand Gu Jing's work. You can answer the phone even when you are overseas. Gu Jing's voice hardened. I didn't want to disturb your work. Lin Che, why do you sound so strange? Did something happen? Gu Jingze was puzzled. Why did she suddenly leave when she was still filming with Gu Jingyu the day before? Okay, I'm hanging up. I have to help Grandma, she said and quickly hung up. Grandma looked up and asked, What's wrong? Was it Jingze? Yes. What did he say? Was he worried because you were here? No, I just came to ask. Let's go, Grandma. I'll help you get the food. Life in the small town was simple and slow. The whole afternoon passed by quickly and smoothly. When the sun was setting, outside, a row of cars suddenly drove into the street. A few families stuck their heads out of curiosity and looked outside with a strange look. Grandma seemed to have heard the noise. She stuck her head out of the door. Chapter 298. Soon, she came in and shouted at Lin Che. Xiao Che, come and see, that is Jingze, right? Lin Che was still sitting inside helping his grandmother pack her clothes. He heard his grandmother's voice, but he didn't react. What? Grandma, what did you say? Jingze? Isn't that Jingze? Jingze? Gu Jingze? Lin Che hurriedly jumped off the bed. No way. Why was Gu Jingze here? Lin Che ran out quickly. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a row of cars outside. It looked very impressive. It reminded him of Gu Jingze. Lin Che looked outside in a daze. He didn't know why Gu Jingze was here. Was he here for her? Why did he come all the way here to find her? This place was so messy, dirty, and run down. How could the high and mighty Gu Jingze be here? However, he had come. Lin Che looked outside with his mouth slightly open. He saw the door open slowly, and Gu Jingze stepped out. His expression was a little bitter, but it looked a little quiet. It was so deep that Lin Che felt it was sinister. Gu Jingze walked down and looked at Lin Che, his eyes darkening. This woman, she dared to come so far and hang up on him. She was so disobedient. He felt that he had spoiled her too much, which made her more and more lawless. But he was helpless. What else could he do? Wasn't he the one who had followed them all the way here? He couldn't help but let her be proud again. Step by step, Gu Jingze stepped on the red soil and slowly walked towards them. What's wrong? Do you see me as a ghost? What's with that expression? He came all the way here, but she still gave him such an expression. What did she look like? Lin Che felt that he must have seen a ghost to see him here. Why did you come here? Here? It's so far. Lin Che looked up and down at the travel-worn Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze really wanted to strangle her. Wasn't it because of her? Why are you not happy to see me? He said in a low voice. No, how could I? How could Lin Che not be happy? It was as if she had seen him that her previously empty heart was suddenly filled up. But for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He could only stare at Gu Jingze in disbelief. But why did you come? Because you dared to hang up on me. I'm here to get even with you. As he spoke, he reached out to pinch her cheeks. He pinched her cheeks so hard that it hurt. Ouch, it hurts. He was really angry. This time, she cried out in pain. Gu Jingze said, You can still feel pain. This heartless woman still knows pain. He was really doubtful. Lin Che said speechlessly, Of course, I'm not dead. Of course it hurts. Gu Jingze stared at her little face. He hadn't seen her for a few days. Why did she suddenly seem to have lost a lot of weight? What had she been doing these past few days? Why was she in such a terrible state? She had treated him like this, but his heart still ached for her. He really felt that he was despicable. Otherwise, why would she become more and more arrogant? Wasn't it all because he doted on her? At this moment, Grandma was looking at the two of them from behind. Seeing Gu Jingze standing with her, Qiu Shuyun was very pleased. But she didn't expect him to come back. This time, Lin Shay wouldn't stay for long and would have to go back again. It wasn't easy for her to come back. She really couldn't bear to part with Lin Shay. Qiu Shuyun walked over with a smile. All right. What are you standing here talking about? Hurry up and come in. It's very windy outside. Gu Jingze then raised his head and looked at Grandma. His expression returned to normal. Grandma, sorry for the sudden visit. Grandma smiled. It's not a bother. Grandma can't be happier that you can come. It's just that this place is a little shabby. It's not shabby. It's fine, Gu Jingze said. Lin Shay looked at Gu Jingze, who was surrounded by elegance and composure. Look, he was so fierce to her just now, but now he was so gentle and elegant to others. And he still dared to say that he didn't have a grudge against her? He would be fierce to her. Humph. Gu Jingze took a look inside and followed Lin Shay into the room. He gave the people behind a look to let them go first. It was a little short inside, just right for Lin Shay and Grandma. But Gu Jingze was too tall. He had to bend down to enter the door. When he came in, his head was almost touching the roof. Grandma looked inside and said, "This place is too small. Look. How is it? It's uncomfortable, isn't it?" Gu Jingze looked around. He felt that this place was very shabby, but he still said to Grandma, "It's okay, Grandma. It's not like I haven't lived here before. When I was young, I went to teach and lived here for a while. It's okay." Lin Shay looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. "Oh, you taught there before?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Shay. "Our upbringing is very strict. The army, teaching, and independence are all necessary for us." "Oh, then you haven't eaten instant noodles?" "Duh." Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. "Independence has nothing to do with eating junk food. I only eat local food when I go out. I won't eat instant noodles." Buffed independence is always regretful if you haven't eaten instant noodles. "Duh." Seeing Lin Shay's disdainful look, Gu Jingze glared at her. She still had the cheek to say it so proudly. Laziness and bad habits had become something she was proud of. He also felt strange. Why was he so worried about this lazy and naughty little girl? He actually ran so far away to look for her. But at that time, he only felt that someone was telling him that she had something to do and that he had to come here. If he didn't, he would feel bad. It was as if he was destined to miss something if he didn't come. He had this inexplicable worry and uneasiness in his heart. So after listening to her call, he immediately asked someone to arrange the itinerary. Grandma looked at the two of them. "Then, Grandma will go and cook. You two can talk here." "Grandma, let me help you." Lin Shay glared at Gu Jingze and wanted to go out. Gu Jingze frowned. Why was this girl running away? Grandma quickly turned around with a smile. "All right, you haven't seen each other for a few days. You must have a lot to talk about. You don't know how to use our food, so you don't have to help. Grandma will do it." Gu Jingze said, "It's not that she doesn't know how to use it. She doesn't know how to cook at all." As he said this, he grabbed Lin Shay's wrist forcefully and glared at her, not letting her run away. "Come back here. What's wrong with talking to me?" She still wanted to run away? No way. Chapter 299. Lin Shay was dragged back. Grandma smiled as she looked at the two of them. She opened the door and walked out.
Grandma.
Lin Shay watched her leave speechlessly. Gu Jingze grabbed her wrist, so she could only step back and look at Gu Jingze speechlessly. Gu Jingze smiled devilishly and pulled her into his arms. He wrapped the small body in his arms and looked down at her, making it impossible for her to escape. What are you doing?" Lin Shay looked outside in fear. Grandma was still there. If she saw him hugging her like this, it would be embarrassing. Gu Jingze lowered his head and frowned. "Why did you run away? I'm not that scary to let you run so fast." I didn't mean that," Lin Shay said hurriedly. "Why did I run away? I wanted to help Grandma cook." "You didn't run away. You've been avoiding me since I came. Tell me, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly avoiding me?" Gu Jingze sensed that something was wrong and looked down at her. Being stared at by his sharp gaze, Lin Shay felt as if she had nowhere to run. She crossed her legs awkwardly and didn't know what to say. "I didn't run away. I was just bored at home and called Grandma. I missed her, so I wanted to come here to visit. Lin Che continued to avoid Gu Jing's gaze as she spoke. She felt that she couldn't lie when he stared at her like that. But how could she say that because of the news that he was with another woman? She became very sentimental and actually felt jealous. Actually, he and that woman hadn't reached that stage yet. She just had her own emotions, and she didn't want to tell him about them. Gu Jingze continued to stare at her slightly nervous face. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly lifted her chin with his fingertips and pinched it tightly. Tell me the truth. As Gu Jingze spoke, he kissed her lips as if he was punishing her. Lin Che's eyes widened. She remembered that Grandma was still outside and could come in at any time. She hurriedly stretched out her fists and punched his chest. The tip of the tongue also avoided his pursuit and kept running. Gu Jingze was even angrier when he saw that she still dared to run away. He bit her lip. Lin Che hurriedly said, "No, Gu Jingze, Grandma." Gu Jingze's voice became hoarse. He only felt that there was something swimming around, an unsuppressible heat flow from the lower part of his body. Previously, because Lin Che was injured, he didn't dare to touch her casually for several days. After that, he went abroad directly and didn't touch her for many days. His body had long since accumulated energy and was ready to strike. Now that he was hugging her, he could feel her body stirring because of him. How could he hold himself back? Lowering his head, he looked at her with misty eyes and said calmly, "Tell me, do you still dare to run?" "No, I don't dare. I don't dare." A wise man submits to circumstances. At this time, how could she stupidly go against him? He stared at the little woman, not believing her words. It would be strange if this woman was really so obedient one day. However, looking outside, he knew that it wasn't the right time. Just now, he was just stirred up. It wasn't that he couldn't hold himself back. He lowered his head and bit her lip, entangling himself with her again. After forcefully kissing her for a while, he finally let go of her completely. Fiddling with her clothes, he tied them up again before tapping her nose. "If you're so naughty next time, just you wait." Lin Che's lips turned red from his kisses, and he looked at him with a flushed face. If he punished anyone who made a mistake like this, who knew how many women would be willing to make a terrible mistake for him? That kiss just now was really too ecstatic, but Grandma was still outside, and the soundproofing here was probably not good. She was only worried that she couldn't control her voice just now. If someone heard her, she would really be too embarrassed to face anyone. Luckily, Grandma didn't seem to have any reaction. She sighed and looked at Gu Jingze speechlessly. After a while, she heard Grandma calling from outside, "Xiaoche, Jingze, come out and eat." Grandma wasn't really a pedantic person. Although she was old, she was still an experienced person. What were the young couple doing inside? Of course, she wouldn't barge in directly. So, after she finished cooking, she called out to them from outside. Lin Che quickly lowered her head and adjusted her clothes. Gu Jingze also stood up from where he was sitting. Lin Che patted her face to wake herself up. Then, she responded to Grandma's voice, opened the door and walked out. "Grandma, so fast," she said with a smile. Gu Jingze followed behind her. Because the house was a little low, he had to be careful as he walked, lest he hit his head. Grandma smiled at the two of them. "There's not much food, so I made 2 dishes. You guys just have to make do with it." Of course, Lin Che didn't mind. She was not picky at all as long as she had something to eat. But she looked up at Gu Jingze worriedly. Even during normal times, there were a few different dishes in the house, and they were very exquisite. She was afraid that he wouldn't like it, especially since these farm dishes didn't look very good. But Gu Jingze only smiled and sat down. "It's very good. Grandma, you should eat too." "Okay, I'll eat too." Grandma scooped rice for the two of them and said with a smile, "It's just been washed, but it's not sterilized. I know that your house needs to be sterilized." Chapter 300. Gu Jingze raised his head and said, "There are many people in the house, so it's sterilized. We're all family, so it's okay if we don't sterilize it. Grandma, don't worry about me. I can do anything." Grandma said, "It's okay. We're all family. If you're not used to it, you must tell me." "No, I'm used to it. Grandma, you don't have to worry about it, Gu Jingza said as he took the bowl and started eating. Actually, Gu Jingza came so fast that Grandma didn't have time to get new utensils. The bowls and chopsticks were still old. The bowls were a little broken and there were scratches on the sides. She knew that Gu Jingza had never used such bowls in the past. But Gu Jingza didn't care at all. He continued eating elegantly and was full of praise for the food. He said to Grandma, "Grandma, the food is delicious. As long as you don't mind. How can it be better than the food cooked by a professional chef?" No, of course it's better than the food cooked by a professional chef. They're used to it and it tastes the same. It's not as humane as Grandma's. Look, Jingza is so good at talking. Grandma is so happy to hear it. Eat more if you like it. Lin Shay smiled and also picked up the bowl to eat. The three of them ate simple dishes here. Lin Shay ate very quickly as usual. Grandma watched the two of them eat. The house suddenly became lively, and she felt very happy. As for Gu Jingza, no matter where he went, he was so elegant. Even though he was holding a worn-out bowl, he didn't look shabby at all. Instead, he looked like a noble prince. With a warm smile on his face, he chewed and swallowed slowly. His slender fingers held the chopsticks, and his movements were slow and steady, which made people feel that there was nothing wrong with his behavior. After dinner, the sky was already blue. The sun had set, and it was getting dark. Grandma cleared the bowls and chopsticks. Lin Shay got up to help. Gu Jingza looked around the room. Grandma looked at Gu Jingza and smiled. She asked what she wanted to ask. "Well, Jingza, are you here to take Lin Shay back?" Gu Jingza raised his head and looked at Grandma. Grandma looked at Lin Shay. She looked reluctant. From her tone, it was obvious that she wanted Lin Shay to stay for a while. After all, he had come all the way here. Gu Jingza looked at Lin Shay. Seeing that Lin Shay had also turned his head, he smiled and said to his grandmother, "Since you're here, stay with me for a few days." When Grandma heard this, the wrinkles on her face seemed to open up. Really? However, she was still a little worried. She looked at the two of them and said, "Will you feel uncomfortable staying here tonight? Or are you going to stay in a hotel? However, there aren't any good hotels for you to stay in." Gu Jingza looked around and said with a smile, "We'll stay here." Lin Shay was stunned and looked at Gu Jingza in surprise. He wants to live here? This place was really shabby. He was afraid that even a person with such high standards would not know if he could still sleep here. Gu Jingza looked at Lin Shay and said again, "It's okay, Grandma. I'll stay here with Lin Shay. Since I'm here, why should I stay in a hotel?" Hearing this, Grandma was even happier. On the other hand, Lin Shay immediately said, "But Grandma, this place can't be used, right?" This was a room where the living room and kitchen were connected, and there was a bedroom inside. Hearing this, Grandma hurriedly said, "It's okay. You can stay here. There's another room outside. No one has been living in that room for years. It's the room that your mother used to live in when she was still alive." Hearing this, Lin Shay looked at Grandma and said, "Mom used to live in that room?" "Yes. After your mother grew up, we made a room for her. It used to be a place for cooking, but when she grew older, she wanted to live by herself, so we had to make a room for her." Lin Shay said, "Then, Grandma, let's stay over there." No, Grandma quickly said. "No one has lived there for many years. It's humid and the room is even smaller than this one." "It's okay, Grandma. I want to stay over there. I want to stay in the room that Mom used to live in." Lin Shay thought calmly. This was probably the closest she could get to her mother. Gu Jingza looked at Lin Shay and stared at her absent-minded little face. He also raised his head and said, "Grandma, let us stay over there." Grandma looked back and forth between the two of them. In the end, she nodded calmly and said, "Okay, I'll go over and tidy up the room for you." In a short while, Grandma had already tidied up the room. Actually, even though she couldn't help it, she would still tidy up the room. She just needed to lick the bedding and clean up the dust before she could move in. Lin Shay and Gu Jingza went in together. It was indeed smaller than the other room, but it could still accommodate two people. Lin Shay looked at Gu Jingza and felt that this place was a little condescending for him. After all, he was such a high and mighty person. He had never suffered like this before. She couldn't bear to let such a noble person like him stay in such a small room with her. In her heart, he had always been so perfect. No matter how annoyed she was with him, she still felt that he was the best and the most beautiful one. Thus, she couldn't bear to let him live a bad life, so she had to force herself. She said, "Why don't you stay in a hotel? There are hotels here too. I saw one when I passed by. It's probably not as good as the 7-star hotel your family owns, but it's still bigger than this place." Gu Jingze frowned and turned to stare at Lin Che. "You really don't want me to stay with you that much?" Gu Jingze's gaze turned cold and he glared at Lin Che. Lin Che quickly said, "No, that's not what I meant. I meant that this place is a little dirty and a little small. You won't be used to it, right?" Gu Jingze flipped over and fell on the squeaky bed. He said, "I'm used to it. Come here." Lin Che looked at him. "But you..." Gu Jingze leaned against the bed and said, "I'll get used to it after a few days. I'm not so pretentious that I have to stay in a 7-star hotel. It's fine as long as it's clean. If I stay in a hotel, Grandma will think that I'm an outsider. We're all family. It's okay to stay here. Who would want to stay in a hotel when they visit their relatives? I'll stay here if I can." Lin Che opened her mouth and couldn't close it for a long time. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, "You..." "Gu Jingze." She smiled and looked at him. Once again, she felt that he was really nice and considerate. Actually, as others had said, with his status, he didn't need to think for others and think from their point of view most of the time. However, he had always been so heartwarming. Gu Jingze frowned. Seeing that she still didn't come over, he waved his hand and said, "Didn't I tell you to come over?" Lin Che still stood there and didn't go over. What was he going to do? What was he going to do? Chapter 301. Gu Jingze said, "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not going to eat you up." Seeing how slow Lin Che was, who obviously didn't want to come over, Gu Jingze's face darkened again. He looked at Lin Che with a gaze as sharp as a knife. Lin Che was still standing there, hesitating. Looking at his gaze, she took a few steps forward slowly. Gu Jingze finally lost his patience. He reached out and pulled her onto the bed. Lin Che fell onto the bed. Gu Jingze took the opportunity to hold her hands, put them on his chest, and looked down at Lin Che. His gaze was like a torch, burning Lin Che's eyes. "Why? Are you afraid of me because I hurt you last time?" he said.
No.
Lin Che didn't feel much the last time. She felt much better the next day. Although she still felt a little uncomfortable, it didn't hurt anymore. After all, the tear wasn't too severe. He was just too concerned and worried. Gu Jingze was still holding her hands. "Then why are you always avoiding me?" "No, I'm not," Lin Che murmured. Gu Jingze's gaze sharpened. He stared at Lin Che. After a while, when he saw that Lin Che's cheeks were slowly turning red from being stared at, he slowly put his hand into her clothes from below. Lin Che quickly grabbed his hand and looked into his eyes. Gu Jingze's heart ached when he saw how nervous she was. He kissed her lips lightly. It was soft, as if he was coaxing her. "Be good, I'll be gentle." Gu Jingze slowly held her hand. Lin Che's lips moved. Gu Jingze was still murmuring in her ear, "Really, gently. It won't hurt at all. This time, we'll do it slowly." He stretched out his hand first. He was careful as if it was his first time. Only when she accepted it did he move closer, bit by bit. The bed kept creaking, which made Lin Che even more nervous. There was a feeling that this bed couldn't hold two people. Gu Jingze was gentle when he said he was gentle. However, when he was fierce, it was still frightening. That night, accompanied by this voice, Gu Jingze was finally relieved of his yearning for the past few days. Hugging Lin Che, he felt that she wasn't hurt this time and felt a lot more relaxed. She patted him a few times and said, get lost, don't say any more." Gu Jingze kissed her lips. Isn't that a compliment for a woman? It's like saying to a man, "You're so big. Get lost." "I'm not a hooligan." Gu Jingze ignored her shyness and continued, "But the problem between us is that I'm too big and you're too small. So, our strengths have become our obstacles, right?" "Gu Jingze." Lin Che raised his head and shouted.
Ha!
Gu Jingze laughed heartily. He was laughing so hard that even he found it strange. He didn't say anything, but he found it extremely amusing. On the other hand, Lin Che had rested. Although his body was still sore, he still prepared to get up and wash up. There weren't any bathrooms in the house. Grandma boiled water for her own baths. It wasn't appropriate to boil so much water in the middle of the night. Lin Che thought for a while and boiled some water quickly. He could only make do with a bath. After mixing the temperature of the hot and cold water, Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, "There's no way to take a bath. Just rinse and wipe yourself." Gu Jingze walked over and nodded. It wasn't that he couldn't make do. Without any complaints, he went over and wiped himself. Since he couldn't wipe himself, he called Lin Che over and asked him for help. Lin Che pouted and said, "Forget it if you can't wipe yourself?" Gu Jingze looked at her from the corner of his eyes. "Why? This sweat is all because of you. Why aren't you helping me wipe myself?" Who was he sweating for? She didn't ask him to use so much strength. It took so long, and it was still so hot. Gu Jingze reached out to wipe himself, but he really couldn't. Lin Che was just fooling around. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. Seeing that he was still trying hard to wipe himself, she walked over and took a towel, dipped it in water, and helped him wipe himself. As he sat there, his strong back gave people a sense of security. Lin Che wiped him carefully, one stroke at a time. Gu Jingze stood there, feeling it. He smiled. He felt that this simple feeling was very heartwarming. Even though the room was simple and there was nothing, the two of them felt like they were helping each other in times of need. After Gu Jingze was done, Lin Che boiled some water to wash himself. After a simple bath, his body felt much more comfortable. The cities in the south weren't as cold as in the north. After the two were done, they lay on the bed together. Gu Jingze suddenly felt that the atmosphere was very good. He hugged Lin Che and looked around the small room. Actually, the size of the room didn't matter. What mattered was who the person beside you was. If the person beside you was someone you didn't like, then even if you were living in a castle, it would still be troublesome. But if the person beside you was coincidentally her, then even if you were living on the streets, you could still have a moment of happiness. Lin Che lay there, using his arm as a pillow. "I'll just make do for one night. You'll go back tomorrow, right?" Gu Jingze frowned. "Are you in such a hurry to chase me away?" Lin Che thought. Why did he misinterpret her words so honestly? "No way. I just feel that you're so busy and this place is so hard that it's not suitable for you to stay." Gu Jingze said, "Are you going back too?" Lin Che shook her head. "I just arrived. I'm planning to stay for a few days. The crew has already applied for leave. Anyway, if I leave so soon, Grandma will be very disappointed." Gu Jingze heard her say this and looked down at her. "Then I'll stay for a few days too." "Ah," Lin Che said hurriedly. "Then what about your job? I'm the boss. Of course I'll go if I want to. If I don't want to, I won't." "So willful." Lin Che asked again. "But it's so bad here. I'm afraid you'll feel uncomfortable. Didn't I say that when I was teaching in the past, it was even harder than this? Sometimes, I didn't even have the chance to take a bath because it was very poor and dry. There wasn't even enough water to drink. I might not even be able to wipe myself today. I had to save water even to wash my face." "Wow, you've been to such a difficult place." Lin Che raised his head and looked at Gu Jingze with admiration. Gu Jingze nodded. "My grandfather said that only after experiencing such poverty can one understand the meaning of wealth. Then why are you still so obsessed with cleanliness and so troublesome?" Lin Che asked, puzzled. Chapter 302. Gu Jingze frowned as he looked at the little woman. "Are you stupid? I was in a tough place, so of course I had to be tough. But now that I'm back home, I'm already well fed. Why would I pretend to be poor? What's the point of me working so hard to earn money? To spend it on my wife," Lin Che said shamelessly. Lin Che stuck out his tongue. "What? It's only right for a man to spend money on his wife." Yes, yes, yes. It's only right." Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. "Then why didn't you hand in your bank card and salary card?" Lin Che said. Gu Jingze looked at her and lowered his head. "If I hand it to you, are you sure you can count it?" Lin Che thought about it. Everyone said that Gu Jingze's wealth could rival that of a country. but he really didn't know what that meant. Lin Che said, "Humph, stingy. I don't care if I don't get it. Sigh, I'm going to the toilet." Gu Jingze looked at the little woman and shook his head speechlessly. She was really cheeky. She did whatever she wanted. After a while, Lin Che came back and stood below. He didn't get on the bed, but looked at the furnishings in the room. It was very simple. There was a desk, bed, simple books and utensils. Below it was a wardrobe. When he opened the wardrobe, a moldy smell hit him. There were all kinds of clothes. He could tell that they were from a long time ago, as if they had traveled to the era of braided braids. As for Lin Che, he saw something on the side. It was a photo album. Lin Che was stunned and picked up the photo album. "There's a photo of my mother in here," she said. Gu Jingze heard this and walked over. The two of them sat down and looked at the photo. Lin Che saw a young girl with two braids standing in the middle. She looked so fresh and beautiful. "This is my mother. Although she was much younger then, I can still recognize her. She was so beautiful when she was young." Gu Jingze looked at the fresh photo and raised his head to look at Lin Che. "You look a lot like Mom." Lin Che looked up and smiled. "Is that so?" Gu Jingze nodded. No wonder she was so beautiful. She looked exactly the same as her mother, but her face was a bit smaller than her mother's. Lin Che looked at the photo. Other than his mother, there were a few other people in the photo, but there was no sign of his father. Seeing how happy his mother was, Lin Che thought that perhaps, at that time, she hadn't met his father. Her mother, who had never met her father, was very happy. The few people in the photo were all strangers. He didn't recognize any of them. Lin Che flipped through the other photos. Most of them were photos of them together. The sky darkened. Gu Jingze hugged Lin Che and didn't rush her to sleep. After a long while, Lin Che yawned. Gu Jingze said, "Let's go to sleep. We'll see tomorrow." Lin Che nodded and climbed onto the bed with him. After a good night's sleep, Lin Che felt that the feeling here was especially refreshing and free, as if he had distanced himself from all his worries. When Lin Che woke up, he went out and saw that his grandmother had already woken up early and was tidying up the courtyard.
Grandma.
Lin Che walked over and said, "Grandma, you're up so early." "Yeah. Unlike you youngsters who like to stay up late, we go to bed early, so of course we wake up early. Also, we're old and can't sleep well. We can't sleep for long." Lin Che's heart choked when he heard this. He couldn't help but think that they couldn't sleep well. And she said that they liked to stay up late. Did Grandma hear something at night? He was stunned for a moment. Seeing that his grandmother didn't say anything and continued to sweep the floor, Lin Che hurried over and said, "Grandma, let me do it." No, put it down. I'll do it. I'll treat it as training. Otherwise, my old bones will rust. Just walk around. What's wrong? Is Jingze not up yet?" Lin Che could only put it down and said, "Yeah, he's not up yet. He wakes up at 6 every day and will be up soon." "Really? So punctual. Why are you up so early?" "I wanted to see the sun, so I got up." She felt that the morning air was too good and the chirping of the birds outside was especially pleasant, so she woke up early to watch the sunrise. The people in town woke up early and rode their electric scooters to buy breakfast before going to work and school. Seeing Lin Che and his grandmother here, they quickly stopped and said with a smile, "Ah, Grandma Chio, we have guests." Looking at Lin Che, the eyes of the young man in his 20s lit up. "Ah, you look so familiar." Grandma chuckled. "What? She's my granddaughter, not a guest." "Oh, really? She's so beautiful. I thought she was a celebrity, ha ha ha." After a while, another neighbor ran over with a smile and asked, "Old Madam Chio, why did a row of cars come in yesterday? Who were they?" Grandma looked at Lin Che with a smile and said, "It's Xiaoche's husband. He's here to see Xiaoche." "Oh, really? That's so cool." "That's right. Otherwise, I'd be relieved if Xiaoche married well." Grandma touched Lin Che's hand and said. Lin Che smiled at his grandmother. Someone leaned on the wall and looked at Lin Che. She smiled and said, "Oh, Grandma Chio, they all said that your granddaughter is here and she looks like a fairy. Is this her?" It was a small place and news spread quickly. In a short while, it seemed that everyone was looking at them. Lin Che looked at the people who were looking at him embarrassedly. How was she a fairy? The woman leaning on the wall looked at Lin Che and was stunned. After looking at him for a long time, she said, "She looks really good. What's her name?" "My name is Lin Che." "Oh, what a nice name. Do you have a boyfriend?" "He's my son. He just graduated from university and he looks good too. Let me introduce him to you." Grandma quickly said, "That's enough. Our Xiaoche is married." "Really?" Just then, someone coughed behind them. Lin Che turned around and saw Gu Jingzi standing there, looking at Lin Che and his grandmother. He didn't change his clothes. The clothes he wore yesterday were a little wrinkled, but they didn't look sloppy on him. Instead, they looked fashionable. Grandma smiled and said to the woman, "See, this is our Xiaoche's husband's family." The woman stared at Gu Jingzi, her eyes almost popping out of her head. There was really such a gentleman in this world. He didn't just appear on television. She looked at Gu Jingzi and Lin Che enviously. Her eyes looked back and forth between them before she said, "SK Tisk, they're both good-looking people. If they have children in the future, who knows how good they'll look." Chapter 303. Hearing this, Lin Che turned around and looked at Gu Jingzi. He narrowed his eyes and walked to Lin Che's side calmly. Lin Che looked up and asked, "You're up?" Gu Jingzi patted her head and said, "Silly, I'm standing here. I just got up. Did you see a ghost?" Lin Che pouted and covered her head. "You're so annoying. I was just greeting you." Gu Jingzi just smiled and glared at her. The people sitting opposite them looked at the two of them enviously. When they stared at Gu Jingzi, they were all praising him in their hearts. "Aya, we've never seen such a good-looking person here. Old Madam Chiu, you're so lucky." Grandma also looked up at the two of them. As someone who had been through it, she naturally knew what the best state of a couple was. When two people fooled around and scrupulously like this, it was the most loving moment, because it seemed to have become normal, and they weren't doing anything deliberately. Grandma was very happy. She looked at the two of them and said, "Come and eat." Gu Jingzi ate breakfast with the two of them. After that, he walked around the place and looked around. Lin Che just looked at Gu Jingzi, who was strolling outside and making phone calls from time to time, and helped Grandma pack things. Grandma looked at Lin Che and said with a smile, "Jingzi is really a good person. I didn't have much contact with him when I was in B City, but he's willing to live here for you and doesn't mind anything. He's really good." Lin Che looked outside gently. "Yeah, he's always been good." Grandma smiled and said, "That's how a couple should be together. The more I look at Jingzi, the more I like him. He has a good personality, and most importantly, he doesn't mind us at all." "You're luckier than your mother, Sai." "Grandma, didn't my mom tell you how she met my dad?" "The strange thing is, I didn't see any of my dad in the photos. Didn't she know my dad when she was here?" Grandma said, "That's right. After your mom ran away from home and went to B City, she met your dad. We've never heard of him before." "Did my mother run away from home to B City?" Lin Che had never heard his mother mention his past. Even now, he still didn't know why his mother had become a mistress in other people's mouths, and his mother hadn't even offered a single explanation. Grandma said, "The people in the photo were all her teachers. One of them, whose surname was Liu, had always thought highly of your mother and recommended her to go to university in B City. Your mother finally got in, but unfortunately, our family didn't have the money to pay for her to go to university. We were very poor back then, so we wanted her to go to university nearby, but your mother was very stubborn. In the end, she went to B City alone and didn't ask for a single cent from our family. At that time, your mother would still call us if there was nothing important, but gradually, the calls decreased. Until she passed away, she didn't say what happened to her." Grandma sighed as she thought about it. "I always thought that if we had let her go to B City and sold everything we had to let her go to university, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. She must have suffered a lot in the outside world. That's why she used up all her energy to pass away so early." Lin Che held his grandmother's hand and said mildly, "No one thought that the final outcome would be like this. At that time, everyone was poor, and Grandma didn't want it to be like this. In the end, people from small places don't understand these things. Grandma wasn't educated all her life, and when she understood, it was too late for regrets. But Grandma believes that your mother isn't a bad person. They say that your mother became someone's mistress, but I don't believe them. Your mother must have fallen into someone's trap. Yeah, I don't believe it either. The two chatted for a while before Lin Che said, then, Grandma, can I bring that photo back? I don't have a single photo of my mother at home. Of course you can. Take it and keep it for Grandma. Grandma is old. How many years can I keep it? How can that be? Grandma's health is better than mine. You'll definitely live to a ripe old age. At noon, the three of them had lunch together. Gu Jingzi suddenly said, Grandma, I've asked someone to prepare a house nearby. It's a little inconvenient for you to live here. Why don't you move there tomorrow and enjoy your old age? Grandma was very surprised to hear that. It's okay. I'm already old, and I can still live here for a few years. I'll just live here. The place is just enough for me. Grandma, although you're still healthy, it's not convenient for you to live here. It's too tiring to go to the bathroom or the kitchen. The place I found for you is not far from here. It's the house behind. It's not very big, but it's very suitable for you. If you move there, the neighbors won't be far from you, and you'll be familiar with the place. But it's too wasteful. I don't need such a nice place, Grandma said. Gu Jingzi said, Lin Che works hard to make money so that his family can have a good life. Otherwise, we'll be enjoying ourselves at home while the elders are still suffering. How can we be at ease? Lin Che lives far away, and he can't accompany you every day. If you live a better, more comfortable, and less tired life, Lin Che will be at ease in City B, right? Hearing that, Lin Che looked at Grandma and nodded. Yes, yes, Grandma. Otherwise, I'll always want to visit you. How can I work peacefully? Hearing their words, Grandma's eyes became moist. But in the end, she still agreed. After that, Gu Jingzi took Lin Che and Grandma to see the new house in the back. It was located behind the town. It was indeed not far from where they were. It was a newly developed area, with a row of small buildings in the front and a normal apartment in the back. Gu Jingzi chose a small building in the front. It had 2 floors and was more than 200 square meters. The decoration was already done, and they could move in at any time. Gu Jingzi said, I've asked someone to arrange the bedrooms downstairs. This way, Grandma doesn't have to run up and down the stairs. Grandma still felt that it was a waste. She said from time to time, this place is too big. It's too nice. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi. He had already arranged for someone to renovate it. Standing there, he looked at Lin Che and said, Why are you staring at me? Lin Che was just thinking that he had been doing this the whole time. She thought that he was dealing with work, so she kept calling him, but it turned out that he was asking someone to help find a place for Grandma. Chapter 304. Without a sound, he had already done everything, and he had arranged everything so well. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi and felt that she was going to be infatuated with him. Why did she have to meet such a good husband? Why did you suddenly help Grandma with these things? Why didn't you tell me? Because your IQ is limited, and you can't think of so many things. Of course I have to think more, he said as he rolled his eyes at her. Lin Che pouted. I wasn't so silly before. You must have told me too much, and that's why I'm getting more and more silly. Don't you know that people need encouragement? You don't encourage me and always belittle me. Of course I'll be silly. Forget it. You don't have to be so smart all the time when you're with me, Gu Jingzi said. The thing is, you don't have anything to encourage. Lin Che really wanted to tear his mouth apart. This man was good in every way. He was nice to others and was so gentlemanly. Why was he so mean to her? He kept poking at her sore spot. Lin Che looked at him and thought that he was right. Ever since she got together with him, he had already thought of all her life problems for her. But what if she didn't get together with him? He had raised her to be so silly. If she met someone else in the future, wouldn't she be tricked to death? She sighed and looked at Gu Jingzi speechlessly. After that, Gu Jingzi asked people to start moving things for Grandma. Although Grandma's place was simple, she had lived there for a long time and had a lot of things. Gu Jingzi asked a few people to pack things up while the others tidied up the new place. In an instant, it was so noisy that the people around couldn't help but come over to watch. The neighbors asked one after another, Old Madam Chio, Where are you moving to? Grandma said happily to her neighbors. My grandson-in-law bought me an apartment behind. I'm going to live there. It's that newly developed apartment. It's so expensive. Your grandson-in-law is so generous with you. Yeah, the child is so filial. I really don't know what to say. The neighbors watched noisily as the people moved things back and forth. It was a lively scene. Some people were wondering what these people were doing. They all wore similar clothes and looked cold. They were tall and strong, and they listened to Gu Jing's orders. Finally, everything was moved over. Gu Jing's men cleaned up the place. There was not a speck of dust on the place. They even hired a nanny. The nanny didn't stay here all the time, in case Grandma was not used to it. She just came to clean things up every day. Lin Che helped them pack up their luggage and rested outside with his grandmother. Grandma smiled and said, I've never lived in such a nice place in my life. It's all thanks to little Che's good fortune. Lin Che said, Grandma, this is nothing. I'll earn more money in the future. I'll give it all to you to spend. Forget it. You have to save it yourself. I didn't raise you, but I have to eat and drink from you. It's not right. Lin Che said, Grandma, don't say that. Although you didn't raise me, you raised my mother. This is the power of blood. This is the inheritance. My mother didn't raise you for a day, but you raised her for so many years with great difficulty. We don't have to be so calculative between us. Familial love isn't a debt that can be repaid over and over again, and we don't have to be calculative about every little thing. If we have to be calculative about feelings, then that would be too sad, right? Grandma's eyes became even more wet. She looked at Lin Che and held her hand. Little Che, your mother taught you well. Lin Che smiled with her grandmother. She turned around and saw Gu Jingza staring at Lin Che. Lin Che was embarrassed. She turned around but couldn't help sneaking glances at the man behind her. He just stared deeply at this little woman. His expression changed slightly. He didn't say anything for a while. Everything was ready. Grandma was going to cook here. It was the first time they were having dinner. Lin Che went out to get things and saw Gu Jingza following her. Lin Che said, All right, you can rest. I'll do it. Gu Jingza said, All right, you don't have to do anything. I'll help you with what you're getting. Lin Che smiled and pointed at the plate on the cabinet. Gu Jingza could easily reach it with his hand. It was good to be tall. Gu Jingza said, It'd be great if you could talk like that when you're facing me. What? What you said to Grandma just now. Lin Che was embarrassed. If Gu Jingza heard what she said just now, he might think that she was being pretentious. What's wrong? I said it casually. Also, when you're facing me, you talk like that. How dare you say that to me? Humph. But I didn't expect you to have some awareness. I underestimated you before, Gu Jingza said. What do you mean? She asked him. Her eyes blinked as if she didn't understand what he said. Gu Jingza lowered his head and sighed. His gaze was fixed on her small face. Without saying anything, he looked up and said, Nothing. Lin Che said, Really, you didn't finish your sentence. If I knew you were such an idiot, I wouldn't have said the other half. Did this woman understand that he was complimenting her? She was so stupid that it hurt. Lin Che snorted. She couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore. She looked up at him and said, But I still have to thank you for thinking so much for my grandma. Gu Jingza said, It's what I should do. How could it be? It's what I should do. But I'm your husband. He tapped her head and said, Of course, I can't just watch my grandmother live in such a simple and crude place. You're right. Even though we've just reunited with her, she's still your grandmother. We can't just watch her suffer here with a clear conscience. So, it's only right for us to do what we can. That saying is right. Our parents are still struggling, so what reason do we have to talk about poetry in faraway places, right? Lin Che nodded vigorously and looked at Gu Jingza gratefully. Yes, and there's a reason why Grandma and I just met each other. These reasons are deeply rooted and have existed for a long time. Sometimes, we can't look into them. Okay, let's go in and eat, he said as he hugged her shoulders. He always knew that Lin Che was a kind girl. Gu Jingza looked at Lin Che and couldn't help but smile. They stayed in the new room for the night. After staying for another 2 days, Lin Che finally had to leave and return to City B. Lin Che said goodbye to Grandma. Grandma smiled and said to her, Grandma is fine here. Don't worry. Do your job well and treat Jingza well. Grandma can only rest assured if you're all fine. Lin Che nodded vigorously. I'll come to see you often in the future. Okay. Grandma looks for you on TV every day. Okay. I'll definitely appear on TV more often. Lin Che smiled and clenched her little fists. Chapter 305. The two of them said goodbye to their grandmother and walked out together. Gu Jing's car was already prepared. If they took his car, they wouldn't have to catch the train anymore. They headed straight to the airport in the provincial capital. As they watched them leave, the people around them watched enviously as Qiu Shuyun moved to a bigger house. They sighed in their hearts. However, she had a good granddaughter. She was enjoying a good life in her old age and had made up for all the hardships she had suffered in the past. Lin Che and Gu Jingza boarded the plane together. On the plane, Lin Che was still looking at the photo. Gu Jingza looked at her and said, "Where's your mother's grave?" Lin Che replied, "It's at Nanshan Public Cemetery. I visit it twice a year." "Bring me along next time," he said to Lin Che. Lin Che raised his head and stared at Gu Jingza with wide eyes. Gu Jingza said, "You're married to me after all. Shouldn't you bring me to meet my mother-in-law?" He would never admit that the Lin family was his father-in-law. But Lin Che's mother was another story. Looking at the photo, he had a vague feeling that his mother was definitely not a mistress like the rumors said. There must have been some unavoidable reason for such rumors to be spread. After they got off the plane, the Gu family sent a message saying that they were still preparing for Gu Jingyan's wedding and asked Gu Jingza to go home. Gu Jingza said to Lin Che, "Let's go home. I think we'll be staying at the Gu family's place tonight." Lin Che nodded and left willfully for a few days. He asked Gu Jingza to follow him and stay in the small town for a few days. Lin Che wondered if he was delayed. However, Gu Jingza didn't seem to care at all. Lin Che could only raise his head and look at Gu Jingza apologetically. Meanwhile, at the Gu family's place, Lu Chuxiao was a guest at the Gu family's place. Because the Lu family was going to have a marriage alliance with the Gu family, she had been spending a lot of time in the past few days. Unfortunately, Gu Jingza wasn't around. Gu Jingyan and Mu Wanqing came out together. Seeing that Lu Chuxiao was there, Mu Wanqing said to Gu Jingyan, "Chuxia and Beichen are really close. She's so concerned about her brother's marriage." Gu Jingyan didn't mean to say that she cared about Gu Jingza, not her. Mu Wanqing didn't hate Lu Chuxia. She liked her brother very much. She just complained about Lu Beichen. He was about to get married, but he only showed up a few times. As a little sister, she's even more attentive than her brother, Mu Wanqing said. Gu Jingyan smiled. As the heir of the Lu family, I'm sure he'll be much busier than Chuxia. Isn't his marriage already set? Mu Wanqing said, I quite like both you and Beichen. You two are a good match. His family background is good, and he's a good person. He's a little frivolous, but among these young masters, he's one of the rare ones who admits to his work. It's also good that you two start your own company. In the future, if you two work hard and help each other, it's also a good thing. Gu Jingyan said, Mom, I don't need a man to care about me. It's just a marriage. It's not a big deal. He's busy, and so am I. We're doing fine. I'm not a housewife who has nothing to do at home. I don't need someone to accompany me. Mu Wanqing said, You're a girl. Don't be so headstrong. Gu Jingyan said, I like it that way. What's the point of staying at home? I like to go out and work. Mu Wanqing sighed as she looked at Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan watched Mu Wanqing leave and then looked at Lu Chuxia. Yes, as a little sister, she was more attentive than her brother. Gu Jingyan thought that this was the marriage that she wanted. She couldn't blame anyone, and she wouldn't blame anyone. Gu Jingyan and Lu Beichen had been in contact with each other since they were in high school. However, at that time, it was only because they had been competing for the first place in the school. Gu Jingyan, on the other hand, was a person who wouldn't show weakness. She had been suppressing Lu Beichen from high school to high school, making him the second child for 3 years. At that time, they were friends and enemies. She, Fu Chenxi, Lu Beichen, Ruan Qingshan, and Guo Junyan. The 5 of them were always together, almost inseparable. However, No one knew that she hid her feelings for Liu Beichen. Later on, because Fu Qinxi's family was poor, she was despised by the Liu family and left Liu Beichen. Only then did Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen have a future. Someone once said to her, "Gu Jingyan, you're really a fool. Since you knew that you were going to be with Beichen, why didn't you give in to him a little more during high school and let him try to be the boss? After being abused by you for 3 years, after they got married, he would definitely remember you all the time." Someone even said to her, "Jingyan, after getting married, you can't be as competitive as you used to be. You have to lower your head in front of your husband more." Gu Jingyan knew that she and Liu Beichen were very compatible, whether it was in bed, work, or life. However, when it came to love, they were both very competitive and didn't know how to show weakness. Gu Jingyan could only smile at others and say that she was such a person. However, she had never told anyone else that no matter how weak she was, that man would not change his mind about her. Because in his heart, the best woman was Fu Qinxi, and she, Gu Jingyan, would never be Fu Qinxi. Gu Jingyan looked at Liu Chuxia. "Chuxia, I think you should give up as soon as possible. I don't think you can move my second brother. He's too stubborn," Liu Chuxia said. Liu Chuxia said, "I'm also a very stubborn person. Let's see whose brain is more stubborn." Liu Chuxia thought that this was her only chance. The person by his side was no longer a Mo Huiling, but a woman who wasn't good enough for him. If she couldn't get him now, and one day he would be separated from this woman, all the other socialites would go crazy. She had to strike first. Otherwise, when there were so many competitors, would she still have a chance? At this moment, a servant from the Gu family said that second young master and young madam had returned. Liu Chuxia was sure that Lin Che had come with them. As she said that, she stood up and followed Gu Jingyan out of the room. Gu Jingyan looked at her. "My sister-in-law is with second brother too," Liu Chuxia said. "That's why I want to go and see." She wanted to see what kind of person Lin Che was. How could he make Gu Jingza give up Mo Huiling and marry her? Although Gu Jingza was forced by his family, she also wanted to see what kind of woman the Gu family forced him to marry. She wanted to see what kind of woman Lin Che was. Chapter 306. Gu Jingza and Lin Che arrived at the Gu residence together. They had just gotten off the plane, and both of them looked travel-worn. Gu Jingza naturally held her shoulder with one hand and led her into the room. Because he had been here many times, Lin Che was already familiar with the place. After entering the house, he even greeted the servants he had met before. "Second young mistress, second young master, you're back? Second young master, second young mistress, come in." Everyone welcomed the two of them into the house. Mu Wanqing walked out first and said with a smile, "Little Che, you're here. Come in, come in. I heard that you went to stay at Grandma's house. How's Grandma?" Lin Che replied with a smile, "Grandma is fine. Thank you for your concern, Mom." "Is that right? Next time, let Jingza accompany you more. Also, don't let Jingza stay in the office all day if he has nothing to do." Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingza. He was still a little worried that he was delaying his work. He knew that Gu Jingza had always been a workaholic. Perhaps he was very anxious about leaving for a few days, but he didn't want to disappoint Grandma, so he didn't leave. Gu Jingza said, "Mom, you'll be on her side now." Mu Wanqing harumphed at him. Just then, they heard Gu Jingyan's voice from inside. "Second brother, you're still willing to come back? I thought you and sister-in-law want to spend some alone time together and didn't want to come back." Mu Wanqing also said to Gu Jingza, "Oh, right, Beichen's sister is here too. You know her, Liu Chuxia." Gu Jingza frowned slightly when he heard this name. Lin Che was also stunned. Liu Chuxia was actually at the Gu residence at this time? Gu Jingza didn't say anything. When the crowd parted, Liu Chuxia and Gu Jingyan had already walked over. Liu Chuxia glanced over. Gu Jingza stood tall, and the people around him seemed dwarfed. Needless to say, his aura was as imposing as ever. Next to him, the girl stood there. She was wearing a short red striped top. It was simple and elegant, and she was wearing wide-legged pants. Her hair was scattered around her ears, and she looked refreshing and pleasant. A light breeze blew over. It was natural that Lin Che was beautiful. Liu Chuxia had already thought about it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a minor celebrity and even been chosen by the Gu family. However, in Lu Chuxia's mind, small celebrities were products that had been meticulously sculpted. Their faces were stiff after plastic surgery. Although they were exquisite, they were all the same. But she didn't expect that Lin Che would give Lu Chuxia an unexpected feeling the moment he appeared. Lin Che didn't have the slightest feeling that he was the same as others. His appearance was unique and beautiful, but it was a beauty that could be recognized at a glance. It also had big eyes and a small face, but it was different from those plastic products. It was so unique. Lu Chuxia was stunned for a moment as she watched Gu Jingyan walk over with a smile. She looked at Lin Che from behind, and for a moment, she was a little angry. Why didn't she look like a vulgar woman? That would actually make her feel much better. However, she was the kind of woman that was hard to grasp, which made Lu Chuxia jealous. Impossible. She must have had plastic surgery, just that it cost a lot of money. Gu Jingze was so rich, it was possible for him to spend some money on her to make her look better. Lu Chuxia stood there thinking angrily. After a while, she took a step forward and continued to walk forward. Lin Che saw Lu Chuxia behind her at a glance. She walked over in a very imposing manner. He could see that she had the attitude of a rich young lady like Mo Huiling, but it was different from Mo Huiling. After all, Mo Huiling had stayed at home for too long, so she looked too leisurely. Lu Chuxia was after all a socialite, so there was a sense of professionalism in her. When Lin Che glanced over, he saw that Lu Chuxia seemed to be staring at him. When their eyes met, Lin Che felt uncomfortable and didn't look at her again. He just followed Gu Jingyan in first. Second brother, little sister-in-law, will you stay here tonight? Yes. That's great, little sister-in-law. Help me choose a wedding dress. My eyes are blurred from looking at it. Sure, but I don't have good taste. How can that be, little sister-in-law? You look very beautiful every time you go on TV. It's all done by the stylist, Lin Che said straightforwardly. Gu Jingyan said, I saw the news last time too. Your dress was ruined, but you casually changed it and went on stage again. That was done by you, right? That was a coincidence. Lin Che didn't know how that news got out of hand. Gu Jingyan said, so after that time, people on the internet said that little sister-in-law is very fashionable. You don't have to be humble. People on the internet said all kinds of things. At this time, Lu Chuxia finally walked over. Gu Jingze squinted and looked at Lu Chuxia. He stood beside Lin Che and didn't seem to have any reaction. Lu Chuxia first looked at Gu Jingze deeply, then suddenly smiled and said to Lin Che, Miss Lin, is it? Lin Che heard Lu Chuxia's voice and turned his head. Lu Chuxia looked at Lin Che with a smile. Even though there was a smile on her face, there was no lack of belittling in her eyes. She said, Hello, I'm Lu Chuxia. I don't know if Jingze has mentioned me to you. Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia and quietly looked at her proud face. He smiled and said, Hello? She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze didn't mention Lu Chuxia to her, but without him mentioning it, she had already seen everyone's guesses on the internet. Even though the photo had been deleted as Gu Jingyu said, the rumors about Gu Jingze and Lu Chuxia would still be seen. Some people said that Gu Jingze was going to marry the Lu family. Why was Lu Chuxia always at Gu Jingze's side recently? In everyone's eyes, Gu Jingze was also of marriageable age, but he wasn't married yet. After all, no one knew that Gu Jingze had a wife like her. Gu Jingze looked at Lu Chuxia and said to Lin Che, This is Jingyan's sister-in-law. I haven't mentioned her to you. Gu Jingze looked at Lu Chuxia and explained, Lin Che and I usually don't talk about the messy relatives of the Gu family, so we haven't talked about it. Lu Chuxia's expression changed slightly. She had also become a messy relative? However, looking at Lin Che, Lu Chuxia still didn't show a timid expression. She just endured it and looked at Gu Jingze with resentment. After a while, Lu Chuxia smiled and said to Lin Che, It's okay. Anyway, we will meet often in the future. Now that we know each other, it's fine. We'll meet often? Lin Che didn't want to see her at all. Lin Che smiled and said, Okay, but I'm very busy sometimes, so I don't come here often. Chapter 307. Lu Chuxia said, Really? Then I'll come more often, especially recently. As she said this, she glanced at Gu Jingze meaningfully. Because they were in front of so many people, Lu Chuxia couldn't say anything else. She looked away after glancing at him. Mu Wanqing said from behind, all right. Let's not stand here and talk. Let's go in and talk." The group went in together. Gu Jingze said to Lin Che calmly, "You can take a seat first. Just stay with mother. I'm going to see grandfather." "Okay." Lin Che waved at Gu Jingze, telling him to do whatever he wanted and not to worry about her. Seeing Gu Jingze leave, Gu Jingyan thought for a moment and followed him. Gu Jingze walked along the corridor towards Gu Xinda's room. Grandfather Gu had been living in seclusion and was rarely seen at home. But every time he came, he had to go and greet him as a form of etiquette. Gu Jingyan looked at Gu Jingze and called, "Second brother." Gu Jingze turned around. "What's the matter?" "Nothing." Gu Jingyan followed him and said to him, "Has Chuxia been pestering you lately?" "It's okay," Gu Jingze said. "She can do whatever she wants. I've tried to persuade her, but she wouldn't listen. I think it makes sense. She's a person who won't give up until she hits the wall. Let her hit the wall herself. In the end, she'll stop when her head bleeds." Gu Jingze said, "Okay, but if sister-in-law finds out, she'll be unhappy, right?" "I didn't tell her," Gu Jingze said. "Why?" Gu Jingyan looked up and asked. Gu Jingze said, "It's unnecessary." Gu Jingyan paused and nodded. He was right. Since it was confirmed that nothing bad would happen, there was no need to tell Lin Che. It would cause more trouble. Gu Jingyan said, "Okay, I'll leave first. Second brother, you can go and see grandfather." "Okay." Gu Jingyan knew that Gu Jingze was a man of few words. She looked at him speechlessly and said, "Sister-in-law is so pitiful. You're so quiet and boring when you're around." Sigh. Gu Jingze frowned. "Just mind your own business." Gu Jingyan snorted and left. Lin Che didn't disturb Mu Wanqing. He knew that although Mu Wanqing usually looked like she had nothing to do, she was in charge of a large family. She must be very busy. Lin Che just looked around the courtyard, leaning against the wall to water the plants and tidying up the things on the side. Seeing that Lin Che was actually cleaning up the weeds, the servant hurriedly walked over and said, "Young madam, please put it down. Let me do it. Why are you still doing such manual work?" Lin Che said with a smile, "I don't have anything to do. I saw that these flowers look good, so I came here to do some." The helper smiled and looked at Lin Che. "Young madam, if second young master were to see this, he would definitely scold us. Second young master treats young madam so well, he would definitely feel sorry for young madam doing these things." Lin Che said speechlessly, "What's there to feel sorry for? It's not like it's a big deal." "Young madam, you are such a good person. No wonder second young master and madam like you so much." When Lin Che heard this, she smiled embarrassedly. Her cheeks flushed and she pulled up her hair. She felt that it was a very happy thing to be liked. Although she always felt that she did not do anything, perhaps the people in her family really did not do anything. So when she did something, the servants would feel grateful. Actually, to her, it was just a small matter. When she was in the Lin family, she was like these servants. She also had to do housework and other things. She did not see that behind her, Lu Chuxia had long seen this scene. Lu Chuxia had been secretly observing Lin Che. She had underestimated Lin Che, so she had always been disdainful to see what Lin Che looked like. Now that she saw him, she felt that his beauty might be a big obstacle to her. However, she was still the daughter of a commoner. She looked so ordinary. Lu Chuxia snorted and walked over step by step. When Lin Che turned around, he saw Lu Chuxia walking over with an arrogant face. She stood there and stopped. Lu Chuxia stared at Lin Che and looked him up and down without hesitation. "I was wondering why everyone had such a good impression of you." Lin Che smiled. "What do you mean, Miss Lu?" Lu Chuxia said, "I was still wondering how you managed to make Gu Jingze give up on Imo Huiling." Lin Che frowned. He clearly felt that Lu Chuxia was full of hostility. Lu Chuxia said, "Now I understand. So you are a little smart, using this kind of lowly method to win people over." Lin Che's expression completely fell. He looked at Lu Chuxia and sneered. "Miss Lu, what do you mean by that?" Lu Chuxia said, "Weren't you trying to win people over just now?" Lin Che laughed. Sorry, winning people over? I don't need it yet. You don't need it? Of course, it's necessary to make these servants think you're good and stand on your side. However, we don't bother to use these little tricks. That's right. You don't have any family background, and you can't bring any benefits to the Gu family. You'll only be a burden to Gu Jingza. If you don't use some little tricks to make others praise you, you'll really have nothing to say. Unfortunately, these tricks won't last long. After a long time, the servants will get used to it and won't think you're special anymore. However, we won't do these things normally, so they will think you're special. You should know that these little tricks won't last long. Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia speechlessly. Miss Lu, your imagination is really rich. Unfortunately, you think too much. I really don't need to use so-called tricks. Really? Forget it. I know you won't admit it no matter what, Lin Che said. I really don't need it. No matter what you think, I'm the young mistress of this family. I'm Gu Jing's wife. No matter what I do, they can only say good things about me, because they know who the future mistress of this family is. Lu Chuxia was stunned. Lin Che snorted and brushed past Lu Chuxia. It seems that you don't know Gu Jingza very well. Otherwise, you wouldn't say such things. Lu Chuxia suddenly panicked, but she gloomily stared in the direction that Lin Che left. Good. She had underestimated this Lin Che. That's right. If she didn't have some tricks up her sleeve, how could the Gu family acknowledge her position? It seemed that she couldn't underestimate Lin Che in the future. In her future, it seemed that this Lin Che was also worthy of being an opponent. Lin Che left the backyard and stopped when he reached the front of the house. Lin Che thought that Lu Chuxia didn't understand Gu Jingza at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that just now. Did she really think that she married Gu Jingza through some underhanded means? Actually, that wasn't the case. She was able to marry Gu Jingza because of his illness. Chapter 308. Lin Che thought that she didn't know about Gu Jingza's illness at all. Lin Che took a deep breath. She could be touched by Gu Jingza and not get sick. This was better than any other method. Because of this, she didn't have to worry about her position being replaced by someone else as long as Gu Jingza's illness didn't progress. Unless Gu Jingza could touch someone else one day. Lu Chuxia was very angry. She felt like she was insulted by a small celebrity. But when she thought of Gu Jingza, she couldn't bear to give up. However, she couldn't do anything in the Gu family with Lin Che around, so she went back first. Gu Jingyan sent Lu Chuxia off. Seeing that Lu Chuxia was unhappy, she smiled and said, "All right, you have to be there on my wedding day?" "Of course. How can I not attend my brother's wedding?" After Gu Jingza left his grandfather's place, he brought Lin Che back to the Gu family home. In the car, Lin Che looked out the window without saying a word. Gu Jingza seemed to notice that Lin Che was different. He said to Lin Che, "What's wrong with you? You keep spacing out." Lin Che came back to his senses and looked at Gu Jingza. Gu Jingza, who was coveted by so many people, became her husband. Many people must think that she was climbing up the social ladder. In their eyes, they must be sure that their marriage wouldn't last long. Lin Che played with his hair and smiled. "Nothing. I just wanted to say that Jingyan's wedding is coming soon. I don't know what gift to give her." Gu Jingza said, "Forget it. There's nothing to give her. She doesn't lack anything. Just give her some cards as a congratulatory gift." "Ah, that's too stingy." "Of course. Her family gave her a lot of dowry when she gets married. She owns 2 investment companies, 3 resorts, and a coal mine. They're all hers. Why would they spend money on her?" "Wow, so much dowry," Lin Che said speechlessly. "Whoever marries her is really lucky." "That's right. That kid from the Lu family is really lucky. But the Lu family might not give him less than we do. If you rich people get married, you can shake the economic circle, right?" Lin Che looked up and said. Gu Jingza said, "Not necessarily, but the stock market will definitely be turbulent for a few days. Whether it's good or bad is still unknown. No wonder people say that if the Gu family stomps their feet, the whole of country C will tremble." "Ah, then, will there be a lot of media going to your marriage?" "Although only a few media outlets are allowed in, I'm sure there will be a lot of people waiting outside." Hearing this, Lin Che hurriedly said. Then wouldn't it be bad if I went over? What if I get photographed? It's okay. The media shouldn't be able to enter the center. You can hide there. There will be a lot of people that day anyway. No one will notice us if we go inside. Fine. No one will find me no matter where I go. If you disappear, you will definitely be found. What?
Because.
Lin Che thought it was because he was Gu Jingze. Wherever he went, he would be the center of attention. Everyone's eyes would follow him. Because you're my brother. You're my family. Of course, everyone will pay attention to you. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. Then I'll go to the back, where they can't see. Isn't that better? All right. Rich people, willful people, don't care what others think of them. Lin Che rested for a while, and then returned to the set to continue filming. When Lin Che arrived, Yang Lingxin and Yu Minmin went to pick him up. When they arrived at the set, they saw that everyone was still busy. Because Lin Che was back, the director arranged for the filming to be rearranged. Yang Lingxin said, after you left, everyone said that Gu Jingyu was really nice to you. He asked for leave just like that. He didn't make things difficult for you at all. Lin Che said, so what? Asking for leave? People always have urgent matters to attend to. Can't they ask for leave? Yu Minmin said, it's not that you can't ask for leave. It's just that no one dares to ask for leave for Gu Jingyu's show. After all, Gu Jingyu has a bad temper and he's such a big shot. It's normal for him to replace you because he's not happy with you. But you don't have to worry. After all, you're so close to Gu Jingyu. Why would he lose his temper with you? Yang Lingxin also said, that's right. I heard from them that no matter who you are, once you take on Gu Jingyu's show, you have to do your best for him. Don't say anything like, I have a show, I'm an ambassador, I have an event halfway through. If you anger Gu Jingyu, no matter who you are, he will replace you. That's why everyone said that Gu Jingyu treats Sister Che really well. So there was such a saying. Lin Che said embarrassedly, I'm sorry. They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? I was just thinking about it. I didn't think too much about it. Of course not. Gu Jingyu only asked when you were coming back. He didn't make things difficult for you at all, Yu Minmin said. Very soon, the few of them entered. Xi and Xiaoyuan was drinking mineral water inside. When she saw them, she harumphed and said, our big shot female lead is finally back. The few of them couldn't be bothered with her and went straight inside. Xi and Xiaoyuan spat on the outside. I wonder how she managed to sleep with Gu Jingyu. She's so arrogant. All right, Sister Xiaoyuan, don't be angry. She really thinks she's a big shot. Can't she see that she's only been popular for a few days? Gu Jingyu quickly heard that Lin Che was back. When he came in, he saw Xi and Xiaoyuan sitting there. Xi and Xiaoyuan quickly got up to greet him and said, Gu Jingyu looked at Xi and Xiaoyuan and nodded with a sullen face. Then, he went straight inside. Xi and Xiaoyuan saw that he hurriedly went to look for Lin Che, but didn't even bother to be polite to her. She was so angry that she gripped the mineral water bottle. How could this Lin Che be so attractive that all these men were trying their best to please her? Gu Jingyu said as soon as he came in, you're finally willing to come back. I thought you ran away at the last minute. Lin Che said, how could that be? How could I be willing to give up a movie starring Gu Jingyu? However, she still looked at Gu Jingyu gratefully. Thank you for giving me so many days of leave. It's only been 6 days since you came back. It hasn't been that long. Who doesn't have something to do? How is it? Have you settled everything? Gu Jingyu said generously, causing the staff behind him to be dumbfounded. Since when was Gu Jingyu so easy to talk to? Lin Che said, yeah, it's basically settled. There's nothing else. It's just that. I'm going out of town to help my grandmother with her family matters. Is that so? That's good. Do your best in filming. Yeah. Thank you, Gu Jingyu. If you really want to thank me, you should give me a gift. You're really something. All you say is that, but you don't do anything. Give you a gift? Lin Che said, speechless. What should I give you? That depends on your feelings for me. Asking me what to give you is no different from asking me for it. Idiot, think about it yourself. Gu Jingyu directly hit her. Aya, I know. Just give me a gift. Why did you hit me? Chapter 309. Everyone looked at the two of them and couldn't help but feel that there was something fishy going on. Yu Minmin didn't think there was anything wrong with Lin Che. She was very close to many people and was a rather silly person. However, Gu Jingyu was indeed very good to her. When they went out, everyone was still discussing. Is there really nothing going on between Gu Jingyu and Lin Che? Of course there's nothing going on. Didn't they deny it and say that they're just friends? But I think Gu Jingyu treats her very well. The way they talk is also very familiar. I've never seen Gu Jingyu smile at anyone before. Now that she saw Lin Che come back, she immediately ran over to look for him. Who knows? But they didn't act very intimately. I saw that they sat together and spoke to each other from far away. It shouldn't be considered flirtatious. Maybe they're really friends. They're friends now, but that's because they're in front of others. Who knows if they'll do something after filming, Xian Xiaoyuan gritted her teeth as she listened from behind. She was a big shot who had come to participate in Gu Jingyu's movie. She didn't expect that she would be defeated by that little girl in seconds. Now everyone was talking about her, and they didn't care about her at all. The next day, the first batch of posters for the movie were about to be released. They showed Lin Che the poster. Lin Che looked at it and felt that it was very good. It would definitely not be bad if it was made by Gu Jingyu. Lin Che was in the middle. He looked very beautiful. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked very beautiful and heroic. However, outside, Xian Xiaoyuan was making a fuss. The reason was that her name was placed behind Lin Che's on the poster. Xian Xiaoyuan went straight to the director and said, "After all, I entered the industry so many years earlier than Lin Che, and I've won more awards than the movies he's acted in. You actually want me to be ranked behind him? Where do you think I'll put my face?" The director said, "This? It's just a matter of position. Besides, aren't you two lined up together? She can't be ranked ahead of me. No matter what, I, Xian Xiaoyuan, have been popular for so many years. You know my appeal, right? Do you know how much I have to contribute to the box office for this movie? You actually want her to be ranked ahead of me? How could I agree?" The director was also very depressed. Seeing that Xian Xiaoyuan was going crazy, he could only say, "Look, we've already made it. Why don't we just make do with it?" "Who's going to make do with you? I'll just change the name and location. You can just change it. If it doesn't work, I'll give you money to change it." Lin Che, Yang Lingxin, and Yu Minmin watched from behind. Looking at this, the director was put in a difficult position. Xian Xiaoyuan snorted. When she turned around and saw Lin Che, she gritted her teeth even more. "What are you looking at, Lin Che? Who doesn't know how you got close to others to get this role? Do you really think that you can climb over my head just because you got this role? Let me tell you, my part in the plot is about the same as yours." Lin Che looked at her and said, "Sister Xiaoyuan, it's just a name. It doesn't matter if it comes first or later." When Xian Xiaoyuan heard this, she immediately said, "Okay, that's what you said. If you don't care, you can go to the back." Lin Che said, "I'm only in charge of the acting part. As for the rest, I'll listen to everyone's arrangements." "Ha, you make it sound so nice, but you pretend to know how to behave. On the surface, you say that you don't care, but behind my back, you play dirty tricks. Let me tell you, I've been in this industry for so many years. Don't think that I don't know your little tricks." Lin Che was speechless. He didn't know what to say. The director was also very helpless. He didn't want to offend Xian Xiaoyuan. After all, she was an A-list actress. To be able to get to this point, she must have some ability. Then Lin Che, she was indeed the first female lead. It wouldn't be appropriate to put her at the back. The director could only look at Lin Che speechlessly. "Lin Che, look, our position on the poster." Lin Che said, "Of course I don't care. Who's the female lead isn't decided by whose name comes first and whose name comes last. Whoever had a scene with the male lead and who was the female lead was another matter. The importance of the scenes was the key to determining who was the female lead." Yu Minmin said, "Yes, we still have to give face to Sister Xiaoyuan. If she wants the front position, then she wants it." Xian Xiaoyuan snorted and raised her head. Just as she was about to speak to the director, a voice suddenly said from behind, "What are you doing?" The few of them turned around and saw that it was Gu Jingyu. They didn't know when he had come over. When the director saw this, he quickly walked over and said, Jingyu, it's just a small problem about the poster. The director explained it to Gu Jingyu in a low voice. Gu Jingyu frowned slightly. He looked at Xian Xiaoyuan and then at Lin Che. Lin Che looked indifferent. Xian Xiaoyuan raised her head and looked very strong. Gu Jingyu snorted and put the poster aside indifferently. He looked at the people present and said, Lin Che is the female lead and Xian Xiaoyuan is the negative female lead. This was decided from the beginning. As the positive female lead, Lin Che is placed first on the poster. This is also the industry's rule. Why do you want to discuss such a small problem? Are you all still old people in this industry? Lin Che's newcomers don't understand. But are you all newcomers too? The surrounding people who were watching were instantly shocked. Lin Che also raised his head and looked at Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingyu said directly, the poster is decided. I've seen it, and I'm very satisfied with the details. There's no need to make any more changes. You. Xian Xiaoyuan immediately said unhappily, Gu Jingyu. But my scenes and box office appeal are obviously more than hers. Moreover, I've been in this industry for so many years. You want me to be ranked behind a newcomer? Where do you want me to put my face? Gu Jingyu just turned around and narrowed his eyes at Xian Xiaoyuan. All right, if you really feel embarrassed, you can withdraw from this movie. I'd like to see how much my box office will drop without you. Xian Xiaoyuan's eyes narrowed as she looked at Gu Jingyu. Xian Xiaoyuan paused and her face turned pale in an instant. She was so angry that she almost said that she would withdraw from the movie on impulse. However, the people behind her held her back tightly. Sister Xiaoyuan, let's not talk about the unprecedented influence of this movie. If you withdraw, it will be a huge loss. Let's talk about Gu Jingyu. If you offend him, who would dare to accept you in the future? Xian Xiaoyuan looked at Gu Jingyu in front of her and was very angry for a moment. However, she couldn't fight against Gu Jingyu. This was something she knew very well. Therefore, even if she was angry, she still held it in and didn't move forward. She could only hate that the person she met was Gu Jingyu, and Gu Jingyu was on Lin Che's side. Chapter 310. She said, then, forget it. I'll give Jingyu some face. I'll listen to Jingyu on this matter. Gu Jingyu snorted lightly and said, all right then, director, the poster is decided. Release it. The director heard this and nodded quickly. Yes, yes, yes. Looking at Gu Jingyu's imposing manner, he thought to himself, as expected of Gu Jingyu, he's not afraid of anyone. It saves me a lot of trouble. Xian Xiaoyuan finally glared at Lin Che angrily and quickly left with her people. Even though she left in a very imposing manner, she had just been taught a lesson by Gu Jingyu. At this moment, she looked like she was running away with her tail between her legs. Seeing him leave, everyone looked at Gu Jingyu with even more reverence. One by one, they also slowly dispersed. Lin Che finally understood what they were talking about. Gu Jingyu's temper wasn't very good, and he wasn't afraid of any actor. However, he had never acted like this in front of him. However, Lin Che also felt that she had always been quite obedient. After all, she was a newcomer and listened to everything. She had never been like Xian Xiaoyuan, who acted like a big shot, so she had never seen this side of Gu Jingyu. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Gu Jingyu said to Lin Che, look at you. You still want to give the title of the first female lead to someone else. Lin Che said, I just don't want to cause any trouble. Besides, I'm not stupid. Even if the audience sees her name in front, they won't think that she'll be the one with your character in the end. Yu Minmin said from behind, don't worry, Mr. Gu. I won't give this position to her so easily. I'm just thinking that if she succeeds today, there will be public opinion tomorrow. In the end, I won't let my artist suffer such a loss. Gu Jingyu sighed and said to Lin Che, remember, in the future, you're my person. With me protecting you, you don't have to give her so much face. Do you hear me? Yes, yes, yes. I understand. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu. He knew that he was doing this for his own good. Gu Jingyu left quickly. Yang Lingxin watched this scene from behind and didn't even dare to breathe. She finally walked over and said, Sister Che, it's really good that Gu Jingyu helped you like this. Let's see who dares to bully Sister Che in the future. Lin Che smiled. He thought about how Gu Jingyu was still asking her for a present. He wasn't afraid of the public's wrath and helped her like this. This made her feel that she needed to thank him. Thus, on the way there, she began to think about what she should buy for him. When she got home, she thought about it and realized that there was nothing to buy. She might as well buy him a watch. Anyway, successful people like him always wore watches. Lin Che didn't know much, so he asked Yu Minmin to buy it. Yu Minmin directly bought one. Her thinking was very simple. Gu Jingyu didn't have anything, so she didn't care what the gift was. What she wanted was the thought. So, it didn't matter what the gift was. Lin Che received the watch from Yu Minmin. He looked at it in the bedroom and found that the watch looked good. It wasn't cheap either. After looking at it, he put it on the table. Gu Jingza was very busy these few days. On one hand, Gu Jingyan's wedding was going to be a big event, so he had a lot of things to take care of. On the other hand, he had to delay his work for a few days. When he came back, he took off his coat and asked the servant where Madame was. The servant said, "Madame is probably very tired from filming these days. She went to bed when she came back." Hearing this, Gu Jingza nodded and didn't disturb her. He took a shower in the bathroom outside before entering the bedroom. Seeing that Lin Che was indeed sleeping soundly, he walked over and sat there with a smile. Then, he saw an exquisite box on the dressing table. He paused for a moment and reached out to open the box. When he saw the man's watch inside, he couldn't open his eyes. She bought it? Who did she give it to? Was it for him? His heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help smiling. He looked at her. Seeing that she was still asleep, he didn't wake her up. He just quietly put the watch back into the box. Lying down, he looked at Lin Che and reached out to pull her into his arms. He lowered his head to look at her cheek and kissed it gently. The next day, when Lin Che woke up, she saw that Gu Jingza looked good. It seemed that he was in a good mood. She rubbed her eyes and said, "You're up so early." "Yes, I have to go to the office. You should sleep a little more." "No, I have to film today." She sat up with difficulty, but thinking that she still had to film, she forced herself to get up. Gu Jingza glanced at the box on the side. He smiled but didn't say anything. He continued to walk out. Lin Che didn't notice Gu Jingza's expression. She washed up and didn't put on any makeup. Anyway, she had to put on makeup when she arrived at the set. She got up in a daze and went to the set. It was only when she was about to leave that she remembered the wristwatch. She picked it up and walked out. On the set, Lin Che and Gu Jingyu were in the dressing room. When Lin Che saw Gu Jingyu, she threw the gift at him. Gu Jingyu was stunned. "What's this?" Lin Che said, "Didn't you say not to thank me verbally? This is a gift for you." Gu Jingyu smiled and quickly opened the box. Seeing the watch inside, she smiled and put it on. "Aya, the size is just right." Of course, Lin Che thought. Yu Minmin was very reliable. She must have asked about the measurements before she went to buy them. She smiled. "You can't say that I didn't thank you this time, right? Not bad, not bad. You're worth teaching." Gu Jingyu smiled and patted Lin Che's head. It looked like she was in a good mood. She put on the watch and went out. Lin Che shook her head speechlessly. Seriously, she was just like a child. But on this day, Lin Che was suddenly attacked on the internet. They said that Lin Che had stolen Xian Xiaoyuan's position as the female lead. Now, after the poster was released, they saw the two names and confirmed that Lin Che was going to be the female lead. They even asked someone to steal Xian Xiaoyuan's position on the poster and insisted on putting her name above Xian Xiaoyuan's. On the internet, Lin Che was immediately besieged by Xian Xiaoyuan's fans. And Lin Che's fans didn't want to be outdone. After being besieged at the beginning, they immediately began to fight back. It showed that Lin Che and Gu Jingyu were acting together. She was definitely the female lead. So why did she put Xian Xiaoyuan's name in front? The fans of the two sides began to curse at each other, causing the rumors on the internet about the discord between the two to become even more heated. Lin Che didn't expect Xian Xiaoyuan's fans to be so good at distorting the truth. In the beginning, it was Xian Xiaoyuan who directed and acted all by herself, but now it was all pushed to her. Chapter 311. Yu Minmin said to Lin Che, she's definitely not convinced, so she's behaving atrociously online. Gu Jingyu won't care if she knows what her fans are saying. As long as she doesn't admit that she instigated it, Gu Jingyu can't do anything to her. Lin Che said, anyway, she can scold me. It's just a fan scolding. I won't participate. Meanwhile, Xian Xiaoyuan started to feel injustice for her fans again. She said that her fans were being scolded by a bunch of internet water army for no reason, implying that Lin Che didn't care about his fans. She was very loyal there. She directly said on Weibo that she was a straightforward person and wouldn't play any tricks. If anyone had a problem with her, they could look for her directly. There was no need to make things difficult for her fans. Her fans were innocent. For a moment, it seemed like Lin Che was deliberately bullying people. Even though Lin Che didn't want to care, seeing those people scolding him online every day wouldn't make his mood any better. But at this moment, Gu Jingyu suddenly posted on Weibo. He directly said that Lin Che was the first female lead. This was decided from the beginning, and there was no objection. The poster was also released by the company after it was decided. The responsibility of the actors was to play their roles well. As for other things, they had no right to change it. This was because it was the responsibility of the entire production team. So, it wasn't something that could be changed with just one word from an actor. In an instant, the fans immediately understood that Gu Jingyu was standing on Lin Che's side. He was helping Lin Che. Firstly, Lin Che had no right to change the order of the name. These were all decided by the production team, and Lin Che didn't need to change it at all because Lin Che was the first female lead. Xian Xiaoyuan was basically slapped in the face. Xian Xiaoyuan angrily looked at the comments online. All of a sudden, they were all on Lin Che's side. They even directly mocked Xian Xiaoyuan for being slapped in the face. She was so angry that she wanted to curse. This damn Lin Che. Good. She's amazing. She angrily lost her temper at her assistant. She's amazing to be able to make Gu Jingyu stand on her side like this. Okay. Sister Xiaoyuan, don't be angry. We don't have her methods. She only knows how to use men. There's nothing we can do. Xian Xiaoyuan took the phone and viciously turned to the blurry photo of Lin Che and another man that she had asked someone to take that day. Humph, I really want to see if Gu Jingyu will still be willing to stand on Lin Che's side and speak up for him after the news of Lin Che being a kept woman spreads out. The assistant looked at Xian Xiaoyuan worriedly. Sister Xiaoyuan, what do you mean? Are you going to? Xian Xiaoyuan snorted. Get someone to spread the news. Humph, you dare to fight with me. Lin Che, do you think that I don't have anything in my hands? Do you think I'll fall out with you? On the same day, an internet celebrity on Weibo posted a set of photos. The internet celebrity said that it was submitted by an unknown person. The submission said that Lin Che was with an old man. The old man drove a luxury car and seemed to dote on Lin Che a lot. Some people said that although Lin Che had just entered the entertainment industry not long ago, she lived in a mansion. From Lin Che's selfies on Moments, it could be seen that she lived a very wealthy life. The internet celebrity said strangely that logically, although Lin Che had earned some money, she really couldn't afford a mansion in that area. Although it wasn't clear which mansion was in that area, it was certain that every mansion in that area was not less than 10 million yuan. In other words, Lin Che was being taken care of by someone else. And in the photo was deliberately blurred so that people couldn't see who the man was. However, they could tell that it was Lin Che during the filming of the reality show, We Go to School. The two of them even secretly met outside during the filming. Really, the fans immediately felt that it was impossible. They couldn't believe it. How could Lin Che be kept by someone? However, some people felt that this was a common thing in the entertainment industry. Lin Che was just not spared. Lin Che looked at the photo and was stunned. What did this mean? It was a photo of her and Gu Jingza on the street that day. Yu Minmin said, "You were secretly taken that day?" Lin Che said, "Actually, no one recognized me that day. But this person obviously knew it was me and took the photo from afar. Now that it can be used, I don't need to say who the person is. It was Xian Xiaoyuan who took the photo a long time ago, but she found an opportunity to release it," Yu Minmin said. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin and said, "What should we do now?" Yu Minmin took a deep breath and said, "The most important thing now is that you and Gu Jingza can't be exposed. So you can't explain who this person is, where you live, and your assets. Lin Shay said, when these people are slandering others, they can really make the connection. Why do I look like I'm being kept? Seriously, can't I just go to a nice place and take a selfie to show off? Aren't all young people like this nowadays? Don't worry. When someone wants to slander you, they will find a place to attack you. Even if you go to the toilet, people will say that you are constipated and that you're probably being kept by someone. There's no definite connection, but when it's forcefully put together, people will believe it. Just then, Gu Jingyu called Lin Shay. Lin Shay walked over and picked up the phone. Gu Jingyu said, that person who was photographed is your husband? Lin Shay said, yeah, what's wrong? Nothing. It's just that it's too blurry. Otherwise, I would like to see who it is. All right, I'm about to be scolded to death, and you're still in the mood to joke with me. All right, I'll go and warn Xi and Xiaoyuan. Don't be too angry. Don't pay attention to this kind of thing. It'll get better after a while. I know. Anyway, I won't admit it. I'll pretend that it didn't happen. Sooner or later, people will stop talking about it, right? That's right. When you don't know what to do, why don't you just let it be? Anyway, you don't want to expose the secret marriage, right? Lin Shay could only say, yeah, of course I don't. This kind of thing often happens in the industry. This won't be the first time, and it won't be the last. In this industry, the first thing you have to learn is to adjust your emotions. Otherwise, you'll be angered to death at any moment. All right, Lin Shay sighed. Don't worry. I'll just be angry for a while. After that, it'll be fine. At most, I won't look at the comments online. After hanging up, Lin Shay sighed and turned off his phone. Although he didn't want to look at it, he wanted to see it. This feeling was really complicated. On the set, after Lin Shay entered, he discussed the afternoon's itinerary with Yu Minmin. Opposite him, Xi and Xiaoyuan's people were also coming out in a grandiose manner. Chapter 312. She was just about to leave after filming a night scene. When the surrounding people saw this, they also looked over in an instant. Looking at these people, they couldn't help but think that they wouldn't fight. Would they? Lin Shay just glanced over there and continued to discuss something else with Yu Minmin next to him. On the other side, Xi and Xiaoyuan glanced over and said to her assistant, I was wondering how she became famous so quickly. So it turns out that she's a sugar daddy. Sigh. Young people nowadays. That's right. They're not like our sister Xiaoyuan, who relied on her ability to become famous. They're just different. Wherever they go, they're respected and not despised. Forget it. She's reaping what she sowed anyway. It's not that she doesn't dare to admit it now. Look, she's not making a sound at all. Is this a tacit agreement, or is she afraid to say anything? Seriously, where did that tough attitude from before go? Lin Shay bit his lip. Yu Minmin held Lin Shay's arm and went in with her. She said indifferently, forget it, Lin Shay. They're just a bunch of clowns. They can't beat them in terms of ability, so they like to use unorthodox methods. Forget it. We have to be considerate of these old ladies and let them accept this fact. After all, they still need some time. Yu Minmin, who are you calling old? Xi and Xiaoyuan turned her head, her face purple with anger. Yu Minmin and the others stopped. She looked back at Xi and Xiaoyuan and said, Hey, Sister Xiaoyuan, I didn't see you here just now. I was talking to Lin Shay about the current entertainment news. I was talking about some old ladies. Aren't they going to nightclubs now? They're very pitiful. Why, Sister Xiaoyuan, don't you think I'm talking about you? You. When the people around them heard this, they all faintly laughed. Xi and Xiaoyuan snorted coldly, stepped over the two people, and walked out. Lin Shay, just you wait. Lin Shay walked in with Yu Minmin and ignored Xi and Xiaoyuan. Lin Shay could see that Gu Jingyu had really put on the wristwatch. Before putting on makeup, he saw Lin Shay and even waved it for him. Yu Minmin looked on in shock. She nudged Lin Shay and said, Gu Jingyu seems to be. Are you sure he's not interested in you? Forget it. I've already told him that I'm married. It's only because he doesn't have a good relationship with his family that he doesn't know that I'm married to the Gu family. Oh, that's true. He knows that you're married, but he still doesn't leave you. Get lost, sister you. Yang Lingxin watched from the back, feeling a little speechless. She leaned against the wall and looked at her phone. It was the Tieba forum. There were many people scolding Lin Che. She silently looked at her phone with an undetectable hint of emotion on her lips. The curses about Lin Che continued. In the company, Gu Jingze looked at himself in the photo. He didn't dare to get closer, so the photo was taken at a distance. Qin Hao said, "The internet is saying that Madam is a kept woman." Gu Jingze's expression changed as he scanned through the curses. Qin Hao said, "What do you think we should do now? Did you find out who did it?" "It's an actress who's been at odds with Madam recently. Rumor has it that she was Li Qianhong's mistress in his early years. She's been promoted for a few years and finally became popular. She's now filming the same movie as Madam, and they're both in Third Young Master's production team." Gu Jingze paused and waved his hand to dismiss them. After Xi and Seyuan went out, she was so angry that her face turned purple because of Yu Minmin's words. She said to her assistant, "Go and hire more internet water army to scold this damn Lin Che and her manager. Yu Minmin, say that Yu Minmin slept with the company's CEO. I remember that her family isn't good either. She has a gambling addict for a father. Anyway, scold her to death." The next day, Lin Che and Yu Minmin were once again scolded in the headlines. Although anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was the internet water army, it was still annoying to see. Especially this time, Yu Minmin was also scolded. They said that Yu Minmin looked down on Lin Che and was a rubbish manager. It was obvious that they were trying to sow discord. When Lin Che saw this, he said gloomily, "This Exensiuan is too much." It was fine to scold her, but to scold the people around her as well. Did Xi and Xiaoyuan really think that he wouldn't dare to do anything to her? Yu Minmin tugged at Lin Che. "Forget it. Let her say what she wants. We'll ignore it. It'll be over in a few days." Lin Che said, "She's too arrogant. Does she really think that I'm afraid of her just because I'm ignoring her?" Yu Minmin said, "It's not good to blow things up. It's more important to keep your marriage under wraps. It doesn't matter if I get scolded. Anyway, a manager's job is to attract hatred. If I get scolded, it'll be good if you get scolded less." Lin Che gritted his teeth. "Okay, I won't do anything to her, but I have to at least warn her. Otherwise, she'll really think that I don't dare to do anything to her. She'll only get more and more arrogant." As Lin Che said this, he walked straight out. Yu Minmin thought that there was no harm in warning him, so she followed him. Xi and Xiaoyuan was at the company. They didn't have many scenes on set these 2 days, so Lin Che found an opportunity to go back to the company to deal with other matters. Outside the company, Xi and Xiaoyuan's team was about to leave. Lin Che walked over quickly and called out from afar, "Xifeng." Although she was a senior, she was actually not much older than Lin Che. She had entered the industry a few years earlier and had become famous earlier. However, everyone called her Sister Xiaoyuan. It was also the industry standard. They felt that seniors should be respected. At this moment, hearing Lin Che call her name directly, Xi and Xiaoyuan frowned. She turned around and sneered. "Didn't your mother teach you etiquette? You called my name? Who do you think you are? How dare you call me by my name?" "My mother didn't teach me etiquette, but she did teach me that if I get bitten by a dog, I shouldn't bite back, lest I get sick. That's why I've been ignoring you these few days, lest I get infected. But don't think that I'm condoning you by ignoring you. That's right, I have my own love life, and I also have my own life. I don't want these things to be exposed in front of others, but it's not like you're saying that you're a kept woman. Heh, just how monotonous is your life? Holding hands with someone and going shopping is considered a kept woman. Working hard when your family isn't doing well is considered a conspiracy. How much have you suffered for you to be so depressed and so extreme?" "You." Xi and Xiaoyuan's face was crooked from his words. "Lin Che, how dare you talk to me like this? Do you still want to stay in the industry? Do you really think that Gu Jingyu can protect you from death? That you can have a smooth journey in the entertainment industry? Let me tell you, I have 10,000 ways to play you to death. This is just a greeting gift." Chapter 313. Ha! I'm looking forward to Sister Xiaoyuan's method. Your first meeting gift is already so low. How many other methods do you have to show me later? I'm not going to bicker with you. It's useless. Let's see who can stay popular longer. There are so many sharp-tongued people before me. Look at where they are now. You will be the next one to disappear in front of me. Lin Che snorted coldly. Okay, I also want to see what other tricks Sister Xiaoyuan has up her sleeves. Just come, but I warn you, always leave a way out for yourself. A way out? What, do you want to let the old man behind you take care of you? You're so naive. Little girl, a kept man is a kept man. He's just playing with your young body. When you become a black fungus, who do you think will still care about you? Old man? Why didn't I know that I became an old man? However, just as she finished speaking, a voice suddenly appeared behind her, shocking everyone. She turned her head in astonishment. Listening to the deep and melodious voice that sounded like a cello, she instinctively felt that the person had an extraordinary aura. She turned back and saw a group of people stopping by the roadside. The person who spoke was the man who got out of one of the cars. Xian Xiaoyuan was stunned. Suddenly, she heard someone whisper behind her, Gu Jingze. Xian Xiaoyuan was shocked. Gu Jingze, Gu Jingyu's mysterious brother? Looking at the face that was somewhat similar to Gu Jingyu's, and then looking at the posture behind him, there were only a few men with such power in B City. This was really Gu Jingze. Xian Xiaoyuan was stunned. Lin Che was also stunned behind her. He didn't expect Gu Jingze to suddenly come here. Gu Jingze glanced at Xian Xiaoyuan in the row of people who were in a daze. He took the opportunity to look in Lin Che's direction and walked over. Soon, he walked to Lin Che's side. Lin Che raised his head and looked at the man who suddenly appeared. You. Gu Jingze stared at Lin Che and didn't even look at Xian Xiaoyuan. It was as if he only had eyes for Lin Che. He put his hand on Lin Che's shoulder and looked at her. Who just said that you're being supported by an old man? Look at me. Am I old? Lin Che looked past Gu Jingze and looked at Xian Xiaoyuan, who was behind him. How could it be? Someone is deliberately slandering you. Don't be angry. Behind them, Xian Xiaoyuan's body shook. She had never expected that Lin Che wasn't having an affair with Gu Jingyu, but with Gu Jingze, the man in the photo was Gu Jingze? She rolled her eyes and said fearlessly, Mr. Gu, I really didn't know it was you. I really didn't know because Lin Che has always been on good terms with Gu Jingyu. Everyone thought that she and Gu Jingyu. At this time, she was still trying to sow discord. She was really hopeless. Gu Jingze snorted. Since when do I need an outsider to comment on my family affairs? Xian Xiaoyuan choked. His face instantly turned black and white, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Gu Jingze then pulled Lin Che to his side. Actually, I promised Lin Che that I would let her work hard in her own field, and I wouldn't get too involved. But now that someone is secretly taking photos of me and spreading them like crazy, I'm afraid this is no longer just Lin Che's problem, so? Xian Xiaoyuan paused again. If she had known that it was Gu Jingze, she wouldn't have dared to secretly take photos and upload them. Everyone knew that Gu Jingze liked to keep a low profile. If there were any photos, he would immediately delete them. But now he found out that she had directly uploaded the photos and even said that he was Lin Che's sugar daddy. Wasn't she courting death? Even if she wasn't, she could be considered to have offended Gu Jingze's woman. Xian Xiaoyuan didn't want to show weakness to this woman, Lin Che. Looking at the two of them, she gritted her teeth and said, Lin Che didn't say anything about her relationship with Mr. Gu. Lin Che is usually so arrogant and domineering, and she has offended many people. I'm not the only one who can't get along with her. This photo might not have been posted by me. Lin Che looked at Xian Xiaoyuan with a sneer. At this time, she still wanted to say bad things about her. This Xian Xiaoyuan really didn't give up until the end. Gu Jingze looked at Xian Xiaoyuan. Do you mean that I have no evidence, and yet I'm falsely accusing you? Of course I didn't mean that, Gu Jingze said. Besides, do you think that I, Gu Jingze, need to talk to people about evidence? Xian Xiaoyuan was stunned. Gu Jingze took Lin Che's hand. Let's go. Don't let unnecessary people disturb your mood. Let them deal with those annoying things. He turned around and said lightly, according to the usual rules, help me deal with it, The people behind immediately nodded. Xian Xiaoyuan's whole body went limp. Only then did she feel that something was wrong. She quickly looked at Gu Jingze and Lin Shay and said, "Mr. Gu, maybe I did something wrong. Can I apologize to you?" But Gu Jingze had already walked out without looking back. Xian Xiaoyuan wanted to follow behind, but she was blocked by the bodyguards. Xian Xiaoyuan shouted, "Let go of me, let go, Mr. Gu. I haven't finished speaking." Gu Jingze's people just wouldn't let her go. She stood there angrily and could only stand there and watch Gu Jingze leave with Lin Shay. Her heart was flustered and confused, and she even told herself that maybe it would be okay. Yes. The assistant watched the line of cars leave directly. One by one, she almost went limp. Dead. What does Gu Jingze mean? Isn't it a dead end to offend Gu Jingze? What else can he mean? God, why is it Gu Jingze? Gu Jingze has always been ruthless. He won't give anyone any leeway. We won't be implicated, will we? How on earth did Lin Shay know Gu Jingze? This is too incredible. Xian Xiaoyuan angrily turned her head and scolded, "What are you talking about? I don't believe he can really do anything to me. I haven't been in this business for so many years for nothing." As she said that, she thought about her connections and picked up the phone. As she walked, she made calls to think of a way. The assistant behind was not so optimistic at all. He just watched Xian Xiaoyuan go in and continued to talk there. Gu Jingze has already said it so absolutely. Moreover, who in Country C can go against Gu Jingze? I think Xian Xiaoyuan has really hit a nail this time. I already said to leave a way out for her. Now it's great. No wonder Lin Shay is so powerful. I didn't expect the person behind her to be Gu Jingze. The next day, when Lin Shay arrived at the set, he learned that Xian Xiaoyuan had been replaced by Song Shuhai. She was fired from the crew and replaced by Song Shuhai. And everyone looked at Lin Shay's expression and became nervous again. Chapter 314. Lin Shay followed Yu Minmin and Yang Lingxin in. He could see that they were looking at Lin Shay with much more respect than before. Lin Shay said speechlessly, "What's wrong? Like a mouse seeing a cat. Am I that scary?" Yu Minmin said, "Xian Xiaoyuan was banned because of you just now. Everyone naturally thinks that you're more powerful than Xian Xiaoyuan. Is that why they're so afraid of you?" "Fuck, they don't even know what's going on and they're already afraid of me." Yang Lingxin said from behind, "Of course it's because Sister Che is much more powerful than Xian Xiaoyuan. Who does Xian Xiaoyuan think she is? How can she compare to Sister Che? Sister Che has Gu Jingze. Once Mr. Gu makes a move, there's nothing that can't be solved." Lin Shay paused. Although this was the truth and many of her problems were solved by Gu Jingze, she didn't want it to be like this. She was very grateful to Gu Jingze for helping her, but it also made her feel a little guilty. This time, it was the same. After Gu Jingze made a move, the photos and rumors outside were all blocked. Only a small number of people were still discussing who Lin Shay was holding hands with. Yu Minmin released another statement, saying that it was just a scene on the day of filming. She vaguely said that Lin Shay was filming a reality show that day. Many people said that it was probably what it looked like during filming and that it wasn't Lin Shay at all. Hence, the matter was just vaguely forgotten. Yu Minmin said, "All right, I know you admire Gu Jingze. All right, let's continue filming. Song Shuhai has a much higher EQ than Xian Xiaoyuan. I don't think he'll come looking for trouble again." After that, the filming went smoothly. Lin Shay returned home early. Gu Jingze was also at home. He looked at Lin Shay and said, "Oh right, come in and choose a dress for the wedding in a few days." Lin Shay nodded. She remembered that it was Gu Jingyan's wedding soon, so she quickly went in to choose. Actually, there was no need to choose too much. It was fine as long as it was solemn. After all, she wasn't the main character that day. There was no need to dress too well. She just needed to be a supporting character. Lin Shay thought, Gu Jingyan is so beautiful. She will definitely become the most beautiful bride in the world one day. Lin Shay looked at Gu Jingze, then looked at the clothes. He randomly picked one and asked, "How about this one?" Gu Jingze looked at the red dress and said to her, "Well, very good. You're going there as the sister-in-law. Wearing this kind of red that's not too bright is festive, but it's not too bright. It'll be too eye-catching. Lin Shay replied, oh, actually, he was a little absent-minded. He didn't even know that he had chosen a red dress. Gu Jingze actually liked to see her wearing this kind of red clothes. This kind of bright color on her body did not feel the slightest bit vulgar, but brought a fresh taste. With a wave of his hand, he had the servants take the clothes away. He selected some clothes and had them ironed and tidied up. Lin Shay raised his head and looked at Gu Jingze, saying indifferently, "Thank you." Gu Jingze was really patient. He even took care of such a small matter for her. There was also the matter of Xi and Xiaoyuan, which was also neatly eliminated by him. Gu Jingze said, "You don't have to thank me for such a small thing." Lin Shay said, "There's still a lot of things to do." Gu Jingze said, "Forget it. I know that you're a careless person. If I don't think about it, you won't remember. It's my fault for having a good memory. I can only bear part of the responsibility for your terrible IQ." "How can that be? I'm just a little slow. Of course I know that I have to prepare the clothes." All right, you don't have to rush to explain. Anyway, he reached out and stroked her head. It's enough to have one smart person in a family. It's okay if you continue to be silly. What did he mean by a family? How was she a family with him? Although she thought so, she still felt warm in her heart when she heard that he thought of them as a family. Even if they were only a family for a short time, they were still a family when they were together. Lin Shay smiled and didn't care so much. She picked up the shoes on the floor and said, I won't stand on ceremony then. Anyway, we're a family, so there's no need to be so calculative, right? Hey, which pair of shoes do you think looks better?" Gu Jingze smiled and pointed at a pair of black shoes. The dark red matched this color. It should look good. The wedding of the Gu family was naturally celebrated by the whole city. Many people were envious of the marriage between the rich and the powerful. Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen were a match made in heaven. They were perfect for each other. The reporters were already stationed outside the Gu family's house. Only 3 media outlets were allowed to enter, and they were all mainstream media outlets. The rest of the media, as well as gossip reporters, were waiting outside. For a moment, the Castillo Hotel, which was owned by the Gu family, was surrounded by all kinds of luxury cars and reporters. The wedding would depart from the Gu family's old mansion in the morning. Lin Shay and Gu Jingze woke up early and went back to the old mansion. As for the old house, everything was ready. Gu Jingyan didn't send anyone to pick up the bride. She just wanted to have a simple wedding. She would walk the red carpet with Liu Beichen and say their wedding vows in front of everyone. Although the Gu family thought it was a little simple, they still followed their child's wishes. But early in the morning, both families had to leave their own homes and go to the hotel first. At the Liu family's house, Liu Chuxia was already ready. She was dressed up as a sister-in-law. When Mama Liu came out and saw Liu Chuxia, she asked, "Where's your brother? Why isn't he coming down after so long?" Liu Chuxia said, "Who knows? Don't worry about him. He'll come down sooner or later. By the way, Mom, do you think my dress is beautiful?" Mama Liu looked at Liu Chuxia. "Yes, my daughter. How can you not be beautiful? I just got the clothes from Paris. I was wondering whether I should wear the clothes made by Carrie in Paris or the ones made by Italy." Mama Liu was speechless. "Why did you spend so much money on your brother's wedding? Everyone is looking at the bride today. No one will look at you." "How do you know no one will look at me? Today, I'm going to show Gu Jingze that a rich young lady like me is not comparable to a wild duck like Lin Shay." Mama Liu shook her head and said, "He already has a wife. You should be careful. His wife was forced to marry by the Gu family. What's the difference between having a wife and not having a wife? Of course it's different. If he has a wife, he has a wife. If you act like this, others will give you advice. Moreover, Gu Jingze might not like you." "Mom, you just said that I'm the prettiest. What's wrong with me? Why doesn't he like me?" Liu Chuxia said angrily. Chapter 315. Mama Liu said, "That child, Gu Jingze, has always been different from ordinary people. Now, in Country C, he is already at the top, and his vision is unimaginable. If you go up to him like this, I think he'll only hate you even more." "That's where you're wrong. No man can resist a woman's weakness. Moreover, I'm better than Lin Che in every way, whether it's family background, wealth, or ability. I, Lu Chuxia, haven't spent so many years in Country C for nothing. Moreover, I've saved his life before, haven't I? Mama Lu said, I naturally hope that you can find a good partner. If he wasn't already married, I would also want you to be fated to marry such a strong and good man. Now, I'm just... Sigh, forget it. Anyway, you children are each more immature than the other. Your brother isn't in contact with that Fu Chenxi? I don't think so. That kind of lowly woman is just like Lin Che. She's not worthy of a family like us. Brother must have been blinded by greed. In the past, Lu Chuxia didn't hate Fu Chenxi. But now, because of Lin Che, she really hated those lower-class commoners. Lin Che and Gu Jingze first arrived at the Gu mansion. After entering the house, Gu Jingze took Lin Che to see Gu Jingyan. Lin Che looked around. In the past, this place was very spacious, but today, it was occupied by many relatives and friends. There were really a lot of people here, and it was dazzling. Inside, from stylists, makeup artists, videographers, and wedding planners, a bunch of people stood there, waiting anxiously. It was as if this was not a wedding, but a national operation. Lin Che was speechless. He tugged at Gu Jingze's arm and said, It's so grand. It's like the wedding of the century often seen on TV. Gu Jingze looked around and said, Of course. This is the Gu family's first wedding in years. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Because we didn't have a wedding, this is very grand. And the people outside are also very interested. Luckily, we didn't have one. Otherwise, wouldn't your wedding be even bigger since you're a man? Lin Che thought. At that time, he only thought it was troublesome and didn't think about Gu Jingze's identity. Now that he thought about it, if they really had such a big wedding, she would definitely be scared to death. Gu Jingze said, Of course. Wow. Thank goodness, Lin Che mumbled. However, Gu Jingze frowned slightly. The two of them went inside and saw Gu Jingyan at first glance. Her wedding dress was huge and dragged on the ground. She looked like a fairy in the jungle. She was especially beautiful and had a kind of illusory beauty. Lin Che said in amazement, So beautiful. The wedding dress was beautiful, and so was the bride. Gu Jingze was also looking at his younger sister's beauty. He smiled and held Lin Che's arm as they walked in. Gu Jingyan turned around and looked at them. Second brother, little sister-in-law. Lin Che exclaimed, Wow, Jingyan, you're so beautiful. As a bride, Gu Jingyan was naturally a bit shy. However, perhaps it was because she was used to being competitive. At this time, she was not like an ordinary girl who had a gentle and beautiful feeling. On the contrary, she was still so arrogant. Gu Jingyan said, Sister-in-law will be more beautiful than me in the wedding dress. Gu Jingze glanced sideways at Lin Che. He couldn't help but imagine how she would look in her wedding dress. She was so small. In the wedding dress, she would be very cute. Although Lin Che was not considered short in the eyes of others, because she was thin and Gu Jingze was too tall, she always felt very small in Gu Jingze's eyes. Gu Jingze suddenly felt a little excited to see her in the wedding dress. It was a pity that they had not held a wedding ceremony. Otherwise, he felt that she would be more beautiful than Jing Yin in the wedding dress. After all, a woman would be at her most beautiful on the day of her wedding. However, he had yet to see her most beautiful side. Thinking of this, Gu Jingze felt even more regretful. After the preparations were done at the Gu family mansion, the procession set off in the afternoon and headed towards the hotel. As the procession moved, the media followed them. They couldn't get close, so they followed from afar. And along the way, many media outlets had already posted this on the internet. On Weibo and Tieba, all kinds of news about the grand wedding immediately became the headlines. The number of comments was endless. Everyone was speechless. They thought that the wedding of a wealthy family was really impressive. It looked grand. From afar, the procession looked like a car show. As for Gu Jingyan's dowry, everyone was envious of her. Whoever married such a woman would be marrying a gold mine. Lin Che looked back along the way and couldn't stop praising. Look at those reporters. They're working hard, chasing and taking pictures. There are too many people. It's so scary. The Gu family's business is really not a small matter. Oh, right. Why don't I see Big Brother? Big Brother went to the hotel first. It's too dangerous to drive like this. Oh, that's true. Soon, they arrived at the hotel. Inside, the largest circular auditorium on the top floor was already ready. Gu Jingyan went inside to prepare. Gu Jingza, who liked to keep a low profile, also stood inside and looked out. In the hall, there were many people coming and going. The people of the Liu family had arrived one after another. The grand event was approaching. Mu Wanqing was very busy but also very happy. After all, it was her daughter's wedding, so she must be very happy. Seeing Lin Che there, Mu Wanqing walked over and said, "Little Che, I've been looking for you for a long time. Why are you here with Jingza?" Lin Che said, "It's so busy outside. I don't want to go and cause trouble." Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Che's clothes. "Ah, little Che, you're so beautiful today." "Mom, no way. Jingyan is the most beautiful today. She's cold every day. She's not as sweet as you. She didn't hold a wedding according to the etiquette of the ancestors and insisted on making it simple. Now it's simple. Look, that Liu Beichen isn't here yet. He's usually busy, but he's also busy with the wedding. Sigh, if only my daughter was like Xiao Che. Look at how good you and Jingza are." Gu Jingza said, "Fortune favors fools. Jingyan is used to being strong. She knows how to protect herself, so she naturally doesn't need to find a particularly powerful husband." "You're so annoying." "I'm not that stupid. You make it sound like you're so powerful." Gu Jingza only glared at her and said, "Everyone knows that I'm powerful." Mu Wanqing looked at Gu Jingza. "All right, don't bully little Che for no reason." Gu Jingza said, "Don't worry. She likes it when I bully her." Lin Che glared. Just then, someone came to call Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing quickly went to work. Lin Che reached out and hit Gu Jingza. Gu Jingza smiled and said, "Am I wrong? You usually like it when I bully you." As he spoke, he blew lightly into her earlobe. "You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."